Welcome, everyone, to Snail School. We're going to fucking learn something. I'm your substitute teacher, Dr. Goldstein Leibowitz, PhD in physiology and sociology. Go figure. Yep, so this is going to be like day 2 of school where you had homework the previous, from day 1. Day 1 was the first stream that we did about NJWK. And yeah, I'm gonna post that, like I said, in the chat for you guys right now if you did miss it. So here we go. This is the original video. You guys can watch it on YouTube. It's all there. But anyway, let's fucking talk about this. So we talked about on the last last stream. We talked about basically NJWK and how he's just been like trolling everybody. Like every time he fucking talks to like somebody, he's either fucking with them, being socially awkward, just outright saying lies like, oh, I have a kid, when he doesn't have a kid at all. That's just all bullshit. And basically he's just like going out of his way to be overall just kind of like some doing fuckery. He's really into fuckery. Let's dive into this further. I don't think that if you want to learn more about this, what I told you was a great like first impression. You see him, you're like, oh, this guy's cool. I like his music. He's singing about partying. That's awesome. Hell yeah, I can get behind partying. That's fucking sick. But then when you start looking into more of it, you start realizing that, hey, you know what? Like some of his interviews are kind of like weird. He's fucking around, like we talked about in the last stream. And then when you look further into it, you're like, some of this shit, there's some like weird imagery going on with him. Like I don't really know what this is. Like, there's like Illuminati shit and stuff like that. And we're gonna now basically it's gonna be layers. The first layer was the first video. This is all the second layer. Yeah. So as soon as he came on the scene, NJWK was like really he just blew up. He had some previous demos before his first studio album, which was I Get Wet. I'll pull up I Get Wet for you guys right now. It's basically what my shirt is. You've seen this a million times, but for context, we'll pull it up. So this is the album. Yep, there we go. Cool. So, the I Get Wet album. So, as soon as he got on the scene, he just like really took off. It was kind of like a weird thing because as soon as he blew up, like with I Get Wet and all that stuff, like there was also a lot of rumors around him, like, oh, that Dave Grohl helped him create this persona that. He wasn't. How do I describe it? He was basically just an actor, and all this stuff. So people are like, "What the fuck? Like this guy? I don't even know this guy." And already there's rumors like that. So that kind of like from day one, there was always this weird, rumors about him. And then, the big enchilada. He came out with I Get Wet. He toured it. He got like the drummer from Obituary to be in his band, who's a big like death metal or the big metal band. Then he also got he came out with another album like right away in 2003 called The Wolf. And again, it was just as good as the first album. He was really on his game. And then some weird shit started to come out. He like right after this album came out, he started to tour it, and this event happened in New Jersey. He did a show in New Jersey at Seton Hall, and from people's accounts, he came in, he did this show really quick, he left right away, and some rumors started to circle around that event, saying that like that wasn't him, it didn't look like him, it didn't look like NJWK on stage, it looked like a body double, if you will. So rumors started to come around. We talked about it in the first video where at this point, people are wondering what the fuck's going on. You know, what's going on with like him? Why are there so many of these weird rumors? He basically tried to explain himself, as I talked about, and with that Andrew WK Real Talk, and we're gonna kind of skip that because it was already discussed. But what we are gonna talk about is he had a website called Andrew WK World, and this woman by the name of Christine Williams was his webmaster. And normally Andrew WK, you could speak to him directly. You can go on this website and you can ask him questions about whatever you want. But he for whatever reason, when it came to this, he decided not to want to talk about this. He decided to deflect it and let his webmaster, Christine Williams, talk about this. This is an amazing article by, I'll tell you in a little bit. But anyway, it's got some great information to it. It's fucking long as all shit, but I'll tell you right now, it's a great one. So here is basically the full story of that show. On December 19th, 2004, 2 days after the gig that we previously talked about in Elizabeth, New Jersey, a person named Christine Williams, identified as the webmaster of Andrew WK's official site, AWK World, participated in an online Q&A where she fielded a few similar queries, two of which I've included in this document. Blah blah blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. Here is what we need to look at. So the question is, hey, a lot of people don't seem to think that was Andrew WK at the New Jersey show. I am one of them. What's going on, Christine? And her answer is, to answer all of your questions, there's been a lot of confusion regarding this New Jersey concert. People have been especially curious about where Andrew went after the show and whether or not it was in fact Andrew himself on stage. Well, please let me be the first to tell you that you can all take a deep breath and relax. Please calm down. It was a spectacular concert. Everything went on very well, and the night was a success. We should all feel great about the show. Many of you did mention some strange, unexplained moments during the evening, mainly due to the stopping of the show early. That actually was talked about by the promoter, the person who put on the show, and he talked about it, and he was like, yeah, like, we were actually just going past curfew, and we only had a certain amount of time to do the show, so actually, believe it or not, the show went on for the correct amount of time that it was able to go on for. Due to the stopping of the show early, before the band could finish the intended set, and Andrew was moving, this was due to a small problem with people in the backstage. Everything was taken care of smoothly, and everyone made it out in one piece. At the end of the show, we moved at the same time as they worked with the equipment and finished it up perfectly. Just want people to know that it went out over very well. At this point, all we can do is look at the information we've been collecting and continue with our research into the facts. This is a question that was, hey, that people said it wasn't Andrew WK. I'm one of them. What happened with that show? This is the answer that was given. At this point, all we can do is look at the information we've been collecting and continue with our research into the facts. We will not respond to false accusations, nor will we be threatened by those who choose deception over fairness. I'm never disappointed with a good AWK show. I don't know what the fuck that means. Nobody knows what that fucking means. So, all right, let's keep on going. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to pull that up. So here we go. Let's continue with this. Turns out it was just R. Kelly on stage, right? So Christine Williams is actually part of the lore. I don't want to tell you too much right now, but Christine Williams, KW, Christine Williams, is the reverse of Andrew WK, WK. We're going to get into that later, but just so you know, keep that in your mind. Yo, Christine, where the heck is Andrew? We don't want to hear from you. We want to hear from Mr. WK himself. Bring back Andrew WK. Her answer is, I must admit, I feel slightly uneasy trying to explain to you where Andrew is, and let me state for the record that I am in no way trying to fill in for Andrew. I am simply here to answer questions, one at a time, one moment by on a moment by moment basis. Tonight will be the last Andrew KW concert of 2004. We so good. We trust that the fans will come out in full force and raise the bar higher than ever. This is our last chance to build a night of never-ending excitement. Sold out New Jersey. I wish I could be there. As Andrew himself has stated, he will always be there. You might just not see him. Assumptions are once again at the mercy of possibility. Standards are suddenly stripped and elevated. Blah, 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 blah. There's some dumb shit in here. I'm not going to waste your time. It's intentionally vague and speaking in circles. So let's get to the good. Things which have become familiar are now anomalous. Due to the current circumstances, we still don't know who's causing this. We do have very clear ideas how to continue our research. You must know that Andrew is not moving away because he's already gone, which means he's closer to you than ever before. Remember, no sign is a good sign, and that still remains the case. The most important part of this will remain and flourish. Blah, that's all stupid. There is no reason for this to happen, except whatever. It's just totally not. Basically, it's just bullshit. There's just a bunch of nonsense answers, and so on and so forth. So whatever. So there we go. So that show brought up a lot of questions. That is right around the same time that Andrew came out and said, "I'm not the same Andrew WK." We watched that before. So after that, Andrew talked about having some issues with the Steve Mike character. Steve Mike, what we talked about, was this guy who Andrew worked with. He was credited on the first two records, I Get Wet and The Wolf. And I get some whiskey. And when people asked who this guy was, because he was like an executive producer, Andrew was like, "Oh, don't worry about him. He's nobody. He's just somebody I used to work with," so on and so forth. And then a bunch of coded messages started to come up. I talked about this briefly, and I'm going to really get into it in this video. Andrew WK's website got hacked. Got hacked by this guy named Steve Mike, and this was right after the third album, Close Calls with Brick Walls, came out. But it only came out in Asia. And Andrew talked about this by saying, "Oh, well, I have some issues with some people I used to work with that I can't release it in the United States, so I'm releasing it in Asia, And this was in 2005. Close Calls with Brick Walls. Let's figure this out. It's either 2005 or 2007. It came out in Asia. It was perfectly in the middle. 2006, it came out in Japan. So, here's some legal disputes. Due to legal disputes regarding the ownership of the name Andrew WK, Close Calls with Brick Walls was initially only released in Japan and Korea. In 2007. What the fuck? Okay, so I was right. It was given a limited release in America only on vinyl through this website, through this record company, with 5 exclusive bonus track, blah, blah. So here's what Andrew had to say about why it only came out in Asia. An old friend of mine got some business. I got into some business trouble and basically decided to take it out on me. To cut a long story short, this person is someone I worked very closely with and had a formal and family business relationship with. Due to various complaints the person had with me, they were able to turn my life and career upside down. I wasn't allowed to use my own name within certain areas of the U.S. entertainment industry, and we were in a debate, about who owned the rights to my image and who should get credit for inventing it. This made my life complicated and intense for years, but I kept working and doing whatever I could to keep moving forward. So, we talked about it before. Steve Mike, he hacked Andrew WK's website, and I talked this before. He said, how dare you try to not credit me on the third album for everything that I did. for you. And to have this album come out, Andrew WK created this record label called Skyscraper Music Maker. Yeah, awesome. All right, so here it is. The new record label to which WK referred in his statement was called Skyscraper Music Maker. 3 months later, in 2010, Andrew WK announced that Close Calls with Brick Walls would finally be released in the U.S. So it took years for it to come out in America. 4 years after its initial release, the legal issues that were causing WK to feel dizzy and see stars have been quelled. In the end, it hadn't taken much to satisfy the aggrieved parties. Now, I also want to mention that when Steve Mike took over Andrew WK's website, he also had some allusions to him and the term 55. 55 was used somewhat in because there was a bunch of coded messages. He spoke in codes, and many of the codes were, I forget what's it's like numerical code, where it's like, number one is used instead of A's, the letter A. 2 is used as B. I'm saying this, every number letter in the alphabet has a number associated with it. E is the fifth, right? A, B, C, D, E. I actually had to do that for myself. So the weird part about Steve Mike is it's spelled Steev Mike. So 55 was pretty synonymous with him, and eventually became like closer and closer tied. 55 was actually Andy K. Shut the fuck up. No, but so people started to see 55 and they're like, okay, that means something. It started to come up on like clothing and stuff like that too, where you'd see like, oh, why is 55 in this? It doesn't necessarily need to be on this piece of clothing. That's weird. Let me throw up some. I don't know why my soundtrack went away, but pull it back up. I gotta get all the fucking demos. I can't just fucking do it like this. It sucks because like I can't just play music. I gotta like do it in this like stupid way. All right, this should be pretty good. I got a good amount of them. Okay, so and I'll pull this up too. Let me get my list up. Here we go. Cool. So let's keep reading about this. It all comes down to credit, WK explained to Rock Sound when announcing the news. Based on the contracts and various decisions we've made over the years, the people who weren't being given credit had to be given credit. An easy way for them to get credit is for them to have their name on the label. That way, whatever I put out, they automatically receive credit for it. And so, if you remember, Andrew WK created Skyscraper Music Maker to put out his third album. And he was only able to... He ended up setting up that label in... it was based in England, and for some reason he just decided to, release that album in Japan and Korea. And he also... That's also why he did, like, the Gundam covers, and he also did those, like... other albums that were Japan exclusives. So that's kind of why that ties into it and such. Vash goes, also, I love how NDK has deep state secrets about his lore. Yeah, dude. That's exactly what it is, Vash. You nailed it. So, anyway, he created Skyscraper Music Maker to get around Steve Mike. After releasing Close Calls with Brick Walls, his third album, in America, he changed that label, Skyscraper Music Maker, into Steve Mike Music. That is what he changed the name of the label to. So, yeah, it's pretty fucking insane. Just like all the deep lore, and like you're talking about, and all this like just crazy shit. So, let's keep going from there. So, then came the next album, 55 Cadillac. 55 Cadillac is a piece of shit. It is a garbage. I've talked about it before. It's an improv piano album. All improv piano. Super like nuanced, artsy-fartsy, gay shit. It's fucking terrible. you might notice some interesting things that we're gonna discuss, and I'll tell you about it. But you might be kind of connecting things with the name of this album, 55 Cadillac. So, let's see what Andrew had to say about 55 Cadillac. Here it is. Here's a Guardian article that he came out with. Can you see this? No, I gotta get rid of that. Okay, you go. Yeah. So here's a Guardian article. The Guardian is a it's a very prominent what's it called? A newspaper. Steve Mike never leaves us, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. So here's him talking about 55 Cadillac. Andrew WK, I am finally a free man. The last decade has been so fraught with legal trouble, I've suffered hallucinations. That's going to play a part into it, too. That's why I've had to make an album consisting solely of improvisational piano pieces. I've been crazy, so I got to make a stupid, fucking terrible album. The fact that, again, we're talking about someone who sings about partying, but I also want to mention to you, I really didn't talk about this much, and I'm going to actually segue into it right now. Let me make sure that you guys can see this. That's basically like half of the Snail schools is, can you see this? So, Andrew WK, Ready to Die, lyrics. This is one of the songs that came off the album with Party Hard, and the Party album, if you will, his first album. So, I want to mention, it's not like he always sings about like, I want to, it's all about partying and partying. What the fuck kind of party is this? Ready? Here are the lyrics. This is your time to pay. This is your judgment day. We made a sacrifice, and now we get to take your life. You better get ready to die. You better get ready to kill. You better get ready to run, because here we come. You better get ready to die. Right? And you might be saying, all right, well, it's just a badass song. It's about being cool. Otherwise known as Bot 55. Yeah, that's literally it, Steve Mike. So this is one of the most damning, in my opinion, of his songs. This is another song. It's called I Love New York City. And it's a fucking satirical song. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not sung in a satirical way, but it is a satirical song. And again, you want to talk about deep state, lore, and such. There's Illuminati involved in it too. And I'm going to show you the Illuminati connections that have been happening, up as recently as fucking, I showed you in the last video. He just came out with an album in 2018, and he's got the, Eye of Solomon in it, and so on and so forth. Here is the lyrics to I Love New York City. The chorus goes, I love New York City, oh yeah, New York City. Anyway, so here is the verses. Run it over, run them out, knock your block, or tearing your doubt. We are a corporation, we are a company, we cut high because we're cutting high anyway. We are your mother, father, we are your fight. This is wrong. We are your final friend. It never started and it won't end. This is fucking madness. Broken faces. I don't think these are not the right lyrics. I'm sorry, guys. I know the lyrics. These are not correct. Easy lyrics. What the fuck? All right, let's try this one. Why does it say fighter friend? It's final friend. We are a population. We are a factory. We don't do, but we never did anyway. Your mother, father, we are your final friend. You can't stop what you can't end. Again, and then it goes, I love New York City. Like, it's like this fucking crazy shit. And then it's like, I love New York City. It's like, I love that. I love the fucking deep meaning in the verses. But like, right when the verses kind of like make you feel a little weird, it just like, the catchiest part of every song is the chorus. And the chorus is just like that dumbass fucking, I love New York City. Oh yeah, New York City. And like, that's such a fucking cool thing to do, in my opinion. So, again, there's a reason why I fucking love NJWK. And, yeah. Anyway, okay, let's get into this, right? Let me show you guys whatever I want to show you. So, back to the Guardian article. This is him talking about his improv piano album, which basically, right off the bat, he wants you to know, this album was done because I have had so much legal trouble and bullshit, right? So, they allowed Andrew WK to write this. Came out This article came out in 2009. I'm not going to read everything about it. But again, Steve Mike is associated with the number 55. This album is called 55 Cadillac, off Steve Mike music. Here we go. Okay, so he's talking about the issue. Over the past 10 years, I've had personal and professional issues with several people involved in my career. And due to formal agreements, I'm partially forbidden from going into detail regarding certain aspects of my recent work. And as a result, the making of 55 Cadillac album. I also want you to recognize, too, 55 Cadillac. Usually when you're talking about a, 1955 Cadillac, right? When you abbreviate the year, with just the last two numbers, there's usually an apostrophe related to it. You know what I'm saying? Like 55 apostrophe, so on and so forth. This does not have that. Wait, is the piano album full of audio images? Like people can code music structures to have secret messages? No, that's what my music has in it. Yeah, seriously. But no, it actually, I wish it did. You're talking about steganography. It does not. So, here's what I'm able to say, he says. At the end of 2004, an old friend of mine got into some business. We already talked about that. He turned his I wasn't allowed to use my own name within certain areas of the U.S. entertainment industry. We already talked about that. Okay, here we go. At 2008, and after a lot of negotiation, I want you to remember, 2003 was was his second album that came out. I think it was 2007, right? No, 2007 was when he came out with Close Calls with Brick Walls in Japan. 2007 it was given a limited release in America. So it took all the way until 2007, 5 years. Wow, I'm so bad. 4 years without coming out with an album. No new music in America. So that's kind of odd. But anyway, let's get back to this. That Christine was is the fake Andrew WK Steve Mike? That Christine was talking about was the fake Andrew WK. No, it wasn't, because Andrew WK talked about it in an interview that he was doing called Andrew WK Real Talk. You can find it on Daily Motion. I also, if you watch the previous video, a previous Snail School about this, I talked about it where I actually show it too. He did an interview at Madame Jojo's. It was a Q&A, and he talked about it, and he was auditioned to be the second phase Andrew WK. So the first phase Andrew WK was there. He is now the new Andrew WK. So they're kind of trying to create this idea of multiple people. He was like, I was interviewed alongside of many others to be Andrew WK, so on and so forth. That's his own words. And then let me make sure the music is still playing. Okay, good, it is. So that's his own words. And so basically it's believed that there are multiple Andrew WKs performing, and it's not just one person, so that's basically that. It wasn't Steve Mike. Steve Mike was kind of behind the scenes puppeteering this whole thing. And puppeteering, that specific term, is going to play a huge part in something that we're going to talk about later. So very, very shortly, actually, when we get into the brand new breaking news that literally made me want to do this entire talk. It came out, some of this new information came out on October 7th of this fucking year. It came to the surface, and it's going to fucking blow your mind, because, this is the lore of Andrew WK, but to me, the lore is cool. It's pretty cool. But what it took to create this lore is what's gonna blow your mind. You're gonna be like, oh, okay, cool. He's trying to create this idea around him. It's kind of like, again, I've talked about it in the last video, Ghost, where Papa Emirate, where you have like these characters. You know what I'm saying, and like so on and so forth. But it gets crazier. What it took to get to this point. What are they gonna have, a mechanical Turk or something like that? Yeah, right. So let me finish this one. In 2008, after a lot of negotiation, my new business team and I had come to an agreement with my opponent, and I was finally in the clear. That's how the new 55 Cadillac album became possible. We based the new record label in the UK, so there were no issues with the US. However, as of last week, we partially pulled back into the thick of it, and I'm getting hourly updates from my lawyers as I type this. I really don't know how to feel about it. It's beyond frustrating. It almost feels like a hallucination. It inspires so much rage inside of me that my mind has to seek to other outlets for that energy, and I start to feel dizzy and see stars. Fortunately, I don't have to deal with anyone directly. Thank goodness my lawyers do all the real work. So what he's doing here is he's trying to just like tell you that like behind the scenes, there is a large team. You know, he's already talked about it. He's like, my new business team, my lawyers, plural lawyers. He's trying to elaborate that there is a large team of people invested in HPB. He's worked with previous people, Steve Mike. He's got Christine Williams, who's his webmaster. He's basically trying to show you that like it ain't just him, But and what's weird is everyone's like, well, I was able to speak directly to this guy, during the I Get Wet album and during the Wolf, like he was in everything. He would talk directly to you. He had an advice column. He was there. And all of a sudden now it's like there's so many people pulling the strings. Maybe was I talking to him? Was I talking to somebody else? It's kind of building this doubt. Anyway, I wanted this new 55 Cadillac album to sound like freedom. NJWK says. The sound of a piano being played by a free man, nothing more, nothing less. This was the first chance in almost 10 years where I was allowed to simply play and record an instrument. No songwriters, no lyrics to learn, no overdubs, no slow fixes, no remixes, no video shoots, or interview practice. Like, so again, there is a interview practice. Let's stop with that. What does that mean? That means that he is being conditioned, he has handlers to say certain things, to not say certain things. You know what I mean? This lore, I want you to recognize the amount of work that he did with this. And in the last video, I wanted you to recognize how much work he went into fucking with people. And now I want you to realize what he did to create that. So basically, this is like before it was, oh, look at this guy. Look what it took to create this guy. And now I'm saying, look what it took to create what it took to create this. It's kind of like, it's almost like, and he'll talk about this later, but it's almost like, it's the making of the behind the scenes, right? So the behind the scenes is video, episode about NJWK is one thing. It's a behind the scenes of how he made the music. Now imagine a behind the scenes about the show behind the scenes. Does that make sense? That's kind of what we're getting into with this stream. So back to this. No video shoots or interview practice, just the sound of someone sitting in a room playing piano for the sake of it. No one telling me what to play or how to play it. No master plans. High concept visions. Worldwide goals with rollout schedules. No style consultants or acting coaches. No more meetings with sponsors or computerized yelling. No more threats. So again, this sounds very bizarre. This sounds like a lot of work. It's almost reminiscent of, if you guys know the story about Poppy, Titanic Sinclair, and Mars Argo. If you don't, I'm going to eventually do a Snail school about that as well, which I think is amazing. And that's very similar. But this, in my opinion, it blows that story out of the water. So cool. This is playing. Cool. So basically, there's a lot of weird shit going on behind the scenes. I also want to mention, when people ask, like, oh, how'd you, what was your inspiration for your first two albums? He talked about it. He's like, oh, I've had these songs on the back burner since 1997. Well, 98, I think, is exactly when he had it. He would talk about this in interviews. He was like, these are nothing new. Like, these were songs like the Wolf, which is his second album, was all songs that didn't make it for I Get Wet. So this is all back catalog, So that's the whole thing where he talks about, like, no rollout schedules and such. Again, he talks about the no style consultants or acting coaches. So there's a lot of behind the scenes. That's the whole thing with that. There's a lot of behind the scenes with it. And again, like I said, 55 Cadillac sucks ass. So then we get into some of the music videos that he talked about, that he used, if you will. Where, let's go. I can't play you the music, but I will show you the music video on mute. Where is it? Okay, cool. Oh, shit. All right, cool. So, hopefully you guys can see this. This is the music video for I Want to See You Go Wild, which, on the surface, would just look like him, him just fucking around. He's, it's like chaotic, kind of like crust punk imagery and such, just like basically what you see on the back of like a notebook or anything like that. Let's watch this. Sound off, of course. So, this is the imagery. It's basically just all green screen and such. First thing I want you to recognize here is you got these guys all wearing the same robe and such, and that's a little weird, right? Like what the fuck? You got him rising from the depths of hell. It looks. This song is all and that's juxtaposed with this whole like party, have fun, like going on these TV screens. But all around that imagery is these, who the fuck are these guys, He's coming out from the depths of hell on a weird-ass snake. He's kind of doing a party for these people. And you can see, too, it ain't just, like, them. It's them, but there's also, look to this left. There's a bunch of, like, normie or whatever, other different monsters that aren't, like, cloaked in this. But for some reason, there are a bunch of these, like, dudes in robes. Vash goes, looks a little like the guy from Wander Over Yonder. Yeah, yeah, you're actually kind of right. That's funny you said it. Okay, so here we go. Look on this big green, literally screen that is green with a pyramid, and you're gonna see Andrew WK with an eye over there. And there it is. I don't know if you saw that. I'm gonna go back to it. There he is. He's pulling it up. I mean, literally, this is like him. The Eye of Solomon, the All-Seeing Eye. But I'm also pretty sure. Now, I can't confirm this. This is my own speculation. I am pretty fucking sure that this moon, in the way that it's designed, is a representation of oh, what is it? Let me pull it up. It's the moon from How I Learned to Love the Bomb. I think it's the moon from that. Dr. Strangelove. Am I right? No, fuck, I'm not. Oh, wait, no. Yes, I am. Wait, am I? Fuck, I don't know if I am. Okay, anyway, back to this. So, then you have Vashko's, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right, Dr. Strangelove, I think. That's what, right, the moon that has the fucking, the bomb in the eye, the moon with the nuke in the fucking eye. Am I wrong? Whatever. I'm not going to show you, but somebody out there, comment below, tell me what the fuck I'm talking about, because I need people like that. So, anyway, so then you have this Andrew, right? And we're gonna watch this back later when we start talking about certain things, when I start showing you things. But here we go. This is important. Remember I talked about puppeteering? Here's Andrew puppeteering Andrew, right here. Again with an eye above him, so on and so forth. This image right here, I want you to remember. And then I also want you to see this. So there's credits for this. That's pretty cool. Performance by Andrew K, so on and so forth. That's all interesting. All right, that's nice. Who are these people? Who fucking really gives a shit? Let's be honest. Did you see it? Wait, I missed it. I must have missed it. There it is. Senior producer, right? So you have in this little break right here, underneath special thanks, go down to staff for NJWK Inc. So now there's a Inc. Incorporated. There's a fucking, what does this say? You're trying to tell me that NJWK also has a company? NJWK is a company? Creative direction, this fucking person. Senior producer, Steve Mike. That's a trip to the moon. Is it really? Oh no, that's an old ass movie, A Trip to the Moon. Ah, thank you so much, really. Yes! Fuck, God, I love you. Yes. I'm pretty sure, now this is my own speculation and belief, that this is what that moon's design is referencing. Again, I could be wrong, but let's go back to it, because that's my own belief. Where is that moon? I mean, it looks similar. I can't be, it has the eyebrows and such. I can't be confident in that. But anyway, so here we are. Yes, yeah, cool. So Steve Mike, that's interesting. And then if we go further, he's also part of Andrew WK Incorporated. So, he's still part of this. He's not going anywhere. And then below you have copyright NJWK Inc., NJWK Music Incorporated, the Louise Harland Corporation. We're going to talk about them very shortly. And of course, Steve Mike. Volt, you're never wrong. That's why you're the snail teacher. Sneecher, if you will. That's right, thank you. Also, part of the text is blocked by the cam. Oh, is it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course it is. Duh. I'm fucking stupid. Were you able to see the Steve Mike part? If you weren't, you should just be able to see it right here. So, right in this area, staff for NJWK Inc., creative direction Mario Dane, senior producer Steve Mike, slow-mo owl footage courtesy of slow-mo, whatever, that doesn't matter. And then, yeah, the very bottom, it shouldn't. The first part shouldn't matter. Because, yeah, you guys should be able to see right after NJWK Music Inc., all the way at the very, very, very bottom, the Louise Harland Corporation / Steve Mike. So that's what's important to take from there. So basically, he's still working with this guy. Nothing's really changing there. Cool. So I'm gonna have to replay this. Loop this playlist. Cool. That's awesome that I could do that. Thank you, YouTube. So he's still part of this. What the fuck's going on, right? This is kind of a little strange. And later on in NJWK's discography, he comes out with another song called. I can use this. Called Ever Again. This came out in 2018. And I showed this before on the last stream about this, but I want you to see this so you can understand that it's not just a one-off type of thing. Okay, so he's got a oh, that's fun. He's got a taco tattoo. He's got a taco guitar. Who doesn't love that? Let's see if I can see it in any part. He's got a taco guitar and a pizza guitar. But on the other side of the taco guitar, which is this right here, I don't think he's going to show it, which sucks. Well, whatever. I'll show it to you right here. Due to some violent content, parental discretion is advised. Here is his taco guitar. I just want you to see this for clarification. On the neck of it, it says... Maybe we can just view the file. Maybe that'd be better than what I'm doing. Okay. Yes, that is better. So, it says tacos, but it also has this imagery right here. And right over here. And it also says party hard, right? Use that to discern from the music video that this is the same taco guitar, okay? Because that's what I need you to do. So, there is the imagery, right? And then it says party hard. You can kind of see, like, I don't know, is that noodles? Who the fuck puts noodles in a fucking taco? Anyway, but then on the other side of the guitar, you have an eye. And just like in the I Want to See You Go Wild video, he's putting it in a very specific place right above him and such. And, you know, it gets a little chaotic, it gets a little crazy and such. But anyway, so yeah. That's what I want you to recognize right there. Did he have to make these companies? Do the actual end credits of the video need to have real people companies? 93, I see. I think that's what normal people call cheese, Keith. Ah, you're actually right. There's noodles in it. Dude, it's cheese, idiot. Okay. Fuck, I'm stupid. Damn it. Okay. Well, you got me. That's true. So, there's also some quick imagery in Music is Worth Living For. There's multiple Andrews, which plays a part in the idea of multiple Andrews. You know, at one time, you know, the whole 2004 show in Seton Hall, New Jersey, you know, where they were like, is that Andrew? He shows it again too. Oh, and also we're gonna use this shot. Remember this image of the skeleton Andrew, because that's gonna play a part later on too. I thought it was a white boy spaghetti taco or something. Dude, that's what I thought. I was like, Vash, you were totally right. That is absolutely like a white invention. Like, I want to push spaghetti in a taco. Anyway, so, shut the fuck up. Who asked you to play? Not me. That's for sure. All right, so let's continue. So that is, you know, some clear imagery involved in you know, Andrew BK and such, and you know, I want you to also I want you to see this, because this is going to play a part later. This is an image from Andrew WK's Instagram. It's either his Instagram or his Flickr. I totally forget, because I watched so much. Let me pull this up. No, not the cards. Oh, you should be able to see it. Oh no, I gotta get rid of this. That's fine. Yeah. So here, I want you to recognize this. This imagery right here. How you not see the cheese, dude? Because I'm fucking stupid. Your ID on the playlist is literally the Cheese Wizard. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, kind of good point. The Cheese Wizard was just a name I created in, like, I don't know, it was in like freshman year of high school, going way back. But anyway, so that's just where I use like to put all my Voltaire shit up. But so this imagery right here, I want you guys to see this for one reason. It's imagery of multiple Andrews. You know, you have both all dirty as well, but you have this Andrew right here with, like, looks like the same kind of tattoos. He wears that same exact watch, wearing all white. You got some weird thing going on over here. You know, what the fuck's he doing underneath the staircase? But so basically some weird shit's going on. This doesn't look like a party. This is some kind of fucking weird shit, right? There was one development that made me want to do this stream. I had a mental disconnect for a hot second and thought it was ironic till I realized it was in the Snail. yeah. It was me just being fucking stupid and retarded. What else is new? So, I gotta pull up the previous YouTube video, because, as you guys know, the Velvet Snail YouTube is just a dump for you know, for all the streams. So, really, where I want you to be, if anything, is, you know, in these Twitch streams. But something amazing came out of this video upload, and here it is. This comment by William Elliott. Okay. So he sent me this this Twitter status, or whatever, Twitter post by this guy called Escher Beat, aka at 23 Music. If you want to, all these people are amazing, and I really want you. I want to give them shout outs because they deserve the credit. This tweet led me to the craziest thing of all time. It led me to a guy who talked about how he was mass spammed. I'm going to pull up. Here we go. That was mass spamming these links to... Dude, go to Google Drive. To like a bunch of different accounts and such. So one of these guys, Escher Beat, who I was in contact with throughout the week, he thankfully paste-binned everything and such, and got me this. Here's our Twitter DMs, and I asked him if I could post this. So let me pull this up for you guys right now. So he had this link to this journal, and this journal was called Andrew WK's Vision Mission, and we're gonna go over it. But anyway, so this is me and Escher talking about this. Nope, what was right? You're just conditioned to be bullied. Yeah, you're conditioned to be made fun of. I mean, I also do encourage that type of behavior, so I don't blame it. So this is me and Escher having a back and forth. Hey, dude, I saw your AWK tweet, and those files are fucking insane. I just did a video, blah, 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 doesn't matter. Can I get the full story of how you got these and what the other Twitter user even sent them, and why? Yeah, and why the other Twitter user even sent them to you. He goes, yeah, they're pretty crazy. If they're true/real, I guess it's still pretty. Crazy, even if it's not. I was kind of hoping someone would do a deeper dive on YouTube, on a YouTube video or something that has more vitality. I'm too lazy myself. Yada yada yada. There's not much of a story. I've been following Andrew WK since 2004 when I was a teen and have vaguely kept up with all the weirdness throughout the years. The guy made the Stereo Gum article a few years back and was almost revealing to see it all written down in one place. That was the article that I've used previously. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's going to be in the description below. I commented on the tweet for the article back when it came out almost exactly 2 years later. Some random account replied to this comment with 10 links. The tweet had actually disappeared from my mentions because his account got restricted for spamming links to others who also replied. The only reason I was still able to find the tweet was because there was a stale notification left on my phone. I wouldn't have clicked it either, but the link preview said Andrew WK Journal. Do you realize how fucking insane this is? Do you realize how fucking like niche and very such a short amount of time that like at least this one account spamming this shit, is you guys see this, right? It's fucking crazy. Even for him to have this. I screenshot the tweet and then ran a backup of all the files, realizing the significance. Because the account got restricted, nobody else could find them. But that's basically it. Random account replying to people. Coincidentally, today, exactly 1 week later, I got a message from yet another random account with some random Andrew WK conspiracy site. Reminds me a lot of the old ones from long ago, which we will talk about in a second too. Some of which are gone, some remain. The account was also shortly thereafter restricted. And he sends me it. Here is, if you guys can see it on the screen right now, here's this guy, RV. This is the account that he got the message from. It's all just links. 9 different links. Saying the Andrew WK Journal. He goes, that's the original account. It's still around, just restricted. It's still around, just restricted. You can see their tweets if you go to the profile. Anyways, I'm pretty convinced at this point AWK is trying to drum up some press, maybe for a new release or something, especially given the second attempt to disseminate information. If the journal is fake, they did a great job making it convincing. On the other hand, some of it is almost too accurate. There's a ton of connections to the lore, if you're familiar with, which I'm guessing you are if you made a video. I find it kind of suspicious, though, that he makes no mention of his thematic occult stuff, although his language hints at it. Basically what he's talking about is, the occult shit, the deep state kind of shit, the all-seeing eye, you know, just all that other shit. So again, it's not it. This is where it gets weird. So anyway, I was talking. I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't see your shit. I was asleep. And the rest of my things are going to be talked about in the rest of this video. So I won't, talk too much about it. But basically, I want you to recognize how fucking I would never have seen this. If it wasn't for that random ass fucking tweet, or rather random ass comment, which from the guy William Elliott, who when I talked to him, he's like, I asked him, I was like, thank you so much for giving me this. He goes, no problem. A friend showed this to me last week, the links, and it doesn't seem to have made it very far on the internet. I was trying to get some perspective on it when I found your video. I read the whole journal and at first thought maybe this was an invasive thing. Shut the fuck up. Doesn't matter. I have to think, but after getting through it all, I have to think that it's a modern construction leaked by Andrew WK, possibly using some original journal pages. And I exactly agree. Damn, this guy is deep in it. I'm glad he passed it on since he said he wouldn't want to make a video himself. Exactly. That's why I came back, guys. I looked around. No one is fucking talking about this yet. It only came out the 7th of October. And get ready. This is going to be an AWK-tober, an October fucking special. This is crazy. When I show you this, like I said, you guys already know the lore now. I gave you all the lore about Angel WK. That was the first half of this video. The rest is what it took to create that lore. And, well, actually, there's a bit more lore to go through. But the rest is going to be how he fucking, went about this. So, that's the whole reason why I decided to do this, this stream in the first place. And I also wanted to show this. This is a clip from the original video that I did, and I could not have been more right. Because at the time, I didn't necessarily know. I didn't have all this information, and I want you guys to see, what I said, and I want to talk about it more. So this is a clip I took from the video that I did. Here we go. That much. Can you guys see this? No, you can't. So this is not to discredit Andrew WK, but rather to explain what he's been doing and to showcase how fucking amazing his vision is and his effort towards that vision. To have the same vision for 20 years is insane to do. I mean, literally, the guy is he's 41 now. You know what I mean? This guy's old as fucking shit, and he's still doing it. He's still trolling to this day. It's not just a 20-year campaign. It's a 20-year plus fucking trolling campaign. That's why it's not just trolling. It's literally performance art. I was right, but I did not realize how fucking right I was. I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to find out by the end of this that every single step of the way from 1998, even really up to from 93 and onward, but predominantly from 1998 to today, every single thing that he's ever done, he already planned for in 98. Actually, it's really up until 2000. Every single thing. So basically, since 2000 is when he finished planning to 2020 so far, and further ahead, he planned. And I have the proof finally. I know that some of you in the last video were basically like, oh well, he's a crazy person. Clearly, he's just mentally disturbed. I'm gonna show you this, and you're gonna go from he's a mentally disturbed person to he's a fucking genius that has planned like you would not believe. Damn, you're a great ventriloquist, drinking water and speaking at the same time. Shut the fuck up, Mash. Shut the fuck up. Actually, though, magic does play a part in this, because he references himself in the journal that I will show you as a magician. He's not a performance artist. He's a magician because his goal is to show that he clearly exists by becoming big in the music industry and spend the rest of his life tricking you that he doesn't exist and that he never has. That's actually his goal, if I was to simplify it. Anyway, let's get back to this, because this is fucking crazy. Ooh, we're about to see some high IQ plays. Yeah, we are, dude. So, there is some shit that I want you guys to remember when we look through this. Recognize this. Andrew WK is big, right? He's not like fucking Tom. Well, that's a bad he's not like Johnny Depp. He's not like Lil Pump. He's not like, I don't know, Machine Gun Kelly. I'm saying all these people because he's not like a fucking A-list top tier celebrity. You know what I mean? He's not Eminem. Why I say that is the bigger that you are, the more people will give a shit about you. Andrew WK is big, but I don't think that somebody would go out of their way to create, let's say as an example, a website, like buy a domain name like called like andrewwk@homestead.com, and basically talk about how Andrew WK is a fake person and all this bullshit, and have it up for 20 plus years. I don't think that someone would go out of their way to do that. Why would you be spending money just to have this up when nowadays you could just fucking have a Twitter account or or create a video like this, and just put it on YouTube for free. Like, why I say that is because we're going to get into some shit that you have to use logical thinking. Like, no one would give a shit to be spending their own money to be perpetuating this shit if they didn't have some sort of invested interest. Does that make sense? Like, that having your own domain name is a fucking stupid idea. And I'll explain what I'm going to talk about in 1 second. Eggs goes, he probably sells more records monthly than Lil Pump now. Yeah, well, you're exactly right. But, so there is a website that I basically kind of spoiled it, where it's all about, Andrew WK's, here we go. The story of Andrew WK. And I'm going to show you later on in this video that he planned to tell you lies and then also kind of periodically or back and forth tell you bullshit like, oh, I don't actually exist. I'm fake. That was totally fake. Look at me. I'm a person right here. I really do exist. To create a disconnect, to create confusion. He also most likely created this website. So this is the website called wilkescareer.homestead.com. I want you to know there were plenty of these websites. Escher Beat in those tweets that I showed previously was talking about it, and he was like, yeah, some of those websites that were up that talked about this shit are long gone now. This is just one of them. And it talks about the whole Steve Mike conspiracy. It talks about the show in New Jersey, so on and so forth. Many of these websites have not been updated at all. And some of them have been deleted and taken down. My belief, this is the correct thing, is they were made by Andrew WK, just like Christine Williams is actually Andrew WK in disguise. He's giving you a context clue by KW, her initials, and she'll play a part later on. Also, the Louise Hardington, what is it called? The Louise Harlan Corporation will play a part later on. They're basically a company that has to do with Andrew WK Incorporated as a whole. So, I'm pretty sure all this is Andrew WK and the people that he's worked with. Now, we're gonna read some shit about this in his journal about him working with people and setting this all up. Basically, I want you to look at this, and this is him telling you the truth. It's there's some lies throughout it, but this is the entire truth. And I really believe this is Andrew WK who wrote this and created this website, because there is no reason, like I said, why someone would create this website, maintain it, and keep it up when realistically there's no vested interest to have this domain. This is the real story theory. Andrew WK, and this is from the point of view of a person that went to high school with Andrew WK. If you went to high school with somebody like this, why would you go out of your way to be like, guys, this is the truth? Why would you, you'd fucking do a MySpace post or a Facebook post. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't, go so far out of your way to, try to convince the world. You wouldn't be like, I went to high school with this guy, so therefore it's my responsibility to tell you everything and to get this information out there. Who would benefit most by this? Andrew WK. Therefore, the most likely situation or scenario is probably the most accurate. So, here we go. Andrew WK and about 3 other people have been planning all of this stuff for a long, long time. I grew up with Andrew in the crazy marijuana-smoking town of Ann Arbor, Michigan, home of the Hash Bash, the White Panthers, and the world-famous and now defunct $5 fine for smoking pot in public. I also knew Andrew when he was living in the smaller and creepier town called Ypsilanti, which I have heard about Andrew suffering from 2 blackouts. Again, this is such specific shit. Think about somebody like writing all this shit about you. It's unlikely. I also knew Andrew when he I read that long before any of this nonsense was around. Also, when he was playing a show in my area, he collapsed after it ended. So they're trying to create some context of like mental issues or physical issues or some sort of bodily problems, right? Which again play part of the hallucinations that he talked about with 55 Cadillac and such. Anyway. Let me make sure that this music is still fucking playing. It's not. Okay. Also, when he's playing a show, he collapsed. When I asked him about what happened, he said it was some kind of physical exertion. How does anyone remember all this shit from high school? Like, this is crazy. Was when I started learning more about Andrew. He had gone to this special high school for weird and messed up bad kids called Community High School. I didn't go there, but I first met Andrew during this time. We were both going to a weekend acting class, and I met him when he had a pair up and rehearse a scene. Anyway, I won't get into relevant details, but the fact is, Andrew and a few other people had been planning all of this for a long time, from years and years, even before I Get Wet came out. That was his first album. None of it is related to advertising or new albums or anything else. It's actually a lot more complicated than that, and it goes way beyond one particular idea. The other 3 people that he's worked with are all adults, much older than him. By the way, Andrew's real age that doesn't matter. I don't know exactly how he met these other 3, but I think it was through his dad somehow, as they were involved in academics, probably from the University of Michigan. I didn't really explain this, but this is only important right here. Andrew WK's dad is a lawyer that eventually he wrote a book about law, a specific type of law that I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, unless we're close, they wouldn't, but they make them seem not close, like they were always there. Rolled its eyes? What do you mean, Vash? Anyway, with that being said, Andrew WK's dad actually is really he wrote a whole book that they still teach law. They teach at law schools, and I think it's about business law to be specific. But in the journal, it does show you that Andrew WK's dad is a part of all of this, and I will talk about that. So, like I said, I think this is written by Andrew WK, and it has some truth to it, a lot of truth to it, but. I'll tell you when the misdirection starts. One day in the acting class, a teacher had us all stand up and talk about what our dreams for the future was. Most of the kids said to be a famous actor. One other girl said to be a star on Broadway, and I said to make movies. Andrew was last and stood up and said very slowly, "I want to craft my own non-existence." The teacher asked him what he meant, and he said exactly what I said. The teacher was clearly annoyed, and the whole class rolled its eyes because Andrew was always saying weird stuff that made no sense. I thought what he said sounded cool, though. So after class, I thought it was cool. Yeah, it was cool. So after class, while we were walking to our cars, I asked Andrew how he was going to craft his own non-existence. I don't remember what he said word for word, but essentially he said, "First, I'm going to make myself undeniably exist as a recognizable and identifiable form, and then I'm going to spend the rest of my life working to eliminate it and prove that its existence was an impossible illusion all along. But because people have already seen it, they will experience the sensation equal to maximum pleasure." If somebody was writing this, you know what they would have said? They would have said, yeah, he said that he was gonna, basically show the world, like he was gonna become famous and then go out of his way to show that he was actually just some fake piece of shit. They wouldn't go into the specific, very, poetic type of writing. You know what I'm saying? The class. Make it sound like things and not people. Or homo cannot speak, where the fuck? But was probably just crap grammar. Homogeneous, oh yeah. Andrew really wants people to think he's mega cool or crazy. Yeah, that's what you get for going to art class. Either some guy trying to be cool and say random shit, or legitimately ill person, says Vash. That's exactly it. Again, this guy is a psycho. But that's what genius is, dude. I mean, there's a quote, I forget exactly from who. It's this sort of like barometer for testing people, and it's basically just like it's something like an expert is somebody who does something the best of anybody else. A genius is doing something that people thought never could be done. And I really think that this is Andrew. And I'm going to spoil a little bit. Andrew WK is heavily influenced by Stanley Kubrick, Andy Warhol, Andy Kaufman, G.G. Allen. That's a weird one, but G.G. Allen was a performance artist. G.G. Allen, for anyone who doesn't know, he was a person who would just go up on stage naked. That would be a great Snail School as well. And he would fight his own audience. He took a shit on stage and threw it at the audience. He was a heroin junkie. He died of a heroin overdose. He would regularly go to jail midway through his tours. And basically what he was trying to do is he's trying to push the envelope of what was allowed. He was totally a believer in like everything should be okay in the sake of art. And realistically part of what he tried to do and did accomplish is push the envelope to the farthest extreme. Therefore, like basically if the envelope was only so big, you know, you were like, I'm Kiss and I want to dress up in makeup and wear blood and, you know, spit blood. People go, that's crazy. But if the envelope is so far pushed, people go, well, fucking G.G. Allen did that shit, so what I'm doing ain't that bad. And they go, well, it isn't that bad. G.G. Allen was insane. Exactly. So, again, let's go back to this. There's no reason for anyone to have written this who wasn't Andrew W.K. I want you to remember that. I want to craft my own existence. The maximum pleasure. It was something like that. Obviously, some of what he said was different, but essentially what he told me, I will remember well because it made a huge impact on my life. And I've thought about it a lot since. That was back in 94, and after the acting class ended, I didn't see much of Andrew for the next 5 years. But in 99, I heard rumors that he had been working hard with those three people on some sort of big plan to make music and build this whole huge thing. So I guess that's what all this is. And it seemed to me like it's going to keep on going. Andrew did all the mainstream stuff with these and other corporate people so that he would get popular and make people think that he's this simple-minded. That is correct, but I really think that realistically he just put out this shit and it stuck. It was good. You know, he generated hype. You know, it wasn't like this. Now this is where the lies come in. This person makes it seem like he just came out with the I Get Wet album. That's incorrect. He had an album called Party Till You Puke. He had an album after that called AWK GOJ, which is Andrew WK Girls Own Juice, which are basically the demos of what would soon be on the studio album I Get Wet. And Andrew WK Girls Own Juice did blow up in the underground scene, and that actually got him popular. So it's not like he just one day blew up. You know, as the saying goes, overnight success takes years and years of prep work. And that's really what happened. You know, he blew up on the mainstream, but behind the scenes, people did love him, already. What the fuck? I can't, Eggs goes, I can't get over, they had to remove his headstone. Yeah, G.G. Allen. Christian Bale was in a G.G. Allen biopic? Oh, it's from a troll punk website. Oh, I was gonna say, that's nuts, dude. Anyway, so that's that. Now, I want to also explain my own kind of situation with all this, because when I did this Snail School, the previous one, number 5, I sent it to Andrew WK. I private messaged him and said, hey, I'm doing this. I did this video. I mean, if anyone gave a shit about the source material, it would be you guys. So here you go if you want to see it. Right? And let's be honest. At Velvet Snail, we're a small little thing. We're not some big channel. You know, I used to be fucking the Cheese Wizard has gotten more fame than ever. I've gotten fucking like 10,000 views on some videos on the Cheese Wizard. But that's going way back when I was still in high school. But what I'm saying is, at Velvet Snail, we're small. I know what the fuck small is, okay? Getting this one comment about this, you know, this Twitter post about this fucking journal that just came out, and I tried to reach out to the person who reached out to Escherbeat about, you know, I gave them all the links. I tried to reach out to them, and they started that. You know when that fucking account came up on Twitter, the channel is called RV. You know when that person RV on Twitter created their account? In October of 2020. Do you want to know when the fucking journal got exposed? October 7th, 2020. So, realistically, that might be Andrew or part of his team and such, so on, you know. But when this shit happens, you know, when this specific... I would never have seen this journal had it not been for William Elliott, so shout out to him. But it's such an amazing thing to see, and it reaffirms everything that I said in the previous video, that I really... At one point, I honestly, I think I went kind of crazy, and I was like, am I being played by Andrew and his team? Like, did they send this to me for the specific reason because they knew that I would talk about this, or they knew I'd be interested, and I was willing to make videos about this? You know, like, that, honestly, that went through my head. I don't think that now. But, because after talking to these people, they're just regular people. I think that the RV account that sent the thing to Escherbeat, the person that I talked to in the Twitter DMs, I think that is Andrew WK, and they're not going to talk to me. But I do think that it just happens to be an amazing coincidence that this happened. But because of the fucking what the source material that I'm talking about, this lore, it made me really wonder, like, am I being fooled into this lore? Why does this tone of voice sound like Pepperidge Farm remembers? Yeah. Wait, are you fucking leading journalism? Well, I laughed my ass off. What the fuck? Dude, that's what I'm saying. No one is talking about this. Like, I was done, dude. I was done fucking with Andrew WK. I was like, yeah, cool. I gave you guys the basic gist of it. I didn't want to go too far because it's hard. This takes a lot, you know what I'm saying? This is going to take hours to fucking really understand all the bullshit. We're not even fucking ready. There's still another half to talk about. But Velvet Snail is breaking the news. We're breaking the stories. And now it's time that I fucking show you the journal. You're just part of the marketing now. Dude, I am. I'm telling you guys, here we go. Because it's crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy. All right, let's get into this, okay? It's enough fucking around. You guys want to see it. You want to know what the fuck's up. Here we go. I'm going to show you every single image of this entire journal. We're going to skip through some. Anyone who's watching this video, just stop and pause it. You know what I mean? But I'm going to show you it all. I'm not going to stop. All right? Here we go. It was broken down into 9 parts, just so you know. So we're going to see all 9 parts. Here we go. Here is the... Here is the letter that came with this. I believe that this letter is created by Andrew WK. Again, it goes back to the whole, why would someone create a domain name just for Andrew WK? This is why I want to do the whole Snail School, because, like, if no one's talking about this, fuck it. I want it to be out there. So, you know, if somebody didn't do it, then it's got it, you know, then I'm going to do it. I believe that this entire journal was leaked by Andrew WK. I really, really do believe that. There's just too many coincidences, you know, and this take this letter as bullshit. You know, take it with a grain of salt. Be skeptical going into this. Okay? Here we go. So, as promised, here's the Andrew WK journal. From what I can tell, he was keeping this from 1998 until at least 2001. If you check the dates inside. I didn't explain this earlier, but I used to be one of Andrew WK's roommates in New York City. It was only for a while, but it was pretty memorable. He's actually a pretty lame roommate. Total loner, never partied at all, antisocial, almost sociopathic. He tried to get me to join his band project, but I thought the music was shit and I turned it down. imagine somebody like, oh, Volt sucks ass. You know, Keith's a fucking loser. Like, that's, you know, like, if I was writing this about myself, I'd be like, yeah, Keith's a fucking loser. Volt sucks. You know, like, check this out, though. Here's some dirt on him. Chris Chan did the same fucking thing, and he's retarded. He fucking did this, pretending that with a fucking shirt over his face, and, you know what I'm saying? Even a retard can fucking do this shit. So, and we're talking about a genius. After that, he never really talked to me again. He wouldn't tell me what he was working on, and the dude became pretty secretive and guarded, verging on paranoid. But I always knew he was up to something because he would sit at the kitchen table and be writing and drawing every night. He accidentally left a box of random crap in my van when I was moving out of the apartment. It was mostly some of his old clothes, some books and porn magazines, and this journal. I never told him I had it, I just kept it. I'm glad I didn't toss it, but I've always felt guilty about holding on to it. So I'm trying to do something redemptive by sending this to someone who actually might give two shits about it. Yeah, you would keep this shit, right? Why? Why would you keep this? You know what I'm saying? And like if you fucking hated him, if you thought he was a fucking asshole and stuff like that, why would you keep this? So I did hear Andrew mention that all of his journals were lost when he was moving to Florida after 9/11. I want you to also understand that I don't know if he moved to Florida after 9/11. I know that Gavin McInnes, in his book, How to Piss in Public, talked about partying with Andrew WK the very day of 9/11. That's a thing. But also, why would... If what you're about to see... I want you to understand, what you're about to see is so fucking important to the overall scope of Andrew WK. Why would this be something you forgot? When you spent 3 years, from 98 to 2001, writing this thing and creating all this lore and bullshit for the next 40 fucking years. He wrote 40 years of lore. Why would you accidentally lose this and not give a shit about it? Not be like, yo, did you find my book? So anyway, that's why, again, you got to think about it logically, like, who's to gain and how realistic could this have, play it out, if you will. The truth is, I've had this journal even before then. I was pissed off at Andrew for a long time over a bunch of different bullshit and felt like he owed me a lot. I guess I didn't feel like doing anything nice for the dude during all that time. Hard to believe that was almost 23 years ago. It just reads like a fucking novel. Anyway, here it is with all the extra crap he kept in the pages. Do whatever you want with it, and although I still think Andrew is a dumbass and that his music is utter garbage, I've got to admit I've sort of grown to respect his borderline psychotic commitment to keeping up his same shtick all this time, even though I still think his shtick is fucking moronic. For all we know, Andrew intentionally left his journal behind, hoping that someone would find it and do exactly what I'm doing now. Who knows, right? Dude is a major fucking nut job. Alright. So, let's get into it. Here is the book itself. Compositional book. Andrew WK's Vision Mission, 1998. Keep on working. Okay. So, here is him talking about, what he wants to do. It's basically some dumb shit. Go to the gym, Musician Friend, which is a place you're gonna see Musician Friend a lot. It's like Guitar Center. Blah blah. Walk around. This is his whole thing about gaining weight. He wants to gain weight. Nothing important. Ordering shit. He did order a bunch of stuff. This is some music stuff he ordered, so on and so forth. Next. Look and image. This is, it's dated as well, 99. Pseudo-consistency, pseudo-reliability, pretend trustworthiness, pretend stability, always look essentially the same. Santa Claus. Try to look superhuman, inhuman, superhero, like an alien, like a statue. Look very regular, run-of-the-mill. Look like a dirtbag. Don't look too good. Be extremely dirty, covered in filth, dirty fingernails. Okay? Here's him. This is why I believe, I'm also going to try to confirm that this isn't just some bullshit. That, I also have to prove to you that this was created by Andrew WK, right? I mean, otherwise, right now you'd be like, dude, anyone could have wrote this shit. Realistically, who has to gain from writing all this themselves? Nobody. And also writing POs for certain musician friend orders? Nobody. By the way, I did actually call Musician's Friend and Sweetwater, which are they're Guitar Center competitors, and asked if they had these POs and to look at them up. They don't have POs from 1998, but I tried, just so you guys know. I tried to call up fucking the gym that he went to. You know, nobody had any information on this. They wouldn't give out their previous members information, but I tried. I really did actually call these people. Anyway, moving on. So again, Santa Claus, right there. Remember the Larry King interview that we talked about on the last video? Here's a clip from that.
Doesn't have to do with whether I even exist.
Sorry, I should mute this so you guys can hear it.
Doesn't have to do with whether I even exist or not. For example, this is how I've thought about it to try to make myself feel better about these accusations. If you don't believe that Santa Claus exists, it doesn't mean that the joy that you would receive from the idea of Santa is any less valid.
But how did all this start? Why did they think that you are not the original you?
For better or worse,
Santa Claus. All right. Next. This is some more shit that he was trying to buy. I want you to also see some of these notes. SM, Steve Mike, throughout. And I know you might be saying, Volt, that's a GM. It's an SM, and we'll go over it. More shit to get, so on and so forth. You know, basically what it looks like is, it looks like somebody, like, it's almost like teacher's notes. This book was given to somebody, and they commented on things. They wrote notes about this whole thing. Cool. Sorry, I just wanted to check to make sure the audio was still good. And also you can see thousands of dollars were being poured into this. In 99, his album didn't come out until 2001. So much money went into this, dude. So much. Here we go, guys. Assemble or invent big team to make it look like dad and a crew of lawyers pulled the strings and financed the psych. Use this angle to cover up the talent scout and modeling search payments, contracts, as well as other original Florida and Los Angeles situations. Make it seem like dad actually did not do all the work behind the scenes. Should pay off all no-show shows, etc. Once the Andrew WK first moves to New York City, make it appear like there was no audition process, no multiples. It should look like there were only one, chosen one, for the role. Don't talk to anyone except SM, there it is, about how the Louis Harland Corporation, again, if you remember, that was what we had witnessed. Let me pull that up. At the end of the I Want to See You Go Wild video. Right at the bottom. You guys can see that, right? Yeah. The Louis Harland Corporation. Cool. All right. Let's get back into this. Don't talk to anyone except SM about how the Louis Harland Corporation actually started. The office doesn't even need to know. They don't need to make sense to themselves. It should always seem like I'm never there, absentee. There should also be multiples, all me, that only look like pawns in a game. This is not a fucking game. This is not consciously about sex. Use agreement with the top handler at corporation to trade power play payments for access to favors and funding to pay off label, Universal or Sony, media, budget, TV airings, all time slots, and the rights to signing away your rights. Plot. That's a plot. Basically, the whole thing about like, oh, Steve Mike, I couldn't use my own name because Steve Mike. That's a fucking plot that he's talking about. Later trade-off should make this risk worth taking. Launch in foreign country could be a good idea, but only if we can secure and coordinate same media orchestration and overnight success appearance aesthetic. Again, that's the whole thing about, the Gundam covers and all that shit. And like, there's videos of him playing in Taiwan and stuff like that, like of him just like getting this huge, massive crowd and such. Do a test run of TV saturation, possibly in Asia or UK. Asia is where he first came out with the album, if you remember, his third album, Close Calls with Brick Walls. The UK is where he started his label, due to language/English. Initially, test run should also preview prop plants regarding evil origins and dark, bad guy, frightening elements. Try to orchestrate an unofficial, off-the-books collaboration with a government agency, foreign, that can create the appearance of controversy over some aspect of the initial, out-of-nowhere presentation. This should hopefully all work to give the audience a subtle feeling that this isn't holding up. Past and present should feel like they're lining up. First waves of hypocrisy and incongruency should come from overseas test run trials and run thoughts. Coordinate the Louis Harlan Corporation team to manage both sides to be the enemy and to win the lose. So there's already, you can see there's a lot of planning. Prehistory, origins, backstory. Created in 1999. Invent secret backstory. Trying to make it seem like I wanted to have people think I was some sort of false child prodigy. Classically trained musician, violin, flute. Make it seem like the real NGWK false actors actually learned how to play music really young. 4 or 5 years old. Some kind of traditional instrument. Piano, not guitar. I have something to show you guys about this. Speaking of exactly that, let's look this up.
Esoteric work that demands a kind of higher mind that isn't easy to access. Practicing piano, for example, that was hell for me. I learned piano lessons starting around age 4.5, and just thinking about everything from having to do the recitals and the tests to the lessons themselves, and then especially practice, was torturous. But I can tell you I wouldn't be sitting here doing anything or talking about anything had I not gone through that. So I'm not saying that I am the most brilliant
This shit is actually so damn complex for marketing, though. Dude, it's insane. I thought it was just for marketing. Like, at the surface level, it is for marketing. But he stepped out of the limelight for his third album. He gave that huge pause. This is far beyond limelight, far beyond marketing. This is something to... His overall goal is to create something, some performance art that no one else has ever done that will stand the test of time. That after, he's not going to, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to spoil some of it. He's not going to stop doing this until he's dead. He will continue this for the rest of his life. He consistently throughout this journal tells himself, don't tell anybody. And for anyone who was in the Discord, you saw what I posted. He tells himself, remember, you took a fucking oath. So there's a lot to this. Anyway, let's get back into it. All right. Also set up scenes and false genuine stories about crass and disturbing avant-garde art background, pretentious associate, that doesn't matter. This is, okay, so do all this stuff, then do the total opposite. Make it look like a massive, ultra-orchestrated, multi-dimensional, and very mainstream coordination explosion of purpose. Major label music, big TV appearances, corporate advertising, and brands, glossy magazines, total oversaturation, and throat shoving. Make it look like all of this was an intentional, plotted, about face, rather than a natural, organic development. Everything should sound and feel deeply synthetic and anti-natural and paranormal and orchestrated. But at the same time, people should wonder if it really is all orchestrated and scripted and a scripted plan, or if they're just intended to think that it's all deliberate and calculated, perhaps even after the fact. Maybe there was a deliberate planning even after it appears as though there had been false, deliberate planning. The entire mainstream launch should have the feeling of an archetypal overnight success story. Andrew WK should seem like it came out of nowhere, and then on deeper examination, the audience can discover the carefully hidden, planted past and dark origins, and the contradictory and transgressive backstory. Should feel upsetting in a profound, exciting way, like hardcore pornography. No slow climb up the ladder, just appear to appear like magic. Must never feel real or false, but between and be both. And then it's just called an electrician. So let's continue. So there's some more money, thousands of dollars and stuff. There's a payment plan about how to pay off all this shit with 5% interest every year. Then there's Andrew. We can discuss with managers about a better long-term money plan, SM. There's a payment plan about stuff. There's, this is kind of interesting. Mr. Clean to Mr. Dirty, that's the only thing. All white clothes. Basically, that's him kind of like the juxtaposition between white being pure and dirty white being, an opposite. Here is something interesting about the tattoos. So I was wrong about the tattoos in the first video. I thought that they were milestones. They still might be, but realistically, this is what they are. Tattoos should be easily to fake, easy to cover up, easy to replicate. At the same time, they should be very specific and unique, but not loud. Lines on arms and hands could be best. Just plain black lines, different lengths and thicknesses. Let's look at what Andrew WK's tattoos are. You don't say. Look at that shit. All lines, different thicknesses. Huh, how interesting. Okay, so let's keep going. So at first, it was get all skulls covered in many different kinds of skeleton tattoos, super violent and gory. Get meaningless tattoos that don't express or represent anything other than meaningless and expressionless. A tattoo that represents nothing, not even a basic shape, maybe just a line. Dot, the simplest tattoo possible. Okay, here we go. So this is him trying to create his look before he knew what he wanted to do. Be able to be seen and identified easy. Stand out without saying, look at me with the usual clothing loudness. Be recognizable and bold, but without any glitz or rhinestones. All gray clothes between black and white. Be both. Be both. Blank outfit, sacred, pure. Bright colors. He talks about some other shit that doesn't actually happen. White clothes would show up well on stage in its typical rock music environments. White clothes has a blank canvas look and also open for projection and feeling. Lets the audience project onto the plain white clothes. Like a movie screen. Real life person movie, which is exactly what he is. That's where he also talks about white clothes also will showcase stains and dirt and filth really well. Should take full advantage of this. It'll be easy to look super filthy. Always wear a watch. What time is it? Cheap but durable. Never take off shirt, especially occasionally contradict all of this or not. Let's look at his look. So, what a shock. Once again, look at that. There's that watch. A digital watch. Kind of like not that expensive looking. So, we're going to skip through some of this. He ended up working for some small businesses, like a gumball as a gumball salesman, and also he worked at a high fashion company. And it's ironic that he's all about anti-high fashion. General image should feature long, dark brown hair, but not too long. Stereotypical rock music singer. Make it so anyone from a young child to a grandmother could say, that's a rock man. That's a rock singer. Only wear athletic shoes. Cross-trainer running shoes, basketball shoes, contemporary only. Shoes should clash slightly with the rest of the look. Function over form. Do not, whatever. And it's funny that he talks about sunglasses or eyes, or both. Off and on. So that's actually what he does before. He does wear flannels sometimes throughout the... he had a TV show called Your Friend Andrew WK where he does wear flannels and sweats. So that plays a part into it. And he still wears baseball hats. But anyway, so that's him kind of going over the idea and such. Make sure that the music is still... Yeah, there we go. All right, so here is him wearing sunglasses, and this is his flicker. Sunglasses and hats and such, him wearing all white. This is basically to showcase his clothing styles. You know what I mean? In every single thing, you're going to see, that exactly what he talked about in that previous, what's it called? Image look. So basically his image, he's kept through the years. Sunglasses, hats, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to show that with this. All right, next. This was an idea. He didn't end up doing it. But you can kind of see like the blood splattered white pants, which eventually will become part of his look for the I Get Wet album. And here we go. Here is when he came up with the idea. Long dark brown hair. He came up with this in 1999, apparently. Dirty white t-shirt covered in filth. Contemporary digital watch. Mic tucked in pants. Dirty white jeans. Urine, puke, and blood and sexual stains. Contemporary athletic shoes. This right here is another thing that I use to kind of reference if this is correct. This is his signature. If you reference it to other signatures, like one that he fucking made to give a kid a tattoo, you will recognize this as his correct signature. So that's something. This basketball gear, right? Let's talk about this. Maybe no basketball? No, maybe. Right, that doesn't really matter. So all this basketball gear, right? He'll talk about it later, but let me just show you what that actually was being used. Right here. This is the playlist I've been playing. This is some of the demo art that he had for some photo shoots that he did. He's wearing a basketball jersey right here. I don't know if you can see that. So that idea was not scrapped in any way. So he's got that basketball image. It'll come up later on. There's some scribbles. They don't mean shit. That's nothing. This is and this is every single page, by the way. So we are gonna skip through some of these. They don't matter. This is just some orders and shit. Here we go. He talks about some things like try to look fake, never let people know what I'm capable of doing, never let people know what I'm incapable of doing. Basically contradict. It's all about contradictions. And here's him talking about when he kind of blew the whistle on the Steve Mike shit. Plant and eventually expose some sort of dark secret past. Make up some sort of sinister secret side, contradicting an convenient hidden history, horrors, terrors of discovery or truth. Do a constant good versus evil, devil versus Christ. Orchestrate leaks and controversy to discredit myself. Make it look like you're a fraud. Call yourself into question on every level. Cast severe and unsettling doubt on yourself. Make external legitimacy your existence, my humanity. Is it human? Cast my positivity into a negative light. Make even my smile appear sinister. So, and then as it all says, don't discuss my personal life too much. So, your piss stream lasts forever. Yeah, dude, it really did. Well, I got another daddy soda. I filled up my water. I'm fucking ready to go, man. Trust me, I don't stop drinking. Alright. Here we go. General ideas and presentation. Total accessibility and inaccessible at the same time. Use tricks and social method from DC course. I don't know what any of these... See, he'll also speak with some abbreviations. I don't know what some of them are. I really don't. I wish I did. Manipulate people, psychologically impact them. Experiment with more tricks and manipulation. You know what? I'm afraid that this song might... Oh, what if it fucking like ruins it for me? I don't know. Whatever. Who knows? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know. Alright. So, where are we? Make sure overall surface level presentation goes to the very depths of the lowest common denominator, while also appearing to the most remote fractions of the audience that are willing to go all the way and beyond into the esoteric layers. This is crucial. What he means by that is do something that everyone can agree with. Partying. Everybody loves partying. So, or really, really bad. Either way, it would be confusing. Oh, yeah. That man is just better at English than you. Or really, really bad. Either way, it could be confusing. Yeah, that's true. More personality and attitude concepts. Someone who is alone, walking away, walking downstairs, so on and so forth. So what you can take from this is he's really gone through every single aspect of this. You know, what does it look like? What do I look like? What would be some examples of my appearance? You know, through actions is what he's doing here. Change your handwriting in subtle ways throughout. This line is something I don't really understand, because throughout this entire journal, his handwriting does change. It goes from script to this, you know, all capitalized letters and you know, such. So there's actually contradictions through this journal too. It's really hard to kind of continue. Undermine myself, go evil. Also, don't forget, remember him talking about the leaks and stuff like that? That email, or not the email, but that letter that came with this journal speaks directly to what this journal is talking about. Expose myself, you know what I'm saying? Call myself into question, you know? Make it seem like it was all intentional, you know? Like, and then discredit it completely. Down the road, leak hints of a foreboding shadow, which has always been there but was overlooked deliberately, despite hiding in plain sight. Have it all go dark in plain sight. Have it all go dark and then light again at the same time. Day and night simultaneously. So, this is where it kind of gets really, really interesting. Basically, he talks about don't be too accessible, devalue, do too many autographs and such, which he would do autographs after every show until the last person left. You know, he'd give everyone an autograph. Never ever evolve your personality or style too blatantly. No characters. No new personas. Never mature or grow up in an explicit or openly stated way. Just be the person for real, but never be yourself or a character. No acting or actors. No public discussion of concepts or characters. Keep it all private. Never be yourself. Never be myself. Never be someone else. Never not be. Don't tell anyone about this. It actually says don't tell anyone about any of this. So, he had an audition. I don't know exactly for what, but so on and so forth. Again, another thousands of dollars that went into this, $4,688. This is all before his first album even came out. Here's some exclusive pictures that we've never seen anywhere else. Is Andrew WK with really, really short hair. This looks like at the beginning of his move to New York City. Some more ordering of things from Musician's Friend. Ordering things. So a lot of, like, basically this was the notebook for everything. More ordering from Musician's Friend, Gear to Get, so on and so forth. Look, an idea. So here was an idea. Spikes and studs, black leather jacket, white t-shirt. Oh, look at that. Sports shirt. What does that shirt look like? 89 on it. What does that scream to you? Well, this is what it screams to me. Again, we go back to this. The same thing right here. Keep recording and painting for cover designs. Stick with the vision. Continue making music, so on and so forth. So, some baseball cards, clothing and image. So he's basically trying to figure some shit out. This is all that this is, and some more ordering stuff. I'm really just trying to give you guys everything, but at the same time not focus on too much, all at one point. Nothing really too important there. Sorry. Some more ordering shit. More ordering shit. Some more ordering. Some ordering stuff. Some baseball cards. Baseball cards and ordering. Another $4,800. Andrew, need more details on this number. SM. Keyboard edition. Cafe Wa. 115 McDougal Street, Tuesday, September 22nd. Dress up nice. Don't be late. Now, if you remember this,
in the West Village of Manhattan, New York City. I moved to New York City when I was 18 years old. I had not want ads in Village Voice for job opportunities or different things like that. I found an ad for a piano player, a keyboard player at a cafe. Well, the audition happened right here at Cafe Wa, and
All right. So, here's his 1998 plan. Everything is planned. We do New York City and get a place to stay / apartment. Work at Comme des Garçons, which, if you remember him talking about it,
and I want to work for this company. And I wrote a letter to a company that was actually based in Japan called Comme des Garçons, and I want to work for this company. And
okay, so we know that he has actually worked there. Work at Comme des Garçons or whatever. Start saving money, get better walking shoes, figure out a girlfriend situation, how to deal with others, clear old stuff, get a new style. Big life project like the baseball cards, but with your whole life. I don't necessarily know what that means, but I know what his whole life project is. Work on my personality, make it better. Figure out a music situation. Eventually, move most important stuff into that. Get a van, too expensive parking. Sign up for a drug trial and masterclass. I don't know what that means, but essentially, he's a planner like you wouldn't believe. Here's him breaking down all the money and whatnot and what it would take. Here's him talking about the music itself. My music style in 1998 in New York City. Total sonic maximalism with the standard and accepted limitations and form structures of hard rock music. Make initial visual presentations relatively sparse and obscure. Dark and even malevolent imagery to contrast sound of music and song themes. So that's exactly what it is. He wanted to make this bright, fun music, but at the same time have dark imagery with it. Again, we went over this with I Love New York City and Ready to Die. These songs have a very upbeat major scale, which is typically a happier sound to the songs, with dark lyrics attached to it. Use blood, skulls, black backgrounds, flat graphics, but high production values in design and style. That's not too different than this right here. That's a lot like it. Have a lot of music themes, lyrics, chord changes, and melodies. Be super happy and seemingly positive. Fun kind of rock music. Endlessly build on the contrast and fundamental dichotomies. Amplify this friction and tension and harness the power and energy it makes. Make my music work like means to an end. That is also an end in itself. A prop that also is the main object of the movie. Make my music work like a beautifully enticing smokescreen and impressively loud and blaring distraction that is also an invitation into itself. Make my music an aggressive show to obscure what's really going on. Make it a super loud, ringing, hollow vessel that I can carefully fill with endless amounts of ideas over many, many years. That, to me, is fucking insane, because all he has to do realistically is create the he's already being very detail orientated, but he can also kind of because of the fame that he's garnered through this and the ideas, he can also create new ideas and shovel that through this, as long as he follows somewhat of a strict regimen to what he's looking for. And then, of course, the line that I gave you guys in the Discord channel, which if you're not a part of the Discord, be sure to be part of it. Links in the description below. You're in this forever, Andrew. You took an oath. Very, very dark kind of shit. Eggs goes, I don't know why he would leak this himself, though. Like, it's not like he put in an easy place to find. What I think it was is I think that he had multiple Twitter. That's a great way to look at it, though. I want to say that. But I think that it wasn't just one account. I think that this is multiple accounts, because also this one account did spam only this finding, you know what I'm saying, online to anyone who replied to an Andrew WK extensive article. So with that being said, is like, I think that this isn't like, I don't think that RV Twitter account is the only account that is putting this out there. I think that he's using these Twitter channels and also probably maybe other channels as well. But he's using multiple channels to put this out there. So like, while yes, one channel isn't necessarily an easy way to find it, I think though that he's targeting people who give a shit because they commented on an article all about an extensive research about Andrew WK, and I've actually used it. It's a Stereogum article. Again, it's going to be in the YouTube description below. So I think that with that being said, is he went and targeted the people who are most likely to be interested in this, and kind of did like, it's almost like a shotgun blast where it's like it's a spread shot. Essentially, it's just like spray and pray, you know, kind of mentality. Hopefully somebody will pick up on this and kind of, you know, do what I'm doing, you know what I mean? I think that's what was his intention. Make your music work like sleight of hand, sleight of ear, for the audience subconscious mind. You're not just using sleight of hand on them, you're using it on yourself too, Andrew. And you're going to see that a lot. He's going to speak directly to himself a lot in this. Make your music like a magic trick for the soul. Smoke and mirrors, but make the smoke and mirrors so intense and overwhelmingly dense and complete that it can stand on its own and be loved even as a smoke show. Make the smoke and mirrors, maybe the smoke and mirrors are covering up more mirrors. What he means by that is make your music interesting and enjoyable on the surface level, but let that surface level be a distraction from the real shit that you're garnering. Again, we talked about it. He's just a guy who sings about partying, and I love that music. Listen, as just what that music is, not all this deep lore. He got me. I fucking love what that sounds like. I love like the vibe. I love the energy. I love the good time atmosphere of it. And that's the thing. He's not about just the lore. He's about like the distraction should also be able to stand alone on its own. Eggs goes, you're right. It would make sense to target exactly who would want to reply to it, and then they can spread it, and it would take attention away from the first account, so they wouldn't trace it back if he's that smart. I'm telling you, dude, he is that smart. Like, if this is to believe to be accurate, which I realistically do, I have things like word choices and also ideas. He talks about, I've never heard this before, reverse ghostwriting is a term that he uses. I'll show you him using that in an interview later on as well. He is that smart, and when we go through this, you're going to kind of realize like this is fucking creepy. It's the amount of attention and the amount of like shit that he did. It's gonna give you kind of chills, and that's really what it did with me, which is why I felt so compelled to do this. Okay, so his music style: dance music driven, disco pounding, techno slamming, piano and keyboard driven, hard rock music with orchestral instrumentation and lots of sound design. Really, really loud guitars, tons of guitars. And then he crosses out almost too much guitar. Add tons of guitars and then really start adding guitars. So him talking about electronic music. I have an example of something that I want to show you about him talking about just that. All right, you ready? So here it is.
Be happy that I liked it, and would they want me to like it, and would they be happy that I was coming into their vision as a listener? And sometimes I would say, yeah, I think they would, and then I would feel great. And sometimes I would actually be shown either by the artist or by someone. So it became more and more clear that if I was going to do something, I wanted it to be about feeling good, and feeling a part of something has seemed like a very natural, very effortless, almost surface way to feel good. And dance music has that quality.
Yeah.
Inherently in the rhythm, and that it's welcoming people to dance, and inherently in its use for collective dancing, celebration.
That's what I mean, as opposed to...
So, the ideas that he suggests in this journal, he's also talked about in his interviews. Which is dance music driven, disco pounding, techno slamming, piano and keyboard driven, hard rock music with orchestral instrumentation and lots of sound design. Make your music super produced, overproduced, epic and overwhelmingly intense hard rock music, straight to the throat. In the long run, stick with hard rock music, regardless of urges to move on. Never really move on, only intensify. Only get more and more intense and overdeveloped. Never abandon, never break your promise. So again, he's constantly saying, you're in this for the long run, buddy. Hard rock music already contains intensity and amplification in its default instrumentation and attitude. Surround your music with a deeply unsettling background atmosphere, at times with brazen and other times very subtle, but always present, lurking, that feeling. And it's just like, yes! That's what I'm talking about. Oppressively joyful melodies and chord changes, fast driving rhythms, simple pounding drums, super major key, which, as I said, for sound design, there's major and minor. Minor is typically more sad. You know what I'm talking about when a song sounds sad, even if it's just the melody. And then there's when songs sound, and powerful, oh, say, can you see? Major scales. Epic emotional and chord voicing. Do not use minor pentatonic scales. Go minor many years later, which he does, for the sake of unexpected and powerful dynamics. Make multi-year timeline for music changes and planned intensifying. Do you hear that? An idea of what your sound design will be. Right now, you need to be focusing on happy music. Later on, focus on deep, dark fucking music. I would play some of it, but please listen to some of my favorite songs off his third album, which is that dark sound. I can't play it for you, but it's like I came for you. Jewel Street, man, is fucking great. Which Jewel Street is actually a street that he lived on, and that's what that means. It'll talk about it in this. So we're gonna keep on going. Do not make the music too outwardly flashy in terms of high difficult or show off technical parts or drums. Simple melodies, deceptively simple parts, and arrangements only. Simple guitar melodies, no guitar shred solos. Heavily processed everything. Shouldn't really sound like real instruments, which this is exactly what it is. He's correct. Individual instruments should not sound intimate or have personality. Why does it sound so much louder? Sorry, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't too loud for you guys. Alright, so, where are we? But they shouldn't sound like real instruments. Individual instruments should not sound intimate or have personality. Make it almost violently slick and glossy. As much sheen as possible. Make it sound inhuman. Remove all semblance of organic, natural, or human presence from the entire sonic palette. Even the vocals should sound superhuman or robotic or just too much. It's the totality of the sound and the presentation and covert atmospheres that add to my total expression. No individual element is the expression. No sounds of spontaneity, no improvisation, no reality. Make the music monolithic. SK. Stanley Kubrick. There's a reason why he came out with this album in 2001. Just got back. Also, this guy's got handwriting similar to mine if it was a bit cleaner. Dude, I like this kind of handwriting. So SK right here is Stanley Kubrick. He actually talks about SK later on and talks about like the movie Lolita. Lolita is a movie that Stanley Kubrick made, and then he also talks about the significance of the year that he came out with his first studio album, 2001. Stanley Kubrick came out with the movie that a lot of you probably know, 2001: A Space Odyssey. Has a lot of similar things. He even actually mentions once, but he does mention HAL, the supercomputer on the spaceship in 2001. Also, welcome back, Vash. Everyone, say what's up to Vash. Make it sound alien. Make the music sound like an archetypical. Yeah. music from another alternate version of life. Like, it's always been here, always existed, never existed, and will always exist, and all of that at the same time. Make it sound impossible. Again, this is so much. His intent was to fool you in thinking that he was just some party guy, when realistically, there was this... I'm going to tell you right now, again, I'm going to spoil it again. This journal has 40 years planned. We haven't even finished it. He has plans up until something like 2039. We haven't even finished, all he's doing is really, and it fits. All that he's doing, and I'll show you examples, is following this journal, which is why I don't think that he lost this journal. I mean, if he lost it, he has some sort of spare that he's continuing to use. This is important. This is really important right here. Make my vocals sound like a crowd, like no one person is singing. No voice in particular. Make the listener hear their own voice singing the song in the recording the first time they hear it. Make it feel like they were at the recording studio singing on the song. I have something to show you guys.
Well, I wanted people to feel like they were as good as me, and not that they were lesser. And I wanted people to feel like they could make this music, and they could be a part of it, and that when the song sounded catchy or familiar, it's because it was already in them. And that when they heard a group of voices singing some big part in the chorus, that their voice was already in there. That was sort of the ideas I was working with. I haven't been thinking about that as much. That was really important.
If he fucking didn't write this journal, you would have to tell me that someone is as sick as fucking I am, that they would go out of their way to look at all the fucking interviews that this guy has ever fucking done and meticulously added it in. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. There is no fucking way that he did not write this. It fits the narrative exactly. And here's the thing. If he didn't write it, which he did, but let's say you're the rando one person that thinks he didn't write this thinks, then either way, this is correct anyway. The fucking guy who did write this just said exactly, he just copied and pasted what the fuck Andrew's been saying in all these interviews. It's exactly to a T. This is why, again, you have the fucking signature that matches. You have all these ideas that you can prove through interviews, through his own ideas and words. You already have this idea, this bullshit, lore behind him. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he's already created lore. Even if he didn't write this journal, you're gonna tell me, well, he did create all this lore because he actually admitted to, I'm not the same person at the Andrew WK Real Talk. I'm not the same person on that first album. We a bunch of people came together and created Andrew WK as a means for commerce, and I am just one person who's auditioned. I'm in the second phase, and I don't want you to think of its phases, this, that, and the other. You would be fucking telling me that, oh, I believe the lore, I just don't believe the fucking this shit. It fits the narrative to a T in the exact same way. WK has an in-depth conspiracy that he accidentally made too difficult. Dude, he literally I'm telling you right now, with Stanley Kubrick making The Shining, where if you watch The Shining, you're like, wow, there, I don't know if you've seen, but there's a really good documentary about The Shining called Room 237. 237. God, I think I'm getting that wrong. So, there's a documentary about Room 237. And it describes all of The Shining, the Stanley Kubrick movie, and if you follow Danny, the little kid who takes his tricycle ride throughout the stuff, certain things don't make sense. The hallways that he takes, he starts his tricycle ride on the first floor and somehow ends up on the second floor. You can actually clearly see the stairs leading down to the second floor with that. Alton, what the fuck is his name? The guy who owns the Overlook Hotel. His office is in the middle of the hotel, yet for some reason he has a window leading out when it's completely encased in all sides. Andrew is trying to be like this. SK stands for Stanley Kubrick. It talks about that later on. I feel like he wanted people to solve this. Oh, without a doubt. He at least wanted... he is trying to be a magician, Eggs goes, but it seems genuinely impossible. Literally, he's going to describe himself in a few more pages as a magician. There is certain imagery that surrounds him about the magician. If you guys remember the shirt I was wearing in the last stream, let me just show you this really quick. Here is his website where you can buy stuff. This is where I bought my shirt. You can see it bottom left, and then the top left. Sorry, the middle left, and then the top left is the other shirt that I was wearing in the previous stream. So, what's important is right here. What's the shirt called? It's called Magician. It's a shot taken from his music video called Ever Again that came out in 2018. He is literally a magician. The shirt next to it, I don't know if you guys saw it, but it's called Sorcery. I didn't really get a good shot of it, but it's called Sorcery to the right of the magician shirt. There it is. This is so much deeper than just trying to be marketable. So let's get back into this, all right? All right, here we go. That's the whole thing about the voices and your voice in it. Change vocal style radically in the long run. Hire different people to sing lead vocals on each album, but not always say it's the same person. This was done, but not specifically. I can't confirm this. All right? So people who are out there watching this, who are big Andrew WK fans like I am, the golden eye dog on Close Calls with Brick Walls, that is not Andrew WK's voice. Am I wrong? I don't know. But I don't fucking think it is. That song sounds completely different than every other's voice on that album, Close Calls with Brick Walls. I'm pretty fucking sure that is just a hired voice for one song. It's like a 30-second song, so it's a quick throwaway. If you did have to pay somebody, it wasn't too much. So, anyway, unleash a sonic black hole. Once an instrument and a performance goes into it, it gets squashed until it's completely obliterated into pure energy. A quick little thing. He talks about he loves compression. Compress. This is a sonic thing. I don't want to talk too much about it because you guys don't give a fuck. And I don't blame you. Sonically, he's all about compression, which squashes things. It makes it sound very pumpy. There's no way I could describe this to somebody who doesn't give a fuck about this shit. But I'm just gonna put it out there. Maybe start out with more keyboard-driven hard techno sound and then go more hard rock on next release or reversed. Rock music is the best pre-established genre for you because by its nature it is simple yet unconstrained with the limits of itself. It can be both raw and ostentatious at the same time. Plus, the rock musician archetype remains deeply established and understood by an extremely wide range of people, even people who don't like rock music. Rock music is also beautifully boring and unassuming, humble and accessible, yet it is also completely limitless in the potential for every type of breadth, intensity, passion, extreme freedom, and conceptual movement. Rock music, hard rock music, is the style of music you are committing to. Embrace this and never officially stray. Get this into your head, Andrew. He's not just fucking writing this for you. He's writing it for himself too. He understands that in the course of fucking 40 years, you're probably going to want to stray from the path. Don't. Rule it, Andrew, rule it. There are so many moves to be made in this realm, especially if they are made with extraordinary calculation. I also want to mention the term realm. He, later on, has written some of these things. As you can see, some of these are loose leaf paper. Some of these are actually from the composite notebook. Is that what it's called? The black and white speckled notebook. On one page, he writes all this shit about. He talks about all this shit on the back of some sort of form from basically what it is. It's a yoga spiritual, a higher being piece of paper. So with that being said, is he at some point went to one of these things, or at least got some sort of information on higher being and spirituality. And I will stop when we get there, but I just want you to know, the term realm, he recognizes. I really think that he is a believer in a higher power, and possibly in reincarnation. In that type of yogi mindset, if you will. So with that being said, especially if we're going back to it, there are so many moves to be made in this realm, especially if they are made with extraordinary calculation, patience, and with the utmost restraint. The number one problem most people have is that when they do have the courage to venture into this area, they can't help but blurt it out and show their hand. The urge to reveal what you're doing to the audience is enormous. This is part of the bargain. You can't have it both ways. You desperately want to show how the magic trick is being done, but not only can you not reveal the secrets of the trick, you can't even reveal that you're performing a trick in the first place. Again, the imagery of magic, is very strong throughout this. Think of it like this, Andrew. You must become so adept at sleight of hand, again, a magic trick, terminology, that few or even no one will realize that you're using sleight of hand at all. It's like disappearing without most of the audience even realizing you were there to begin with. Andrew, focus your biggest creative ambitions on long-range audience manipulation and psychological perception, performance. But at the same time, you must not neglect the more primal and immediate surface areas of your music work. They both count. This is why he talks about it right here. Make your music as objectively good as you can within the accepted and beautiful limits of the craft. He wants to make good music that also has a deeper meaning, which is great. I mean, instead of it just being like, yeah, here's some, basically I'm just trying to give you the idea that something's behind the scenes. He's also like, no, I want this to stand alone on its own. So here we go. They both count. Make your music as objectively good as you can within the acceptable, but put your imagination's greatest abilities to work in the larger world that you build around the music. Notes, music, and related elements in my new presentation. Statement to myself, made in 1998. Trying to be innovative in a profoundly meaningful way is essentially a fool's errand when it comes to music genres. Besides, music as a sensory experience transcends the egoic idea of innovation anyway. It doesn't really matter if you're innovative and that sonic or musical innovation doesn't It doesn't matter really. It doesn't really matter if it's innovative if that sonic or musical innovation doesn't deliver anything of sensory value. What matters in any worthwhile encounter with music is the power of the commutative. God, I'm so bad. And multifaceted sensation that the audience experiences. So the area of innovation, more worthwhile, is all the surrounding areas in the vicinity of the music. It can have a chance at I can have a chance at innovating in everything around the music. The psychological atmosphere, the area is still relatively untapped, uncharted, so much potential. What he means by that is, instead of like creating a new genre, a new style, which is almost impossible today, which of course everyone's done everything. He's like, the ideas around it, the story that the disconnect between your upbeat music and your dark lyrics could infer. No one's fucking done that. Now, he wrote this in 98. Again, I always use them as a reference. Ghost has done this. Ghost is creating a narrative around the music and a storyline through the music and also through visuals. But they also came out and said, that's what we're doing. You got us. So where Ghost kind of spilled the beans, Andrew's like, fuck that shit. Nah, I'm going to do this forever. I'm never going to tell you. Fuck that. And you have to imagine this. One person went through all this trouble to go through all this shit and create fake fucking websites. He created not to lie. He created like 10 fucking fake websites and just deleted them to make it seem like, oh shit, someone's trying to hide this. Oh, that website was around and now it wasn't. If you watched a website, read a website, and were like, oh shit, this is crazy, and then you went back to it and it wasn't there, you'd be like relatively soon after, you'd be like, something's going on here. He's trying to create that doubt. Without telling you directly, hey, Andrew WK it means more than just partying. He's trying to make you come to the conclusion. And isn't that really what's interesting? Instead of him saying like, oh yeah, this is what I did after the fact, isn't it more interesting that, you kind of come to the conclusion like, I don't know if I fucking believe him. It's almost like when you're talking to somebody or when you hear two friends talking and debating and one person says something and all of a sudden they say something that you're like, that's not correct. I was there. I know that that's fucking false. But I also don't want to get involved in this. But you're a liar. That's not correct. And then you go, I don't know. Now, what you say in this debate, I don't know if I necessarily believe, because I know demonstrably that what you just said was incorrect. You know what? You might be fucking just saying whatever, just to say what you need to say. All right. Make innovations in all the feelings the audience gets from what the music is happening inside of. How the entertainment is presented. Manufacture magical context. This area is so neglected, if not altogether overlooked by most musicians. He's such a scumbag. Yeah, if you want to call them musicians, as fucking fucks. Actually, they intentionally dismiss this area as somehow being beneath them. Despite it being incredibly fertile ground for the imagination of both the musician, creator, and the audience. That's some more money. So, blah, blah, blah. We already looked at that. Okay. This is kind of interesting. This is the front, like, this is right after the cover of the front of the book. This is My World, which is a song he eventually came out with. It's not noise, the intensity. It's all about music. Music or die. Fuck art. He crosses that out. NWK, 1998, 2,998. He basically just use computers. Put that shit forever. Let that shit, be there for the test of time is what he's trying to say. Entertainer, performer, concerts, show business. 1979, which is when he was born. 1998, 2001. Don't be a fucking wimp. Andy crossed it out. Vision. That's his original phone number. That actually was his phone number. 212-714-4646. And here's why I know that he lives on Jewel Street. Address 65 Jewel Street, apartment 1R, Brooklyn, New York. Which again, that's Jewel Street Man is referencing that. Look at what his weeks were. At the very least, at least this was 1 week. All he would do, Sunday, workout, then job, all the way until 9, then at 10, record. Then for 2 fucking hours, plan. And then, so that was until 2 a.m. he would be planning. Then Monday, workout, then job until 9, record for 2 more hours until 2 a.m., plan. Eggs goes, no one actually writes plans down like this. That's true. What do you suggest, Eggs? I agree with what you're saying. I'm just curious what you think. Tuesday, workout, record all day, and then plan. So basically, his whole work ethic at one point was to, this is all part of this is lore building and crafting, but also it's you have to recognize parts of this, like right where we're in right now, is motivation. He's trying to motivate himself to stay focused, stay strong. Don't tell anyone, except mom, dad, FV. I don't know. Steve Mike is in there. We got Christine in there. Is she a real person? I don't fucking know. That's her name's in that. Never explained. I also want to mention, we're going to get to some things, especially at the very, very end, which is a picture of him laying on it's like a mattress sleeping, and a lot of the information is redacted. It's almost like, like when the government gives out information and they redact certain information. Sorry. This was definitely written to show someone. Oh, yeah, my bad. I said it above it. It seems like it was made just to show someone. It reminds me of when developers in video games will put map pieces in stuff to hint to things. I mean, I wouldn't believe... I would not believe that, because the idea that some people have, Escher Beat was talking about it as well, is like, he possibly wrote some of this back in the day, but not all of this. You know what I'm saying? He could have gone back, and that's very true too. This notebook will also completely discredit itself later on by saying, make a fake notebook and eventually release it and make it seem like you've planned this the entire time. This notebook fucking says that. So let's get into it. So anyway, let's keep going. Meeting with the lawyer, 12 noon. This is a real place. This is a place of this. He spelled Walensky wrong, but this is a place, and actually it still exists today. It's like a restaurant though. in New York City. All right, cool. So, this picture in the background is gonna be really interesting. What he says right here is not really that important. He's kind of trying to write lyrics how he eventually would write lyrics. So that's not that important. Skip it. All right, here we go. New Year's vision. One year to go. He recognizes, again, it says right at the top, 2000, 1 year to go. He recognizes this 2001 is a specific type of year that he wants to, time that he wants to put this out. Moved to New York City in 98. 98 to 99, build a recording system. We showed thousands of dollars being put towards this. Now, if I was to elaborate on these thousands of dollars, he puts it on his Christmas wish list eventually throughout this and such. I think that he really did depend on his parents and his parents' money. And I think that his dad plays a large part in all of this. And I don't think his dad wants anything he doesn't want to talk about this. He just wants to kind of be behind the scenes, like the benefactor, if you will. So anyway, 98, start working out, gain weight, pay off debt, commit to music, construct concept, outline aesthetics, map out goals, set plans for goals, start recording more, hire singer, make contacts, find lawyer, find manager, hire image consultant, start playing shows, build New York City interests, get first NJWK release out. And you can see even here, it says, his dad, helped him with that. Get second NJWK release out. What I'm trying to showcase here is, he did a lot of behind the scenes. He went above and beyond. He went, I am going to make it big. I want an image consultant. This is crazy shit that he did just for this. Get third NJWK release out. So at the very least, this is before Close Calls of Brick Walls came out. Get major label record deal. Get debut full-length album. Release album by 2001. Again, so that's very specific right there. And it's even circled by whoever was, talking about this. Did I do it? Yes. Congrats. SM. So, that Steve Mike, who knows? This is credit card balances. He's talking about his credit cards. Is this paid? And he gives just 2 thumbs up as a response. This is how I imagine this. This was written. This person asked, is this paid? Andrew sent it back with 2 thumbs up. And then someone went, thumbs up? Who's this? Some fucking old man? This is some shit that needs to get ordered. Where'd my mic? Oh, there we go. So here we go. Here's some shit. Ask dad about money and contract. Remember new light bulb, not binding, 730 split. So he's talking about the contracts himself. You're also slow as fuck. It takes you 6 months to release one track that you just need to mix. I finally did it, bitch. It's all done. All my tracks are done. I just need to, honestly, they would have been out this week had it not been for this Snail school. So, musician friend things, so on and so forth. Blah, blah, blah. This is not important. This is here we go. Oh, look at that. He's trying to create some ideas. Square drum set, cube, candy bar guitar, nerds guitar, pizza guitar. Yes, eyeball guitar. Again, the eyeball guitar, if you remember, is the backside of the taco guitar. I didn't show you the pizza guitar, but I'll show you right now. Here it is. So here's Andrew with his pizza guitars looking like a fucking creep. So that idea later, very much later down the road, actually did come to fruition. Anyway, let's get back to it. All right. Okay, so I looked up this phone number. I couldn't find shit on it. I mean it. I looked up many. I'll tell you later on. This imagery will soon be what I Get Wet and some of his other ideas. He'll use this imagery is what I'm trying to say. This is the exact same imagery that we've seen previously. It's actually a mix of the I Get Wet album, as you can see right here, but also it's a mix of that and he cut his head for with an X-Acto knife for for a music, for a magazine. So that same imagery is used here. He cut his forehead, and it's almost like a third eye kind of thing. I feel like you can look like you cut your head without doing it. Yeah, that is true. Well, there is actually imagery of him, like there's a shot of him actually cutting it. Like he's got an X-Acto knife in his hand. It could be full of shit. I mean, this guy is a fucking genius. But regardless, you know, that's what I'm trying to showcase is that is his imagery. He has used that. You know, it's a mix of two different things. His soon-to-be album that he hadn't released at this point, plus imagery that he kept throughout, you know, the decade, throughout the years, I should say. All right, moving forward. This is more shit that he bought. This is not that important. You already saw that. This is more shit he bought. This is, he's talking about blood. He wants to keep blood in it. I love this. He's trying to talk about the idea of semen and cum and coming around, you know, like, which is actually really interesting because in the song "It's Time to Party," he's like, he talks about this specifically, and it's not it's an innuendo to sex where the line is, "Open your mouth, we're all gonna come in your face." So, it's pretty much bukkake, and you know, you even have over here, have idea, call me. So he's constantly in contact with this person throughout the decades, well, throughout the years, I should say. Anyway, moving forward, talks about money. Some person tells him you're pretentious, passive aggressive, and stupid. This is not important. That's his phone number. Ask about actors and signing contracts. So he's trying to get people to be actors in his stuff. Okay, so here we go. And this is to confirm that. Start out with at least 2 other actors for me. Have them be you for the first 4 or 5 years, and then you can start doing Andrew WK. But only if you keep multiples in the background. Do not hog the spotlight. Just make it look that way. Let others be you. Just deal with it. Just deal with this, Andrew. You can be you later down the road, but only if you pass the SM test, Steve Mike test, for the first 4 years. I want to show you something to confirm this whole idea of multiple Andrews and such. So this, again, is his Flickr page. I'm using Flickr because this was before his Instagram. This is at one point when he was using his Flickr as an Instagram. It's essentially the proto-Instagram of today. So here we go. Here's that video. So as you can see, the idea of multiple Andrews, this is also something that he used for It's Time to Party, an album that he came out, or sorry, a song that he came out with a music video for. Like, he came out with the music video, like, somewhere around 2017, when the song came out in 2001. So, I mean, 16 years later, you're going to make a music video for a song, you know? It's a little odd. Here's a fake, this is not Andrew WK, this is some fake other guy. This is not him. And there'll be more pictures throughout his Flickr, like this guy. This is also not Andrew WK, or at least at the very least, it's trying to look different than him, but at the same time similar, which is exactly what he was talking about before. And there'll be more very obvious ones throughout this. So let me just skip ahead. This guy. Who the fuck is this guy? Who is... I don't know who this fucking guy is. This is just some rando guy who ain't Andrew WK. Look at that hair. It's fucking weird. You know? The idea, again, being... have multiple Andrews. Never have you. Again, you're going to tell me that all these people look exactly this... They look the same? This all came out in... This is all around 2012. Not the text. I don't care about the text. I wanted to zoom in. But anyway, these people are not Andrew, but yet he's pretending like they are. This we're going to get back to later. I'm going to reuse this. But again, this is what he puts out there with the... do I have it? With the description. Never stop partying! Does this look like a fucking guy who's partying? Like literally crying and beaten up? And then, of course, you have... this person who, this is straight up not Andrew, but it says, Sorry. It says best party crew. Trying to indicate that that's him when it's not. So, I mean, that idea is showcased right there, in my opinion. All right, get back to it. So doing this will be the most challenging, confusing, and painful part of your start in this work, but it's for your own good in the long run. So rule it. Andrew, you were born to be an entertainer from behind the scenes only. You cannot be the front man. I cannot be the front man. Audition and hire several people to be in the spotlight. Make sure they look like each other and they look like you. And I should try to look like them. We can meet in the middle and look close. Multiple front men in case someone gets tired. Don't be the front man. So, you know, that's going, again, this is back from 99 that he was doing this. Alright. Man, this is just going on. This won't... New solo, other names work. Make it a solo act, but with the sound and presentation of a band. Andrew Wilkes' career, blah, blah, Andrew, blah, blah, blah. So this is kind of coming up with some ideas, trying to figure out what he wants to fucking do. Make it seem like... that doesn't really matter. He starts talking about some ideas, and as you see right here, Andy Warhol and Andy Kaufman. We're gonna see AW and AK later on. So just so you understand, he also has over here Take Two existing but dead Andys. So. Yeah, that's the idea. He's trying to essentially be... Andy Warhol is a painter. I'm not even really that familiar with Andy Warhol, but let me pull him up. He's a painter who created very, like, avant-garde, kind of odd things out there, very, very bizarre. And then you have Andy Kaufman, who's making larger-than-life like jokes and pranks on people that bordered on the like borderline performance art. So Andrew's kind of essentially just taking those ideas and kind of going with it. Gear to get. Here we go. Cuts on forehead, pituitary gland, mind's eye sliced open to cut out. Essentially what the idea is, you know, is this where my mind's eye is and it's just opened up, you know, and like my mind's eye just hasn't is there, but it's just not showing right that very second. Bloody nose pouring out from brain death. We looked at that in the I Get Wet album. Here we go. Make a homunculus. God, this guy's such a fucking interesting kind of person. I'll tell you that right now. That's why, like, some of this shit, this is him talking to himself. Pizza guitar that he eventually would make later on. He was thinking about making a Michael Jordan, the number 23 one. Too obvious, needs to be smaller, more low-key. There's the pizza guitar that we talked about. Party on it and such. This is him practicing his signature. His whole idea is he wanted to create, needs to be sharper, more angular. He's creating someone that he is not. You know what I mean? Here it is some more. He finally made it, and what a shock. That's his exact same signature that if you look on anything that he signed, there it is. Very important that the line strikes through the entire WK name. Even his signature has meaning. Try to line up the strike-through line so it crosses the middle bar of the letter E and also makes the final leg of the letter K. More important, the autograph looks crossed out. The final line completes the name and negates it. What he means by that is you're crossing out the name, but without that cross out, the K wouldn't be completed. So therefore, it completes it, and it completes the E as well, but it also crosses out the name all at the same time. It's that dichotomy between polar opposites. That guitar is just so cool. All right, here we go. And look at this. So some imagery, right? We have, it's the I Get Wet album, Andrew WK, but as a skeleton with a bloody nose. What a fucking shock. Here it is, something he's been planning the entire time, since 2000. And when did that when did this come out? He posted this to Instagram in 2017. What a fucking shock. Okay. So, 17 years later, he's using these ideas. He wasn't sure if he was going to use this. This is partial his I Get Wet album, but also, a bit more with the skeleton. He's used the skeleton with baseball caps and bloody noses for Andrew WK Girls Own Juice before. This is him creating his signature some more there as well. I'm not going to get too far into that. He wants to write his words like this. So as you see, we've watched him write in script, and then we're going to soon see that his words all look just like this, with this very blocky. He tries to write his alphabet. He's basically figuring out who he is in every single level. I mean, think about this. He's writing his own fucking fonts. You know what I mean? You know how crazy that is? I'm from New York City. Yours truly, yours falsely. Like, should the autograph be more fluid? Make that like very stiff and blah, so on and so forth. Like, look at how much work that he went into this. That's why, the lore is cool, but the amount of effort that he fucking did for the lore, in my opinion, is much more interesting. Okay. Be associated with grocery stores. This is the weird part. Align myself with junk foods. Candy. Food that everybody likes. Pizza. Tacos. Oh, look. Those are the two that are fucking, circled. And let's think. He's got a pizza guitar. He's got a taco guitar. That's interesting. You could, that doesn't really matter. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Really? Just go back. Yeah, don't ever do that ever again to me. Pro Sports Basketball Stadium Arena Anthem. He does have arena rock sounds, and as I did show you previously, he wears jerseys and such in the early years. Riddle, some of this has been redacted. Make tension and conflict between being loved and being hated. Make music my old friends won't like. Do what I don't want to do. Go where I don't want to go. Again, it's the whole idea of opposites. Talk to people who I don't like. See what I don't want to see. Hear music I don't enjoy. Feel feelings I strongly fear. Look at the... Oh, so here's another thing, too. So we have this... This is almost like a fish, like the Jesus Christ fish with teeth. A bit more scary. Right? Let me show you something that, again, from the Andrew WK store. This is the God's Mouth Japanese only shirt. It's very expensive, actually. It's one of the most expensive shirts on his thing. But that same kind of concept, it's literally a vagina, but that same kind of concept, still being used, just in a kind of different form. I thought it was corn for a second. Yeah, it's a fish full of corn. And then looks like a puppet. And he responds, that's good. So, if you remember in that I Want to See You Go Wild music video where he's puppeteering himself playing piano, I'm gonna show it again because eventually it's gonna be much more obvious. But the idea of a puppet is something that he goes with. The main theme should be urgent, public exploitation conscious. This is in 2000 he made this. Have a main theme, a main external theme, a very blatant theme that contrasts and conceals but also complements a set of hidden internal themes. A loud mental impression. Super commonplace and generic like a calling card, a non-visual logo. This is gonna be partying, just so you know. Eventually, these are the beginnings of the idea of being the party guy. Something that is timeless and has always existed for people in a positive way. Something you can glom onto and attach yourself to and eventually overtake. Goal would be that you and this theme become inseparable. Theme should provide the benefits of lowest common denominator, easy to grasp. Meaningless but open to interpretation and misinterpretation, fluid and flexible. The misinterpretation of partying is, it's actually not about partying and getting fucked up. It's actually, even though he sings in, we want fun and you might as well face it. We want to have fun and we want to get wasted. It's actually not about drinking and getting fucked up and all that shit. It's actually about the celebration of life. He's taken the term partying that he's literally singing about partying, true partying, and instead is misinterpreting it and being like, oh, you got it wrong. Instantly grasped, easily understood, and accessible. Anyone can get it. Don't be lazy. Anyone can relate to it, even if they don't like it. Make it undeniable and inescapable. Kid-friendly, but also very adult. Dangerous, but also naive and uplifting, but also innocent and kind of crazy, scary and chaotic. Something that instantly, connotates good times and electric energy. First day of summer feeling, last day of school feeling. First time making out feeling, thrilling, euphoric, orgasmic. Top of a roller coaster hill at night, about to go over the edge. Main external theme should be single word, not a phrase, not a slogan. It's an active word, a power word, an energy word, but a word that screams out in a super blunt way. Okay, good. I want to make sure that we're not missing anything. So anyway, so he goes through some words, right? Main theme ideas. This is him crafting the idea. So fun is one of them. You know, we want fun. That's an idea. Jump. He has a song called Free Jumps. Party. Oh, what a shock. Party is by far the best. What other? Victory Strikes Again, which he didn't use at the time, but whatever. Slamming is an interesting idea, which kind of coincides with the song Tear It Up. You know, so on and so forth. So again, this is kind of where he came up with the idea of partying being his main theme. It's just him partying, talking about partying. It's nothing crazy. The vision plan. Andrew WK. This is 2000. Or, yeah, it's just 2000. Primary creative objectives. Carefully craft my own non-existence, which we read in that I went to high school with Andrew WK fucking guy. Ultimate pleasure of possibility, liberation from understanding, simultaneous edification of the ego and eradication of the ego. Magic trick disappear. Again, that fucking, shirt, the magician. Make the audience feel like me, and me feel like me. Make the audience like me. Make the audience me. So that's kind of his steps to becoming that. Make my concept big enough to contain within it all my other concepts, and so that it becomes such a large concept it can actually become as large as reality. It is just reality. I don't know what the word paradox means. He crosses out. So here's the thesis. I exist. The antithesis. I don't exist. The synthesis. I both exist and don't exist. Non-existence, pseudo-exist. So he's kind of coming up with the idea of the paradox of ideas. Similar to, I've showed you this before, but the paradox of this statement is false. That's a paradox in and of itself. Focus on the blur. Don't be lazy, Andy. So, all right. Okay, so build myself up, then tear it up. Build myself down, then tear it up. Undercut myself, cross myself out, unravel myself, undermine myself. And Andrew, it's time to demolish all your old fears and build a new superhuman version. Let me make sure the music's still going. And then pull the rug out from under yourself. Pull yourself down by your own... he crosses it out. Demolish yourself all over again. The ultimate liberation. Never cling too tightly to yourself or the identity I built for you. But also don't cling... So he's also speaking in first person and third person and so on and so forth. Similar to Steve Mike. I did this for you. I built this for you. The idea that some people have is that Steve Mike is his alternate personality. It's almost like if you know Twisted Metal, the lore of Twisted Metal, you have Needles Kane and you have Sweet Tooth. Needles Kane is Sweet Tooth, and then Marcus Kane is the other person. So it's a split personality. Marcus Kane drives Roadkill. Sweet Tooth, a.k.a. Needles Kane, drives Sweet Tooth. Wait. Did I get that right? Yeah, whatever. So let's keep going. Be constant. Be constantly unreliable as a narrator of your own life and conceptual vision. Build up a pattern of discrete, self-destructive decisions and events. Then destroy your own self-destruction. Break away from my old self. Dissociate from myself. So, look like a dusty angel. The white clothes and such. Encourage misconceptions and covertly push the perception that I'm a bad person. Make people feel like a powerful... Powerful chemically process or deal with Andrew WK, but secret. Make Andrew WK like someone has been secretly and consistently, it says, drugging you for many years without you realizing it. So he changes drugging with hypnotizing. Make it seem like Andrew WK is not my real name. Total ego eradication through the over and amplification of ego. Overload this with so much raw ego it implodes. And this is a kind of a good, actually a pretty good example of it. Fill the ego up like this is a bicycle pump till it explodes, while the ego is also destroying the ego. So a little out there. Dusty Angel is the weirdest shit I've ever fucking heard. Yeah, it is a little odd, and what a shock. There is his signature yet again. So let's keep on going. All right, so this is going to kind of start to get into what I described to you guys in the first video. The surface plan, shallow versus depth, or pretend depth. This is made in 2000. Pick an external theme that is unassuming. Build a first layer style that appears extremely shallow, intensely shallow, but sincere. Make all first impressions such that people would expect this wouldn't contain any depth. Andrew, do not appear too deep. Make the secondary layer, so again, that's the partying idea. Make the secondary layer of underlying themes gently contradict the surface. So you have partying, but then you also have, oh no, partying isn't about partying. It's about, life and enjoying it constantly. Make things come from an unlikely place, unforeseen and unpredictable. Make an eventual depth come from an unexpected source. Defy typical audience expectations and assumptions. Encourage assumptions and then slowly unravel them. Make all depth very easy to overlook. And this is basically it. So it's, yeah, Andrew WK, and then, oh shit, what the fuck is this blood splat? And then eventually, if you look under the stairs, you have this fucking dead body. And again, skeletons and such, which will play part very, very shortly. We read that. Do this, Andrew. Over the long run, encourage people's natural tendencies to look for deeper meanings, but only encourage it in very clandestine manner. Clandestine means very secret, covert, you know what I'm saying, behind the scenes. Use blatant hints, but deny the hinting. Blatant hints. I'm not Andrew WK, but then deny them. That's someone took my words out of context. Subconsciously nudge the audience towards the hunch or even full-blown belief that there is something deeper to decode in your work. Make it, which is again, he uses the Illuminati kind of ideas, and symbolism. Make it, and he even will talk about that directly. Make it seem like your work is about something, or that there's something more going on under the exterior. At the same time, passionately insist that there is nothing more that meets the mind's eye going on with any of it. The only thing going on under the surface is the semi-pretend effort to make it subtly appear that something is going on under the surface. And this is basically what he talks about. He talks about, if you guys are familiar with the ideas or the scene from The Wizard of Oz with, you know that big fucking face when Dorothy finally gets to the wizard, and it's like, you're no, it's just all scary, flaming, shit like that. And then all of a sudden, Toto pulls the curtain back, and the guy says, "Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain." And this is exactly what it is. Paying attention to the story, which is telling you to pay attention to the man who's telling you to pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Very, very, very avant-garde. Don't look here and you'll discover another world is essentially what he uses to describe it. So, the only true puzzle is actually a revelation disguised as a riddle. A revelation that reveals that there are no revelations. The only experience and pure sensation which was always the only true truth. There are no hidden truths. This is the lesson of enlightenment. The truth is simply a word to describe all that we experience and the feelings, sensations we experience while hunting for the answer is the actual answer to the question, what's the truth? The riddle of reality. And remember, your work is not about meaning. It's about doing things to other people, doing feelings. And we've watched videos previously in this video about, it's all about the feeling. I want people to feel something. The feeling of thinking about Andrew WK. What does your work mean is the wrong question. The appropriate question is, what does your work do to the audience, and what does it make them do, feel, think when the work does its doing to them? literal meaning versus experiential effect. And then now he kind of talks about, this is some ideas. Never Let Down is a song he eventually will use. He's kind of talking about either stickers or music videos, which this does coincide with some of his Party Hard music video. The internal theme, the private and the subconscious and internal dimension in 2000. Main focus: use long-term mega ritual to liberate the audience from the confines of understanding and instead submerge them with me in euphoric sensations of infinitely intense possibility. Hypnotize the audience, hypnotize my team, hypnotize my friends. And then someone says, all this is stupid. Hypnotize myself, entrance to God. What he's talking about here is to abandon the idea of trying to figure something out and just go with the flow, as Queens of the Stone Age would say. Invade people's minds. Most won't realize it. The more they deny it, the deeper the potential penetration. Once you get into someone's head, try to engross their imagination permanently. Do not let them go. Do not let go of them. How can I make Andrew WK addictive? Addict people to Andrew WK. Make people turn into Andrew WK. Addicts. And then he asks, this is a constant theme throughout this journal. He asks if he's evil. He went to a psychologist at one point when he was a kid, and all the psychologists said is he's got a devilish side to him. It basically was a throwaway line, but he really kind of kept that with him, and eventually he would use that for one of his songs off of You're Not Alone, The Devil's on Your Side, so on and so forth. We're also going to soon see the ideas of, I'm pretty sure Andrew created the name Destroy, Build, Destroy, the Cartoon Network show, when he really called it Eradicate, destroy, or Deconstruct, Eradicate. It was Create, was it? Eradicate, Create, Eradicate, and whatever. So now he's kind of going through with the idea of, what does he want to do with his name, WK? What does it equal? Who knows? Who knows is actually a song that he ended up creating. I can't obviously play it because of copyright reasons. Don't you just love that? I like to take this opportunity to get into what the fuck this pendant is on Andrew WK's neck. Shoutouts to Cow Demon for helping me with this, because Cow is a fucking genius and actually found out what this is. This pendant around his neck, the pendant that he's wearing, is this symbol right here. Let's figure out what the fuck this symbol even is. Oh, there it is. It is the Faravahar, which let's talk about this. I feel like I'm fucking Rhett and Link. Here we go. So it is one of the most well-known symbols of Iran, Persia, of Zoroastrianism, the primary religion of Iran before the Muslim conquest of Iran, and the Iranian nationalism. There are various interpretations of what the Faravahar symbolizes, and there is no universal consensus, except to note that it does not represent the Fravashi. So, I guess the question is, all right, so it's basically, it just means it means the opposite, or it means not the Fravashi. What the fuck does the Fravashi mean? The Fravashi is the concept of a personal spirit of an individual, whether dead, living, or yet unborn. The Fravashi of an individual sends out, basically what it is it's the fucking soul. You know what I'm saying? It's the soul of the person. It's your core of who you are. What makes you you, not your body, not, you know what I'm saying, all this like just your heart, if you will. And if you go back to this imagery, no face. He's wearing all this. You can see it's the same Andrew WK kind of shit. He's got his watch, but he's also got all this jewelry and such. And one of his most important things that he has that he's never seen wearing, elsewhere is the Fravahar. And then you also have these two. They almost look like they're people trapped, because it's just pictures of them trapped in squares, almost like that Superman 2, where the bad guys are trapped in that little space. So if you really think about it, it's like he's trapped two different people, and it's the dichotomy between almost like a scared Andrew and this like upbeat, happy person. There is some symbolism between the id, the the super ego and the ego in this as well. But with that being said, again, it's almost like a puppet master, if you will. You know what I mean? It's this person with no face, who's Andrew, is the Favahar, basically the everything except for the soul of Andrew. So you have the body, you know what I'm saying, and all this other stuff and the symbolism, but you don't have the soul being essentially the face in this idea. So I just wanted to kind of get off on a quick tangent about that because I feel like that's pretty important. Anyway, so we have that. Use computers to get out of the computer. So he's talking to the party god. Some of these terms he actually does use and such. And then eventually party psych, but it's party hero. This is not a fucking game. Party vengeance. This is a weird one. Take all the people who left me out, who were mean to me and who thought I was stupid, and invite them to a big party where we can all go crazy and have fun. Like, that's the weirdest type of vengeance. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking cool, huh? And now you wish you weren't so much of a piece of shit to me. It's fucking interesting. Mystery with anonymity is too easy on the side here. Make a mystery with a great deal of visibility and a lot of out in the open. And a lot of it out in the open. So, you really have the idea of, again, it like he said, it's a magic trick where I'm standing in front of you and you didn't even know a magic trick happened, which is a great segue into the best way I could describe this is actually by this guy who nobody gives a fuck about. Where do I have his thing? This is a magician who tricked Penn and Teller, who are two really big magicians, and they. There it is. And what he did was
something I'd never done before. I started.
Shut up. This guy, and his video has been since deleted. What this guy did was he tricked Penn and Teller by adding. What he did was he put shit in his magic trick that would make Penn and Teller think, oh, he did this technique. He did this magician's technique. But realistically, what he was doing was he was doing a secondary layer. Like, if you think about it, a magic trick is all about like making you pay attention to something in my right or in my right hand, screen left, when I'm doing something in my other hand. You know what I mean? And what he did was he did that, plus he also had another hand that was doing the real shit. So he had the hand that the audience was supposed to look at, and then that means that the magician experts would be looking at the other hand, and realistically he had another hand that was doing a totally separate thing. That is essentially what Andrew WK is doing, but I wanted to kind of show this because this is very similar to that idea in a very small, more contained idea.
Layering my performance with traps, with cons, with hoaxes, that to the eyes of an expert magician, it'd be obvious, oh, he's going to do that, oh, he's doing that. But in fact, I was doing none of those things. Just before I headed into my torn and restored card trick, I wanted to give Penn and Teller every reason to strongly suspect I was secretly hiding something, palming something behind my curled right fingers.
You see right there. So anyway, and that's not part of it. He was just fooling them. This is him kind of coming up with some ideas. We talked about this before. It was locked or closed. He was all private. Overriding creative ethic. The ultimate art concept is to have an art concept so vast and all-encompassing that it swallows its own tail and in turn swallows even the very concept of having an art concept, so that it's liberated from its own conception. Defining, destroying the straitjacket of conceptual identity, escapes the prison cell of frameworks, and eventually invades all of reality, not just the sterile and safe and sanctioned segmented confines of partial reality, as defined by art galleries and the art world, or even, and even more importantly, as defined by language and literal meaning. It is now no longer seen as an experience within the horrendous context of art, but simply as pure experience beautifully unburdened by any concept except the context of true reality itself. Basically, what you're saying by that is like, if you get this idea to fucking like, it's like creating something and then going back and covering up the tracks to where it never started. If you can cover up the tracks, then you are essentially allowing it to never have started, therefore it never can end because it's always ever been. That's kind of like a weird idea, but realistically, you can't go back and do anything because all that you're doing, and this is my opinion, all that you're doing is you are in the future doing things to try to change the past, but realistically, the true history of what is going on is just you doing things in the present / the future, if that makes sense. I feel like that's very ambiguous. Anyway, don't let your ego kill your vision. So, I hope at this point you can kind of recognize, like, there is a weird amount of planning going into this and confirmation within himself. Like, you need to fucking do this. And again, I want you to remember, the idea, at least in my opinion, the idea of this being created by someone else is long gone at this point of the reading. We're already more than halfway through this. There's 9 sections, and we're just about done with the last section. With the biggest section. And with this being said, it's like, then, like, there's no way someone would write all this. This is so much. Like if someone were to do this as misdirection or as trolling, why? This is crazy. So with that being said, is like, this fucking guy planned for all of this. And I'm going to show you, we're getting up to the point where I'm going to show you that he's planned this for 40 fucking years. He's planned up to 40 years throughout this. Subconsciously, semi-control, long-term ceremony, tear open the world, blah, blah. What he's trying to say here is he wants to create a ritual to where he eventually forgets that basically where he forgets that this is not him, you know what I'm saying? Where he kind of like believes his own bullshit. He's trying to like hypnotize in a way. Subconsciously satirize the performance art method, but no jokes, and shelter the seriousness and unimaginative low-risk maneuvers of art house music. Beat them at their own discipline. Blow the art so far outside the canvas, the frame, the stage, the gallery, the museum, and even the genre and surrounding culture itself that I've secretly eradicated it, or at least exposed its silliness and made it less relevant and powerful. Chop high art down to where it can be, and then continues. Can be the ultimate art. Wait, I don't know where the fuck. Wait, sorry. With that, where it can be interacted with and truly experienced by the body and soul. Make my style insidiously dominant and permeate the facets of the audience members who are willing to go deep, invade the minds through thoughts, imaginations, dreams, bond with the power of the archetypes. Again, this is somebody who is creating something that they are going to be doing for the rest of their lives. Oh, am I being a fucking dumb? Yep. I'm not showing you guys this part. That was stupid of me. Well, I'm going to keep going. I will have links provided to all this stuff too, just so you know. Actually, just for quick reference, here you go, guys. Here is all the pages that I just read. Here is this. Just so if anyone does want to read this, they know what the fuck's going on. And then we didn't talk about this yet because we're not on that page. Okay, here we go. The ultimate concept cannot be boxed in or defined or explained or described. Basically what he's saying is, the best way to outdo the weirdos and the art people is to not be explicitly weird or outwardly engage in the trappings and hallmarks of art. I will make something so vast and deeply and truly weird that you can't even be sure that it's even weird at all. The seemingly normal, mundane thing that still somehow seems off. What he means by that is, you know, in like horror movies today, where it's like, oh, you have like this creepy, you know, like like this like Freddy Fazbear's, you know? You have that like those creepy sounds that like are like child sounds, but they're distorted somewhat, and they're put like in a horror movie to where you're like, I'm scared, but then there's also this cute little sound, like this bright, weird sound that makes me feel uncomfortable. This like good vibe in a like, it's almost like if a murderer is trying to kill you, and then they start singing fucking like the Sesame Street theme song, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? You know, it's like really, really out there. And that's kind of what he's trying to talk about here. To be felt is genuinely ominous presence, not just presenting haunting themes, but actually being haunting. Weirder than weird music. Make it weird for real by making it false. Andrew, never use any of the above language in song titles or lyrics or in external presentations. Crucial. So again, he's thought about this to a very large depth. Never tell anyone about any of this, Andrew. Like I said, a lot of this is, you know, him talking to himself. Remember, music and art that strains too transparently to show that it's weird does not actually feel weird at all, because it's revealed its hand and deflated its power from the start. In an egocentric desire for specialness or generic going against the status quo routine, it simply becomes part of a new pseudo weird status. Which basically, he's basically saying like, don't make your shit like obvious, because then all you're doing is you're just like, you know, instead of truly being weird, you're just adding an extra layer to something that already exists. You know what I mean? It's not that like out there. And again, I also want to mention, we're seeing images that we have not previously seen before of a young Andrew. So think about that too. I love this. Like, I love these notes. All it is telling him that he's stupid and that he's wasting his time. That's really what all these notes will be. And some of these notes I think are Andrew himself. Which ones? The ones that say stupid. So anyway, which have the most potential to open a gateway into uncanny and truly strange sensations. And in the end, it is a fear of the exact strangeness that the weirdos are running from by creating a sanctional and pretend controlled sterilized version of weird, because the actual weirdness of regular people and ordinary life are too confusing and truly overwhelming for them, so they block it out and ridicule it by making an alternative that appears weird but is in fact much less threatening. Much like traditional horror movies covers up and distracts from the truly horrifying intensity of real normal life and explain away true horror with weird phenomenon like angry spirits and vengeful ghosts, the pseudo-weird scenes are engaged in the same self-deception, and in the end, their enlightenment is weaker and more predictable than the truly unstable and chaotic thrashings of normal life. What he's saying here is, you know, and I do agree with it. It's like, you know, you watch a horror movie, it's about like ghosts, you know, paranormal activity and such. That's not that creepy as like Hereditary is, which is a movie about like, you know, possibly sacrifice. Well, it's about sacrifice and it's about ghosts and such. But realistically, what it is it's the breakdown of a family, and it's really about mental illness too, you know, and like, which is a normal aspect of life, and that's what kind of makes it even creepier, is this unsettling, very creepy feeling, you know, loss, like the mother loses her child. It's like, it's very, you know, it's stuck on that hinge of real life, you know, losing someone, of losing someone in a horrific way and trying to deal with that and continuing life. And like, you know, that's really what the horror is. It's this unsettling uncertainty. Like, Hereditary really isn't about jump scares and such and like stuff like that. It's just about making you feel like shit. Everyone I talk to, and I love Hereditary, everyone I talk to who's seen that movie is like, it just made me feel awful. It made me so depressed and just like feeling like dog shit. And like, that's kind of what Andrew WK is talking about here. Instead of being like, ooh, that's like, you know, I'm a weirdo, I'm a nerd. Shut the fuck up. Nerds are normal these days. Shut up. You know, he's talking about something beyond that, you know, beyond the acceptability and stuff like that, which you really have to appreciate. You are not a legitimate musician or artist, says this person critiquing him. Do not share this with anyone. I am meant to make relatively normal music. I must not outwardly and blatantly describe or advertise or define my work as weird, so it has an actual chance to be weird. I must not fit in with all the rest of the people trying to not fit in. Put ambiguity first on as many public levels and as many planes as I possibly can. Keep all intentions and behind-the-scenes inner workings unclear, contradictory, and convergent. Be as incongruent creatively as possible, Andrew. This will be very frightening, and it will give me a very ungrounded feeling. But this is also the sensation that I'm trying to invert and give the audience groundlessness as liberation and imagination as inverted horror. And if you remember from the Exgo's it's a really good movie though. Yeah, it is, dude. I just watched it again like 2 days ago, and I was like, this movie's so fucked. I love it. I'm telling you, it's one of the best horror movies of this decade, of the 2010 decade. So with that being said, what Andrew's kind of talking about here is, let me get this again. That I'm trying to invert and give the audience groundlessness as liberation as invented. Keep all my intentions behind the scenes and be as incongruent creatively as possible. This will be very frightening. Okay, so if you remember from the video that I showed you, the clip that I showed you in the first video about him doing that NPR Tiny Desk concert where he's like, well, I don't have anything motivational to say. I would just like to be in an uncomfortable position, and if you guys like that too, I encourage you to do it, and hopefully you guys can connect with that. That is to a T what he's talking about here, in 2000 when he did that Tiny Desk concert in like 2010, around that time. So to not know what is really going on, to not know where I'm coming from, this is to a T what he said in that Tiny Desk concert. Who, what, why, and where become elusive, fanciful wishes. The true creative imagination is fully terrifying in its profound possibilities. This is the feeling. This is the ultimate pleasure. This is what I must commit myself to and master, but by the very nature of its slippery oddity, I will be just as challenged and bewildered by it. I'm only a means to an end, and I can only master being its servant, Andrew. What he's kind of saying here is, it's almost like, and he talks about this later on, it's almost like, a Lovecraftian idea of, like, cosmic horror, where it's like, realizing that you know nothing, it's when you think you know something, that's cool, but when you realize, holy shit, I just fucking found out that there's so much to this that I don't know what any of these words mean. Oh my god, I thought I fucking mastered this, but I realized I don't know what the fuck any of this is. I literally know so little. That's kind of what he's saying is the ultimate pleasure, is like recognizing how little you know and how far you have to go is kind of what he's talking about there. You're creating a sense of positive paranoia in the audience. Even the people who hate you should be able to feel this from your work. In fact, those who hate you might hate you precisely because of this paranoid and unsettling sensation you're giving them. This will be challenging for you to manage, except now that you may never fully be able to manage that side at all. There's only so much control you can have of the chaos feeling you're seeking to invoke. Fair point. I think we read this. No. Once again, Andrew, weird music as a sound and style has been done. It's dead. It's a dead end. At this point, I've already been mastered by previous artists, and it's already been mastered by previous artists many decades. Those engaging in it now and claiming to break new sonic ground are just rehashing pale imitations of ongoing sonic innovators. The real new frontier is to watch in which to break new ground is not the sound of the music, but the psychological covert context you can craft in the endless space surrounding the music. In that way, it's exactly the opposite of the tired and cliche that the only thing that matters is the music. That really is just a cop-out to excuse a total lack of imagination and appreciation for all the potential realms to your work. And I agree with that. I think that kind of what he's talking about here is, in fact, I know what he's talking about here, is like, making music and all that stuff that's like only so one-dimensional. Like, but to create a lore behind yourself, I mean, literally nobody knows you. Like, why not? It's almost like a movie where it's like, oh yeah, but the movie soundtrack was so good to this movie. And it's like, yeah, who fucking cares? You know, Grind, the skateboard movie, had a great soundtrack. Doesn't mean it was a good movie. The movie sucked ass. But what he's saying is like, if you just focus on that, you're really missing all of it, you know? It's like Tony Hawk. If Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5 came out and had the same great soundtrack that all the other Tony Hawks did, people would say, oh, well, you know, it's still rockin' music. But realistically, you'd go, who gives a fuck? That's only one aspect of it. He's saying there's more aspects of making music, you know what I mean? It's the image, and it's not only just the image, it's also the ideas surrounding it, like that people just don't choose to do anything with. They just go, I'm a regular person, and they put that out there. When realistically, what he's saying is like, why not challenge that I'm a regular person idea? So that's that. He kind of just talks shit about people here. I must not listen to those who tell me my interest in these other realms is misguided or a waste of time. This is perhaps the most important aspect of my particular style. It's my idea of focus, and it doesn't matter that so many have tried to discourage my efforts. This is my path, my TW, embrace it. I don't necessarily know what that means. Remember, Andrew, still make every effort to make my normal work as good as I can within the limits of the humble form. Meaning, make your music sound as good as possible on the surface. So, God, this is so much fucking. Never show or tell pseudo intellectual nonsense. Says this note. Subvert. Someone talks shit. This is fucking Steve Mike's talking shit right there. This is kind of just dumb here, Andrew. This is all sounds conceited and non-confident. Be careful. You don't need to know anything about that. You already read that. This is good. I love that. Like, again, think about this. Someone took the time to even show you what's underneath this, like, this note. That's why, to me, I go, who would do that? Most likely, Andrew. And that's about it. Actually take genuine risk. Do not avoid high-stakes situations or ideas. Do not avoid pressure and responsibility. Take deep risks that go against my own sense of self. Actually venture outside my own zone of peers and common interest people. Actually go places I don't want to go and do things I don't want to do. Go against my first layer instinct and follow my deeper long-view intuition. Work with people that I don't relate to. Reach people far away from me, people who aren't like me, who don't like me, actually do things that disturb me severely, not just challenge me in theory. Let's show you, I'm going to show you right now that he has already talked about this.
Equal to each other. Destiny and freedom. Yeah. It would seem so. It would seem so. And so many of the ideas, the big ideas that involve the human spirit seem to be a bit of a paradox in that way. They seem to cancel each other out. How can you be free and yet have a destiny? How can you make your own decision yet have a decision waiting for you to be made? And that's a mystery. That's a mystery. But the beauty of it, in that mystery, the beauty of those paradoxes, is the moment when they interconnect, when the snake bites its own tail, when you...
We've read this. If you guys remember, we've already read, go beyond the pages of the canvas so that the snake bites its own tail, so on and so forth. This is lines that we've read. This is from the Andrew WK Real Talk that we've showed before. Eggs goes, also, who would have this notebook and bother to take pics of every page? This was definitely self-leaked. That's exactly what I think. And I'm going to show you why I think that it was released at this point. It was already alluded to by Escher Beat. Again, shout-outs to him, but we'll talk
think of
about
a
it.
Sentence like, this statement is false. Or the preceding statement is true, the following statement is false. Those moments when things cancel each other out, that brink, that connection, that moment and the energy there, the feeling of that paradox is actually perhaps the whole meaning of life. Now, I can't...
Remember when we talked about, like, we showed the clip, or we looked at the page where he talked about, like, maybe that's what life is about. Life is about, like, what's the answer to life? It's about finding the answer to life. Well, then what's the truth to life? That is the paradox of existence, That's exactly what he's talking about here. Again, there's no way that this was created by somebody else. I mean, it fits way too closely to the ideas and the narratives that Andrew WK presents throughout this. And let's even if you want to be that annoying person that, to go against the grain and be like, wow, no, I think it is somebody else. Well, then regardless, if somebody else wrote this, then all they did was they got exactly down to a T what Andrew is talking about throughout all of his speaking engagements and interviews and Q&As, and they just wrote it down and they just elaborated on it further. So realistically, even if you don't believe that Andrew WK did write that, take it as as affirmation that that this is exactly what he's talking about, because it fits to a T with what he's always ever talked about. So therefore, even if he didn't write it, that's what he's talking about. It's almost like it's like the idea of somebody summarizing what you said. I'm sure somebody at some point in your life has gone like, basically what you're saying is this, and they explain it, and you go, yeah, that's exactly it, and they go, okay, I got it. Just because they summarize it doesn't necessarily mean that it's incorrect. It could still be correct. So regardless of if you really want to be that anal about thinking that oh, well, it wasn't him, well, then fine. But regardless, though, take it as if it's exactly what he is talking about anyway. So, all right, let's continue with this. Lower and humiliate myself while I'm trying to elevate and boost my ego. Actually learn to do what I need to do to make the vision come true. Actually play real musical instruments, use music theory, and don't give in to the mindset that not being able to play an instrument is some sort of breakthrough idea. This idea was mastered by, I don't know who that is, and TJ, pointless to the work. Hey, by the way, if you guys know who these names are, if you and can give reasons why, please add them below. Be able to make high quality products worthy of being mass produced and mass consumed. Actually be able to reach a wide audience that's made up of all sorts of people from all sorts of backgrounds, not just art people. Think about that. This is a guy singing about partying, and he's like, don't just reach the art people. And it's like, I don't think that you would have that issue to worry about. It goes, Volt is gonna fall asleep like the only man he is. No, I got work, but I'm gonna try to do it at the same time as this. Okay, so aesthetic tones. High production values. Everything should look and sound and feel cinematic. The feeling of a massive team working together to bring a vision to life. Ongoing theme of massive cooperating always. No bedroom or garage or handmade or arts and crafts or DIY or throwaway or pseudo-raw aesthetics. Make everything look as slick and commercial as corporate and high quality as possible. Even if I make something or do something by myself, don't take too much credit or make a big deal about it. It should all seem like a huge team of people are in charge and doing every single thing. Ultra high sheen and gloss and surging intensity. If you guys remember, he talked about his team. He had that team. Oh, my lawyers and my business team and such, and the people I've worked with in the past. It's just him. That's the thing. He wants you to think that Steve Mike exists. He wants you to think that he's worked with all these people. It's just fucking him. No blaming other people or industries or society or money for mediocre results. Everything is my responsibility and also my fault. Don't claim my own laziness or self-imposed limitations or due to someone else or bad circumstance. Always speak highly of the entertainment industry, especially if I ever do struggle with it. Never blame the industry for problems I may have. No feeling superior to other music just because I made something that other music lovers don't connect with. That is my shortcoming, not theirs. It's pretty impressive to kind of be... To take yourself out of your own shortcomings to recognize this. No making inaccessible music just to feel more sophisticated than the people who don't get it. No calling other audiences ignorant just because they don't like what I'm doing. No passing off poor quality work as intentionally bad, which that part I don't understand because 55 Cadillac later on in this he will describe as a piece of shit. Pseudo avant-garde art. Here we go. Do you guys remember this? Do you guys remember what we're about to look at? Eat more rice and noodles. That has nothing to do with this. Does this look familiar in any type of way? I'm going to pull this up again. So that idea has been in his mind throughout the time. Now, I know what you're saying. You're saying, Volt, this is a fucking... Here we go. This is a fucking... skeleton, though. It's a creepy man, okay? What the fuck are you trying to show me? And to that, I will say, here is Andrew WK, Girls Own Juice. Looks awfully a lot like, I talked about it. This is the demos before the Girls Own Juice album. So, you know, with that being said, it's not too uncanny that, or sorry, it's not too unlikely that, you know, it's a mix of this idea and the I Want to See You Go Wild, which came out like fucking 10 years, 12 years after this. All right. So, let's keep on keeping on. Okay, so we saw that, and just so you know, that is a mini Andrew WK right there, of course. Okay. Time to take your childhood interest in magic and magicians. Oh, look at that! To the next level. Move the magic trick off the magician stage, discard the magician's black tuxedo for dirty white clothes, swap the wand for a microphone, and turn your entire life's work into a psychological magic show. His entire life. Make the magic come from a place that people wouldn't expect magic to come from. Make the magician the type of person people wouldn't recognize as a magician. Psychological sleight of hand. And your biggest magic trick of all is concealing from the audience the fact that any magic trick is even being performed in the first place. Use magic to make it appear that I don't exist. Appear, disappear, in between. Use magic to make it appear as though that he blocked this out. Great. One of the illusions of, again, this is redacted, is to convince the audience he doesn't exist. So, again, we have that shirt, you know, the magician. This is something that he's been talking about. This is not something too out there. Wow, this is gonna be a long one. Absolutely crucial. Never reveal the origins of my ideas or the creation, and never explain what it is about. Only ever explain the most superficial and simple aspects of what I'm trying to do. See, shit like this makes me go, how much deeper does it go? How much farther? Just, is this it? Is it not? Because, I mean, he's got 20 more years. Why, you know, and he talks about it later. Don't show all your cards, you know? How much more? Do not explicitly express myself in any obvious outward way in any of my work, with the exception of expressing the innermost lies. Contradict this? Like, he even says, maybe go against this. Who knows? You know, why not? Do not explicitly express myself in any obvious outward way in any of my work, with the exception of expressing the innermost lies. My work will always be very personal, but not about me, and it doesn't need to always be. Just want to make sure. The redacted parts are weird. Yeah, dude, I know. That's the thing. Is like, what the fuck are we missing? Because, like, I'm telling you, there's full-on pictures that, like, some of these sentences don't make sense because of the redactions, and it's like, okay. At this point, I think that it's safe to say, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. This is me speaking. We all believe and can go, yes, Volt. Andrew WK wrote this, and he also brought this out to people. You know, he leaked this. What then is he redacting? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And another thing is, how long after the fact were these notes that some of them seem like they're him? Because in one note towards the very end, he says like, I am an idiot. This is dumb. You know, like he basically like it makes it. He writes it in a way that it is obviously Andrew writing the red note. So, with that being said, let's keep going. Always strive towards a vision. At the same time, I must make sure I'm always putting myself in vulnerable positions and being wrong on as many surface planes as I can. Lying, you know what I'm saying? Remember him, like, one of the big things from the previous stream video was him lying about having a kid, you know? Being wrong on as many surface planes as I can. Don't be afraid of problems. Don't be afraid of trouble. Stay exposed. Stay concealed. Stay open. Stay sealed. Blah, blah, blah. Never resort to complete falseness, facelessness. Okay, so this is getting into, I think, yes. All right, this is an important one because I have something to glue this up with. That's all too easy. There's not enough risk, not enough vulnerability or opportunity for deep impact on the audience. I need to remain in places where I feel unstable and uncertain, for that is what will be transmuted by my work onto the glorious possibility and freedom. I can guide the audience gently, but I must always respect their intelligence and independence. Sorry, I just want to check this, make sure. Yeah. Let me double check this too. Okay, yeah, cool. Not enough vulnerability or so that this is. I'm reading the top right now. For deep impact in the audience, I need to remain in places where I feel unstable and uncertain. Let's go to this clip again. Another clip from the Andrew WK Real Talk.
So at the end of the day, there's really no risk beyond your own embarrassment, maybe, in trying some of these ideas out for size in your head. And I think it's kind of fun. It's like you're in your own movie.
Do you get embarrassed these days? Ever?
Well, sort of. I mean, I like setting up situations where I could be humiliated, because that to me is like living on the edge, and that's always really appealed to me. If I create everything to be so safe for myself, where there's no risk, then how is that really going to be interesting for anybody else to watch either? So I think performance is largely based on the performer taking a risk, whether it's the risk of being embarrassed or humiliated or messing up or any of those ideas. I definitely want to stay engaged in that. And doing talks like this or pursuing other avenues that I hadn't done before, it's usually based on me confronting some kind of fear in myself, like maybe this is stupid, maybe people will laugh at this, maybe people will think it's dumb. And if I can identify that there is that risk in there, that's usually how I decide to go with it. If it feels like it could be potentially humiliating, I want to go for it.
So, why I show that is to showcase it falls to a T with what he has been talking about. You know what I'm saying? With taking risk, with making yourself feel uncomfortable, so on and so forth. We're gonna continue. For that is what will be transmuted by my work onto the glorious possibility and freedom. I've shown cases of him talking about freedom in the past, or in this video, about that's freedom, is the uncertainty, not being confined by understanding. I can guide the audience gently, but I must also respect their intelligence, yada yada. Always, always, always allow the audience to figure things out for themselves. Remember that their perspectives may be even more insightful and interesting than my own. No matter how tempted how tempted I may be to reveal the true nature of my ideas, never ever give into that dangerous but unbelievably alluring urge. And I get it. You want credit for what you're fucking doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, the end of the day, you don't want just like to be recognized as like, oh, just a party guy, when realistically you're doing all this other shit. So with that being said, there's a lot of warnings, and I'm gonna kind of skim through them. I'm still gonna show them, so anyone who wants to see this stuff, you'll be able to skim through this. You know what I mean? And it'll all be here at least. In case every other place it isn't. Or it gets taken down. Warning, Andrew. If you let your ego take over and you succumb to the pressures to blurt out, hey everyone, I meant for all that to be that way. It was all me and it was all intentional, and here's exactly what it all means. Then you will ruin all the mystery. You'll ruin it all. The mystery will be over. The mystery of what the mystery even is will be over. Everyone loses, including the audience and everyone you're working for, and made promises to. Spooky. Ooh. Be strong and endlessly committed. Do not reveal, do not explain, do not take credit. You are not an artist, you are not a musician, you are a magician. I mean, you heard it here first, folks. That's his words, not mine. So recognize you're watching a performance artist who is so far into his own work that he is the product. It's like the cards. A magician doing a card trick. It's not just the cards that are the trick. It's the person is the trick too. It's the trick to make himself disappear. Like he is there doing it. Again, it's the puppet. It's almost as if it's a bigger Andrew holding a smaller Andrew, and look at that. Now he's gone. That's the best way to describe it. In the way that he's trying to describe it. You know what I mean? Never, ever, 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 ever talk to anyone about any of this, ever. Except, of course, Steve Mike, JEK, the Louis Harlan Corp. There's your LHC. And remember Christine Williams. Remember KW? Remember that person, the webmaster, answering that? Also, you have a bunch of LHC here. We're going to get into that. I promise you. It's going to come back into it. Eggs goes, he is a magic lad. He is very smart for this all just to come out. That's what I'm saying, man. Like I was trying to prove to you in the last stream, like how fucking smart he is. This should show you, like, he's even smarter than that. He's even smarter than any credit I was trying to give him. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy. All right, boys. I promise you, we're getting near the end. We have 46 more pages of this one, and then the last 3 are pretty quick, because the last one is basically just a bunch of words that I'm going to skip. Playing with things that you should be played with, access the deepest and most profound interior areas of your life using the most shallow and frivolous exterior methods. Again, use partying, which is frivolous, to talk about all this deep fucking lore. Is there a conspiracy to make you think there's a conspiracy? Is a question that he has. Infiltrate and move through desperate genres, desperate forms of media, desperate scenes, art, radio, television, experimental, punk, fashion, so on and so forth, all that shit. But never do radio dial style switches. Basically what he's saying is never have it like a hard switch. Now I'm doing this, you know? Just hover around these areas from the outside. You can never be officially accepted into the scenes, and you won't be. Be a part and also be a part. You know, be a part of it, but also be a part, like removed from it. Infest the I guess what? Liminal? Infest the liminal spaces of pop culture and underground culture and pollute them with positive paranoia. Alright. So oh, and by the way, these pages over here, they are just the like, you know, side A, side B of all the pages that I am showing you. It's basically just to show you how they are aligned, the orientation, you know what I'm saying? Like the order at which they are, you know, in. So this is the 2 pages, this is the left page, this is the right page. So just so you know, I'm not skipping over pages. I want that to be clear. Fit in anywhere and everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Harness my own narcissism and egocentric. We're gonna kind of skip this. This is a bunch of nonsense. Get positive revenge on all the high school people and cool people who said my work was stupid and dumb. It's pretty fucked up, you know, and unsophisticated and not smart or intellectual enough. All the people who said I was a loser and didn't know how to make music. Prove them right and wrong simultaneously. I love this. This is one of my favorite. It's impossible. No, it's not. Like, what a badass thing to say. No, you don't understand. You know, like, I don't know. Some of this is hilarious in an unintentional way. I truly believe. Am I just as bad as everyone I think is, or am I even worse? Yes. Are all the plans of mine just my own pathetic pseudo-intellectual games and I don't even realize I'm playing them? Am I just doing all this to feel better about myself? Just because I'm lonely, isolated, and unable to connect with people? Are all my concepts actually just sad cop-outs and excuses to not do something more straightforward and traditionally legitimate? Are my special artistic approaches to my work just me trying to make up for low self-esteem? Stay on top of all this, Andrew. Be very watchful of the games you may be playing with yourself, because in the end, you won't really beat anyone or win. You'll still be just the same loser as before forever. Catastrophic self-criticism. That, to me, is so awesome, because it recognizes that, you know, he has doubts. He's putting his own doubts in here. It really reads almost like a novel, you know, or like an essay where, you know, you have that one paragraph that talks about how, like, yeah, I may be wrong, you know what I'm saying? Maybe my side is wrong, but, and then that's kind of what this is. But it's not just one page. He goes throughout it. It goes throughout this whole journal. And I really respect that, because this is why it makes me think this is something for him to read, because there's so many like levels to it that he is kind of, in his own work, he doesn't open up to the people, but yet in his own work, to himself, in the behind the scenes of it, he opens up to himself to make him realize all the facets that he may think, or that he feels, even if it's not in that one instance of him. Like, say he just decides today to open up that book, he may not be feeling all the feelings that he wrote down in this journal, but at the same time, he can recognize these are feelings that I have and maybe will feel throughout, this entire experience. And the foresight to understand that is fucking insane, dude. Like, I really cannot describe just how fucking crazy this is. And this is why I want to break this, and I'm going to fucking keep it going. I mean, this is going to be a long Snail School, boys. What sort of things could we do generate a lot of hate mail? So, here we go. Lower myself to the highest level. Always make it easy for people to underestimate me. The party guy. Always make it easy for people to overestimate me. Oh, wow, you're really smart, like in his advice columns and such. Try to get Steve Mike team to work with pressure music critics to write bad reviews, encourage misunderstandings and smears and attacks on me and Andrew WK. Anticipate and account for as many basic and obvious criticisms and attacks in advance and try to work them into the main theme, both external and internal, and part of the long-term non-storyline and reveals. How crazy is that? He's like, it's not even him trying to write it all himself. He's trying to get other people to get involved in it as well by him pushing them into different ideas. Never allow people to fully know what I'm capable of doing or not doing, especially the people I work closest with. Nobody needs to know who the fuck he is. There he is, the crazy man himself, flannel and all, next to some china. Gradually increase the intensity of everything, including the directness of symbolic elements over time. Make a mystery that's simultaneously so subtle and convoluted, yet also brazen, that the main mystery of Andrew WK becomes the question of exactly what the mystery is in the first place. It's crazy, dude. I mean, it's so fucking crazy. A never-ending maze, that's a good way to put it. No dead ends. And he kind of does do some dead ends with some of the... the websites. All right, here we go. God, I need another daddy soda. Gradually increase. We read that. Oh, here we go. Here's what's underneath that page. This is what I love. Wear a mask of my own face. Andrew WK is not Andrew WK. We've seen this before, boys. Remember this music video, Andrew WK, I'm a Vagabond? It's a song that came out on Close Calls with Brick Walls, his third album. There's his face. And he's doing something. He writes about it later in this, but you're going to see him with a bunch of different, like somewhat different hairstyles. Some he's got bangs, some it's split down the middle, so on and so forth. Some it's all down in his face. He's done this because, in part, he's trying to slowly show change, but not really diverging too far from his overall look. But I just want to say that. So, oh Jesus, look at this. Look at what we're looking at here, boys. That's a mask of Andrew. There's his real face. Here's his fake face. Ready? There. And I talked about this in the last one, but if you want the most obvious one, here's the ending of the video. There's his real face. I mean, that's a mask. Look at the nostrils. I'm not going to get too far into it. But, so the idea of a fake face, he's been using since, 2000 at this point? And here is the example of it. It's going to be a 5-hour Snail School, and I'm down for it. Well, thank you so much, man. You know what it is? Vash said it best. As far as I'm concerned, this is breaking news right now. It's not maybe the most important, you guys some people might not think, this is not you, Eggs. Some people might not think this is that interesting. But you know what? I'm sorry for breaking fucking news. I'm sorry for, you like your shows, Game of Thrones, and you like your dramas and stuff like that. This is a drama. You fucking think that, all these intellectual movies are so interesting. This is happening in real life. You're not going to see something so vapid as the party guy ever again, and somebody doing that shit who fucking also has such deep lore and has gone through so much painstaking work to fucking create this whole lore, to create this whole narrative, to be fake people behind the scenes. My scheme. Talk about SM, I'm going to keep calling it Steve Mike, about their ideas to make it look like they were trying to secretly discredit everything we were doing and the whole Andrew WK origin, and then the follow-up discrediting of the discrediting. So, again, Steve Mike came out and said, you're not Andrew WK, I created you. And then, Andrew's like, no, that's not real. I am who I am. And then we watched it in the first video, the first Snail School. Hey, yes or no, are you the same Andrew WK that we've heard the voice on the first 3 albums up until right now? And then instead of saying yes, he just goes, I am Andrew WK, I'm the one you've seen, I'm blah, 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 blah. So that's the discrediting of the discrediting. Could this fake hoax also be used as a distraction and a cover-up of the bad contract problem? The bad contract problem being the reason why he had to come out with the 3rd album in Asia. You know what I mean? That whole idea. It's part of a plot. It's not an actual contractual issue. Make sure that all elements of the origin and backstory are true, while also obscuring and uncertain enough that. And also obscure and uncertain enough that the audience can't even be certain about the uncertainty. Maybe all the uncertainty was actually just staged and manufactured to undermine the legitimacy of the entire Andrew WK origin story, and all intended to make him look bad on purpose. But there also should be no concrete way to confirm or deny this. Ideally, all certainty and uncertainty is ultimately dismissed in the favor of the joys of pure experience. Not knowing is what he's talking about. And that's exactly what he wants. Again, he talked about it before, breaking free of the constraints of understanding. And it's all about the emotion, the feeling that you get. The best way to win the game I'm playing is by not playing a game at all, or at least make it appear that way. Do not conform. Do not even conform to yourself, but also be careful not to appear as an obvious, blatant, and stereotypical nonconformist. Be both a conformist and a nonconformist at the same time, but never to conform to nonconformity. And that makes sense. Again, punk is all about not conforming, but there is also, everyone has the idea of what a punk looks like in their head and conforming to that look. And so essentially, you're conforming to a nonconformist look. That's all he's saying right there. And he talks about not being aggressively different. Don't take too... Okay, here we go. This is interesting. Don't take too much credit or any credit as often... Or any credit. As often as possible, you did not make this, and neither did I. Always avoid the written by, produced by, directed by, screenplay by problem. Give credit to as many other people as possible. Make people think I can't make anything by myself, that I'm helpless. Make it all seem like it's been done by a huge team of people, and I'm clueless and lost in the middle of it all. The Andrew WK Incorporated company. You have all this other shit. These webmasters, Christine Williams. What's it called? All these other websites and such. It's the idea of this company. Being hired behind the scenes. What is it? Volt is about to get fired. Yeah, goddamn right. And the worst part is some people that I work with actually know about the stream. So, hey, what's up, guys? Fuck. All right. Well, you know what? This is how important this is to me, goddammit. I'm doing this for fucking you, all right? Now, this is it. Escher Beat, this is for you, buddy. This is the one that he was like, what the fuck is this about? This page right here. Dream Team. In credits, use full names for all dream people and use initials for all real people. Give credit where credit is not due. And don't take credit even if it's due to me. Steve Mike was a full name used. Steve Mike is Andrew WK. All the other names that we've seen throughout this are possibly real people, and such. Now this is the one where I read this and I didn't know this whole part. I don't know what to fucking think, dude. This is the one part that makes it's the idea. This paragraph turns this entire book into essentially the sentence, "This statement is false." I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it right here. Fabricate some Here we go. Notebook dream idea. Fabricate some sort of creative notebook that outlines the entire vision and the entire plan in detail. Sorry, I want to make sure that the music's still going. It is, but let's go from the beginning. Entire vision and the entire plan in detail. Make it real, but put it together in a way that causes it to come off as false. Make it all true. Don't detail any of Steve Mike. Also, make it look like it was made in the future, some kind of reverse timeline feeling. It should tie into the pretend evidence and the pieces of imaginary history that I established in 1997, before the Big Apple and music projects, and also into the first album release. I can't show it because he kind of shows his naked chest. Well, yeah, his nude chest. But he did some modeling and stuff like that in L.A. And, you know, it kind of looks like he was on the scene, you know, and possibly picked up as, like, a model. You know what I'm saying? He did do some modeling and some low credited acting. Or at least was going out there and auditioning for acting. So, let's get back to this. Also make it look like it was made in the future, some kind of reverse timeline feeling. It should tie into the pretend evidence and the pieces of imaginary history I established in 1997, before the Big Apple and musician projects, and also tie into the first album release. When the first album comes out, make sure never to discuss any game plan and only mention the existence of this notebook to Steve Mike and the main team, but don't let them actually read it. They should think I'm trying to make them believe that I'm lying and that the whole plan of attack was just made up before I even moved to New York City. It's too something to be something. Too true to be imaginary. If the entire vision plan was invented after the fact, then why did it all come true? I don't understand that part. If I never actually moved to New York City, and if I never actually released the music, then how did it come into being in the next 2 years? That sort of question I don't want people to ever ask. Method. Make the audience doubt the true stuff I'm doing and believe the false stuff I'm not doing, and then constantly invert and swap the two states of confusion. Clarity. Look at this badass thing he has. No, NGO. Crystal clear confusion. I mean, God, like, I'm telling you, man, he's a fucking artist and a half. It's so creepy, like, tied to it. That's why, like I said, this is perfect for October, you know, for fucking creepy shit. This is the October, the AWK-tober, fucking, you know, bonanza. So, let's get into this. And then on the side over here, this is one of the few times this is important. Who is really in control? Who's in charge of who? Which one is the man? Which one is manipulating the other? You know, again, it's a snake biting its tail. It's the whole thing that he did with the ego, where who's killing who? You know, like who's in control? And this is too much. I can't. How am I gonna break this down, Volt? How the fuck am I gonna do this? This is crazy because this breaks down every era. And oh boy, does it do that. Fuck it, let's do it, right? I can be the exorcist of my own demonic possession. My plan, long range time, the super map. This is created in 2000. Time estimate, 30 fucking year development stage, at least 3 decades for initial vision execution and the gradual molding of potential audience perspectives. Keep a high overview, work in 5-year blocks over time. Always look deeply ahead. Use original, FV and MD game plan. Those might be the people you worked with, and let SM and somebody and finance. Do not break away. Stay this course. Remember, Andrew, the whole reason you signed that first contract wasn't just to get the money to deal with the settlement. It wasn't just to get out of high school early. The reason you signed that contract and made this lifelong deal was because you said you wanted to do something big, and you wanted to commit yourself to something for your entire life. So this is just a contract with SM. So this isn't just a contract with SM, Steve Mike, and Dad. This is also a promise you made to your own soul and a way to let the demon in your heart a way to let the demon in your heart by bleeding it out of your brain. Leave your life. God, he fucking writes so well, dude. It's like, it's just so fucked. You gotta love it. You know, I mean, like, it's so, he writes it in such a way that it's fucking important. Everything is important. So, here we go. birthing of origin stories, multiples. And, you know, we talked before, create piano prodigy. God, I can't even speak. Upbringing, you know, the violinist mother, entertainment and lawyer dad, troubled kid angle. He did talk about this issue in the past that he had in this Guardian article. I'm going to pull it up for you guys right now. He talks about stealing a lot as a kid and petty crimes. Here we go. This is what I wanted to see. I've never let anyone hear this song before. I'm deeply humiliated and embarrassed at the thought of anyone hearing it. This is probably the most intense and personal song I've ever recorded. It's called My Destiny, and it was written and recorded when I was 17. I shouldn't do this. That's a fucking lie. If you know Andrew's voice, like if you know what the demos from 98 sounded like in, you know, 1998, that his voice went through a change, as anyone's voice does. Even throughout your entire life, your voice will constantly change. So with that being said, the song, and I'll play it for you because I don't think I will get into any copyright issues with it. I don't think it's like that. You know, there's any copyright to it. This song was recorded like sometime after, at least after 2007, because it's similar to that sound of his voice. So I want you to just know he's full of shit when he says this was recorded when he was 17. It was not. I was in high school in the 1990s in a town called Ann Arbor, Michigan. I had a crush on this girl. Basically, the whole story goes that he was fixated on her, and for a school project, he made a song, and it's pretty fucked up. Here are the lyrics really quick. Called up your number 14 times to see if you were home. Home is where I'll find you when I find you. Do you feel lonely when you're alone? A sheet to keep you warm. Warm, electric blanket, an extra blanket. You're my destiny. I'll make you fall in love with me. I'll make myself your fantasy, weeping like the willow tree. Drove past your doorway 15 times. I don't want to cause you harm. Harm, that's what you're in for if you don't open your door. So I'll keep knocking a million times. I will knock until my knuckles bleed. Bleed, that blood will leave a stain on you forever. You are my destiny, and I'll make you fall in love with me. So, again, it goes back to the whole idea that he's had about juxtaposition, you know. This whole song is about love, but it's also about, like, just real creepy attachment and stalking it and such. I can't verify that he had a childhood restraining order, but I whatever. So I will play the song for you right now, so you guys can get a quick idea about it. And actually, while I play it, I'm gonna go and get another beer and get some water. That's a good idea.
Called up your number
All right,
14 times to see if you were home. Home is where I'll find you when I find you. Do you feel lonely when you're alone? A sheet to keep you warm. Electric blanket, an extra blanket. You are my destiny. I'll make you fall in love with me. I'll make myself your fantasy, weeping like the willow tree. Drove past your doorway 15 times. I don't want to cause you harm. That's what you're in for if you don't open your door. So I'll keep knocking a million times. I will knock until my knuckles bleed.
I know I'm gonna have to pee again. I don't give a shit. This is worth it. I love Daddy Sodas. And I want you guys to get into this.
Oh, you are my destiny.
Love it. I fucking love this song.
I'll make you fall in love with me.
So as you can see, it's a juxtaposition between creepy song, but yet like a love song, but then also like darker hints of like, you know, stalking and such. I followed the restrictions of the punishment and didn't try to call her or see her. I released my frustrations and pent up urges in less romantic ways and got into vandalism and shoplifting. Again, this is going into the idea of, if we go back to, I gotta get rid of this. This, right up here. Trouble kid angle, established loner and outsider personality in school. Very few friends, misunderstood by peers, teachers. Try and build up stereotypical interest in art and music storyline, with more isolated and socially stunted side. Begin the long-term hinting at severe psychological trouble. Eggs, that's exactly what you're talking about in the first Snail School. You know, about this. What the fuck? Does he have mental problems? That's part of his whole thing. You know, he was, Andrew WK was born bad, backstory. He was a devilish side psychiatrist. That's a story that I talked about earlier. Troublemaking in general, magic tricks gone wrong, mail fraud, baseball card hoax, apocalypse sound, and misc, teenage pranks, scary anecdotes, swapping out, you know. And then this is weird, I don't understand this. Swap out California for Wisconsin or Michigan, possibly consider Florida as a genuine point of origin, and make it look like the truth was actually North Dakota or Wisconsin, Michigan. I don't necessarily know that. I know he found his bandmates in Florida. He lived there for a while. I know that he lived in Michigan. I guess he was in Florida at some point. That I don't know anything about that. So, but essentially, yeah, that follows suit with this whole story right here. You know, he's trying to build up that like bad juvenile kid shit. Oh, look, there it is. And mail fraud. Landed me in trouble with the police again. Didn't we just fucking read that? No, I mean, that's crazy. Honestly, I never read this article. This is my first time reading it. There it is, mail fraud right here. So, all right, let's get back to that article because this is interesting. All right. Landed me in trouble with the police again. I had impersonated a local Michigan law firm and wrote a fake letter on behalf of the underground cartoonist Robert Crumb, posing as his lawyer. This all blew up in my face when I managed to get out of it because I was 18 years old. To cut a long story short, I decided it was time to get out of the area for a clean break. I moved to New York City and soon signed up to do... That son of a bitch! I signed up to do Andrew WK. I wrote the song called I Want to Kill shortly after arriving in the city. The lyrics show what kind of place my head was into. What? Let's hear this. And when I come, it's what I use. If you can't win, then you can lose. No time for life, no time for death. I want to kill, I want to make sex. That's similar to the song Want to Make Sex. I don't want to make love. I don't want to make death. I don't want to make life. I don't want to make death. I don't want to make love. I just want to make sex. They don't see, blah, blah. They can't dance. When I come, I'll kill everyone. Huh. This is... There's a lot of... I think Kill Everyone is one of his songs. I know Kill Yourself is a song that he made early on. Interesting. I wonder if I could hear that anywhere. Despite moving to a new area, I still couldn't stop thinking about the girl beyond the song My Destiny. Part of me was just scared of getting into trouble again, but my infatuation was still very much alive. I had just pushed it deep inside of me. It was a matter of not letting it out. I got pretty good at controlling it, mainly by occupying myself entirely with Andrew WK. I love that he really disassociates himself with him and Andrew WK. But one night I saw her again, and all my pent-up feelings were let loose. Here's how it happened. I beat the fucking shit out of her! After we launched Andrew WK, my career immediately took off, and it was an overnight sensation. I was on TV, the radio, and magazines and newspapers. We know this is false, guys. Remember, we know that it was a slow build to this, and touring all around the world playing concerts. It was getting to the point, again, he's trying to create the narrative of I just came out of nowhere. It was getting to the point where a lot of people I grew up with were seeing me around and shocked that the trouble kid from school was now some sort of rock star. I was pretty low-key about any of the celebrity or fame I was receiving. Sorry, Eggs goes, that sound kind of slapped through. It had a good sound. Yeah. Thank you. I was terrified, but wait, where is it? Of course, my heart skipped a beat and lumped forward in my throat. I was terrified, but also thrilled. There we go, the juxtaposition between the two. I refused to believe that she was actually going to show up, but I was aware that she had moved to Cleveland to go to art school. So it's possible I just couldn't believe that she would want to see me after all that I had put her through. I figured she hated my guts and would never want to see me again. So I put her out of my mind and out of her misery. I added that. We played at our concert and had a great show. After I was signing autographs for the audience in the parking lot behind the venue, when all of a sudden, there she was. I was probably the most scared I'd ever felt in my life. I didn't know how to explain my feelings. It was a mixture... Sorry, 1 second. It was a mixture of total terror and absolute happiness. But it was extremely hard to resist. The whole experience was overwhelming, and I excused myself from the rest of the fans and basically ran to my tour bus. After all, I still had the restraining order hanging over me. I wasn't quite 21 yet, which is when it ended. That's fucking hilarious. After trying to catch my breath and slow my racing heart, Jesus Christ, there's so much going on. I could not ignore, I couldn't believe it. I heard a knock at my door. I couldn't believe it. What's happening? What do? I had no choice. I could either ignore her knocking like she had ignored my knocking all those years later, or those years earlier, and just let the miracle moment pass, or I muster up my courage and answer the door. Maybe now, because I was doing well with HPB and having success, she would give me the time of day. I gave myself a big mental pep talk and answered the door. Hello, I said. I could barely talk because my mouth was so dry, and I was shaking with such force. The words were choppy. Hello, Andrew, she said. I invited her onto the tour bus in the private back lounge where it could be just her and me. I felt dizzy, my eyes were blurry, and my ears were kind of ringing. My heart was beating hard that I had felt like must have a heart attack. Still, I kept telling myself, you can do this. You have to do this. This is what you wanted. This is your dream come true. We made our way into the back of the tour bus, and I closed the door behind us. Ooh, I was shaking, sweating. It felt like I was about to puke. I'm sure she could tell, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she sat down next to me on the bench seat and looked into my eyes. It's great to see you after all these years. I want to apologize for getting you in so much trouble back in high school. I thought the song you wrote is really sweet, but back when I was younger, I was too freaked out about how to handle it and appreciate it. Yeah, okay. No, every girl will go, yeah, the fuck was that shit about, dude? That was crazy. I mean, you know, you're a rock star now, so, I mean, of course I'll suck your dick, but, like, dude, what the fuck, man? I mean, get your shit in order. What happened next was probably the most shocking, terrifying, awful experience I've ever had with a girl. All of a sudden, just when I felt like everything was going great, I felt my nervousness intensified to a sickening degree. The room started spinning and my heart started beating harder than ever. I really felt like I was gonna die. I couldn't catch my breath. The last thing I remember is that my head started to throb and my stomach started to hurt really bad. I couldn't see or hear anything. I blacked out. I woke up in a hotel bedroom with my tour manager and some of my band standing around. What the hell happened? Why aren't I on the bus? Was it all a dream? Where is she? Turns out I experienced a severe anxiety attack and my body had shut down. This son of a bitch can write a fucking tale. When I lost consciousness, Eggs goes, I genuinely don't think this is a real story in the slightest. The girl would have to be even crazier than the dude who'd write the song for school. I know, right? Yeah, you know, I've been thinking about that song, how you like, I'm gonna be in trouble, and you know, how I'm in for, harm, how like, if I don't open the door, you're gonna harm me. And you know what? It's kind of cute. Nobody would say that. What the fuck? Of course, this is all bullshit. But like I said, this fucking son of a bitch can write a good fucking tale. You gotta love it. This fucking asshole is a piece of shit. You gotta love it. Like that's the thing. It's like it's just so funny because it's like it's believable, and you know what it is. Andrew WK's whole idea is you get sucked up into the lore from time to time. You know, like this story, and then you go, "What the fuck?" And then you go, "Wait a second. This is bullshit." It's like watching a movie where you watch a movie and you go, "Oh my god, no! Is he gonna die?" And then you're like, "Wait, the border, the chairs in front of me. This is a movie. People aren't really in danger." You know, a good movie will get you invested in it, and then, you know, at times, not the entire time unless you're a child, but, you know, then you kind of go like, wait a second, this is a movie, but like you really get sucked into the story. This is what Andrew WK's whole thing is. He wants you to get sucked up into it, and it works at times. Like this story, you're like, what the fuck? Oh my god, I can actually imagine this happening. And that's the thing. He based all of his lore in seemingly realistic possibilities, you know, and that's what's so fucking cool about it. You know, because like, it's crazy, but it's not crazy enough to not be possible. Let's continue with this. I've never read this. This is really interesting. I'm glad I stumbled upon it on the stream. Here we go. If it wasn't bad enough, when I lost consciousness, I also accidentally went to the bathroom in my pants. All this happened right in front of her, and of course she freaked out like crazy. She ran out of the bus and got security from the venue to call an ambulance. She thought I had died and was really scared. The medics determined that I was fine, just a little stressed, and took me to our hotel and gave me some fluids to rehydrate me after all the diarrhea. Dude, again, I went to the bathroom in my pants. The whole time you're like, did he piss himself? Did he shit himself? And then the motherfucker tells you a little bit later, you know, he leaves you. He'll talk about it later on in his journal, but it's not about laying down your cards right away. Hold your cards tight, you know. That's his whole idea. Even the way that he relays information is so meticulous and incredible, you know. I mean, to the point where like he leaves you hanging on every sentence. Like, what the fuck? You pissed your pants? So that's not that bad. You took a shit? That's a pretty big bad. I don't remember anything except blackness and then waking up in the hotel with shitty pants. I never got the girl's phone number or had any way to follow up with her. I asked the venue security if they had seen her, and they told me that she left in a hurry. That was the last time I saw her, and I've never seen her again since. I've obviously not told this story to many people except my closest friends. Publishing this is a part of the emotional therapy program I've been doing. Laying out these painful and humiliating experiences is supposed to be healing, so I'm going with it. Looking back now, I feel like maybe me passing out after that perfect moment was the universe's way of punishing me for what I did to the girl with My Destiny in high school. My Destiny is a song. It was the ultimate golden opportunity, and my body couldn't take advantage of it. I guess karma really is a bitch. Oh my god. And of course, Andrew WK's double release called Close Calls with Brick Walls and Mother of Mankind is out now. God. Dude, that's such a good story. Like, you gotta love it. Alright, let's get back into it. Egg says, I guarantee a girl that crazy exists. I just don't think that's they're that crazy for party man. Exactly. They definitely exist, but they're like, you know, I love it. Like the idea that she's like, yeah, you know, I remember you were gonna kick the shit out of me in that song, My Destiny, but now you're singing about parties, and that's super cool. It does remind me of this one story where I was throwing out a box of like notes. You know, when you're in high school and you have a girlfriend, you pass notes to each other. And I didn't want to burn her notes because I felt like that was, at the time, I would have done it now. I'd just throw them in the trash. But at the time, I felt like throwing them out, someone would read them. I wanted to get rid of them completely. And at the same time, I also didn't want to burn them because that made it seem like I hated her, which I didn't. So I was like, I'm going to throw them over into like this river. And there's this creepy road that went through my town, and me and my friend were doing this. He was helping me late at night, and these girls pull up, and I'm like kind of emotional at this point because I'm just getting over my ex, and these girls pull up and go, hey, what are you guys doing? And at the same time, I go looking for sluts because I'm trying to insult them, like, yeah, you fucking bitches. And then my friend goes, we're getting rid of something. That's the worst. It's dark as fuck. There's no lights. It's on this creepy road in the woods, and like we're some randos. Like, and thank God they heard me and over him, and they were like, well, you found him, ha ha ha. And I was like, they're like, yeah, you wanna hang out? And I was like, no, I'm just kind of doing something. Thanks though. You go away. And like I just love the idea. It's like getting rid of something, you know, and like, so yeah, some of these types of girls possibly do exist. I mean, some girls hit on me and my friend on a creepy road where we were walking away from a car. We weren't around a car. We were walking it, you know what I'm saying? Like, we parked and then walked up to this river. Eggs goes, I think it's really funny how that's a real thing people used to do. Yeah, right? It is. It's stupid. I mean, you know, it's because you can't have your phone out in high school, so you gotta just, I don't know. All right, anyway, let's get back to the story. Guess this is right? Yeah. Swap it. Blah, blah. Make it look like the truth was actually... we already read that. We already read all this. Okay, cool. So, this is him trying to create the lore of, really, 1997. And you can see how he's trying to do it. He's trying to use it through live performances, press, I don't know what the fuck FV means, media, live, dad. I guess his dad was going to say some shit. I don't know. Create early recordings, plant to discover later. That's like my destiny. Remember how I said there's no way that my destiny was recorded? He's like, oh, it was written and recorded back when I was 17. No, it fucking wasn't. That's not a 17-year-old's voice. And here we have exactly that. Create early recordings, plant to discover later. Seeds of later story. Make up a bunch of band names. Misuse instruments and poor quality recordings. Invent early recording label for the appearance of an exotic and obscure experimental release. Backdate all artwork and copyright details. Construct several layers of too obscure / real to be true pseudo credibility with scenes. Work on a multifaceted and multidimensional plot that goes backwards to all the obscure beginnings. False origin stories should completely attempt to hide eventual acting and modeling contract, as well as the first pay-to-play buyouts at the first shows and music recordings. That is exactly that right there. He has, you know, essentially pay-to-play is mean like if you pay us, you know, we'll get you up there, you know, and that's the thing really in the music industry. If you have enough money to pay for shit, yeah, you will get somewhere for sure. And the summary, Child of Infinite Fortune mode. Okay. Let's keep going. Eggs goes, and I mean, did that stop people in your school? I guess texting was harder because you're old now. Yeah, people still texted, but people got their phones taken away so fucking often at that time. So with that being said, like, it was just like something to do that you weren't afraid of getting like fucked over, you know what I mean? Like, oh, hey, like between classes, you meet up with your girlfriend and be like, here's my note, you know, read it. Like, you knew that you could kind of like fuck off with this piece of paper and draw doodle some shit and then give it to her and like, you know, whatever. It was really cringy shit being, you know, the age that we are now, but yeah, you know, whatever. Era B, 1998 to 2000. Initial appearance of official and standard Andrew WK and Andrew WK. I love that he adds that. Standard Andrew WK and Andrew WK. You know, there's two of them. First build-up moves. Imaginary start. Establish first layer and second layer music origins with a struggling look. There's a lot to this, so I'm gonna skip through it. Sorry for anyone who really wants just the deepest of dives. It's just I've read all of this before. It's so, some of it is so like the same. You know what I'm saying? He says the same thing over and over and over in like 4 different ways. And like, don't get me wrong, it's cool, but like we gotta really cut through some of this. Okay. First false meanings and connects. Backplant first experimental tape. You know, like My Destiny, and CD releases from Childhood Story, Backplant Wilkes Career Props from Era A, and experimental recordings. So this is what I'm talking about, where it's like, if you guys have ever played Metal Gear fucking Solid 5, it's a lot like that, where it's like, you know, going back and erasing the past, you know what I'm saying? And like, in that, you have Kazuhiro Miller talking to, he's talking to Venom Snake, and in Metal Gear Solid 5, he's like, oh, you know, this girl, Paz, she tricked us all, you know, wow, like about like her working with Cypher and all this shit, and like, you know, who she really was. And then, but realistically, he's talking about all the events that happened in Peace Walker. In Peace Walker, at the very end of Peace Walker, he is on the beginnings of Mother Base, and he goes, yeah, Snake, I knew that who she was, but she was also helping us. Cypher was also giving us some shit, who's Zero, and so on and so forth, Major Zero. But anyway, what I'm saying is, at the end of Peace Walker, he knows who the fuck she is and admits that he knew the entire time. But then in the future, he says, oh, I can't believe she tricked us. Oh, she tricked us both. You know, what a bitch. And it's like, dude, you fucking knew. Like, what are you talking about? You know, so it's this erasing the past kind of narrative. Damn, people just can't have their phone out between classes now. Yeah, dude, it was fucked. Teachers were super crazy about that shit. They wanted your phone all the time. I remember after school, this one time they took my fucking phone when I was leaving. I was calling my dad like to pick me up, and this one bitch took my phone. I was like, school's over. She's like, you're not out of the building. And I was like, what? Shut up. And then I got in some trouble because I had a girl in a bikini as my background. And they're like, do you know your son has this? And he goes, that's my dad, you know, fucking he's in love with tits. He goes, yeah, that's fucking right. You know what? At least not gay. Thanks, Dad. That's my boy. And that's the motive my entire life. All those feelings that I felt, I said, my dad said at least I'm not gay. So I have to go with what he said. All right. Enough about me. Oh, it's terrible burps. Play up solo and underground angles. Build up false word of mouth through the SM paid fans. This is what I want you to see. Paid fans. Pay for hype. I believe that he paid people to talk about at that show in New Jersey where people first started thinking that he wasn't the person on stage. I believe that he paid people. That people, part of his group, were there to push the narrative that wasn't Andrew WK on stage. And also online. I don't really think that every single thing is him, but I do believe that it's all from him. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he's the mastermind of all this. Let's see. All right. Here we go. Create supposed connection to experimental electronic acts. Play with this and do shows. Make it seem like there was a steady stream of invisible appearances during this era. Link to I can never fucking remember the name of this. Like, I'm so fucking stupid. Oh my god, dude. It's really pathetic. Here we go. The Louis Harlan Corp. LHC deal. Unveil first iteration of Big Apple plan. This is when you should say you moved to New York City, stay in Florida, trick old high school teachers and friends. This I don't understand. Into thinking you were trying to make it look like you never moved to New York City. All right. Here we go. Stage several short job stints arranged by SM, Art Gallery Record Store, Avant-Garde Fashion House. That was, if you remember from the beginning of this, that we talked about the Comme des Garçons, and selling opera tickets / gumball machines. Let's look into that. All of these things, they are actually accurate. All these little stints. You know, he worked at Comme des Garçons. He worked as a gumball salesman. You know, he worked selling opera tickets and such like that. So with this being said, here is him confirming those stories about all those like little jobs, having worked them.
music band, but I suppose that's true as well.
An ancient art of bore.
That is true as well.
That's true
Those
too.
are
Okay.
all real musical outfits that I was involved with at one time or another. All in around the high school and junior high school years.
If you remember him in earlier in era A, he was like, "Oh, I'll make up a bunch of fucking fake names of people that I worked with, or or bands that I've done." You know what I'm saying? Like, just so that's possibly part of it.
It says in 1998, you moved from Michigan to New York City, where you worked as a bubblegum machine salesman, a parking attendant, and a waiter.
Never worked as a waiter.
No, okay, so fiction.
I worked in a Mexican restaurant at the counter, making milkshakes, taking orders, and clearing tables. But it was not. It was a self-serve counter-style Mexican restaurants. I also washed dishes primarily. So I would say I was never a waiter. Out of respect for real waiters who actually are working at a real waiting at a real restaurant experience, I was not a waiter. And besides, that was in Michigan. I was a parking attendant, but that was also in Michigan. So the only true statement there was when I moved to New York City, one of my first jobs was as a bubblegum machine salesman.
Tell me about the life of a bubblegum machine salesman in New York City.
Well, our office was at 29 Broadway. That's right in the heart of the financial district.
Sure.
And initially I'd sold...
Anyway, you can clearly see that information is correct. And we have it right here. In 1998, he moved from Michigan to New York City, where he worked as a bubblegum machine salesman, an opera ticket salesman, and a fashion photographer. And he also worked in the offices of an avant-garde fashion company, Comme des Garçons, among other short-lived jobs. So, short-lived jobs, you say, huh? Why can't I? There we go. And going back to this, staged several short job stints arranged by Steve Mike, avant-garde fashion house, Comme des Garçons, selling opera tickets, gumball machines, working in high-end department stores, etc. Even the jobs that he actually did, like, were just done simply to be used later on in a full story. You know what I'm saying? In this whole lore. How fucking insane is that? Begin foot indoor rollout. Use prepaid connections to get sudden and prefabricated big break. Pretend new contract signing. Stage meetings for stand-ins and first auditions with creative director. Plant backstory talent scout. The talent scout idea is the whole real talk with NJWK, where he was like, "Oh, I'm not the real NJWK. I was found." You know what I'm saying? I auditioned alongside of other people, the original NJWK as well. Era A plants and the Mastermind storyline. Push puppets back into pre-Era A. If not possible, push to Era D. Plant artifact props at old friends. Houses. Digging up dirt begins. Now, this is another line where I don't know. Because he's talking about, in old friends' houses. Is he talking about the people that he lived, like old friends from Michigan, old friends from New York City, like this? So this notebook, but only word of mouth level. So I don't know. But anyway, first rollout, unconfirmed reports on rumored connections. Dad and the Louis Harlan Corporation. So that's got to be one person. So essentially, we have three major people. We have his dad, Steve Mike, SM, and LHC. Louis Harlan Corporation. Possibly those are just three. They did talk about how he's worked with three other people, him and three other people who are much older than him. One of them could be just straight up his dad. Coming up with these ideas. Shove all explicit and primary themes out in front. Basics on full and hard display. Create strong impressions of entirely empty background. Agree to wait. Remember to keep implicit external themes extremely subliminal. No veil. This must be the Louis Harlan Corporation and MD. Maybe that's the other person. I don't necessarily know. Crucial to convey emerging from nothing in false development during the stage from Talent Scout, which again is the idea of like he emerged, he just kind of came out of nowhere and boom, he was NJWK. This would be start of crossed eye in official photographs. He's gonna talk about it later, but I'm gonna show you exactly what he's talking about just so you guys can understand it. The crossed eye meaning is he's going against himself. It's one eye. It's literally him doing this. You know, where just one eye is you know, like fucked. So, you know, you have shit like this. He's done it like throughout. Eggs goes he also could have lied about doing them. Couldn't have he? Yeah, exactly. He really could have. I mean, that's the thing is like, I don't know if he intentionally did it just so like Comme des Garçons and the sales and these bubblegum salesman place wouldn't say he never worked here. Maybe like it was so like if anyone really for some reason questioned it, he would like they would go, like these places would go, oh no he did work here. That's all true. Creating fun facial real team for getting discovered. We already read that. Okay. Push puppets. Yeah, we read all this. This will be the start of the cross eye. You can see it's over here. The one eye crossed, but not the other. Perceived debut. Music must seem like a fabricated and unorganized buildup, but entirely real. Begin weight gain at mid-point era. Lean tissue, natural hair. You know, like he's got so much to it. Plot out overnight success story script and layer on top of foot in. Debut album pretend recording game plan and photo shoot missing video. Unroll. I don't know what some of this means, but you know, like gaining weight and shit like that and such. Just so you know, again, I'm not skipping over any pages. MD and TSD should not work on Talent Scout project after Era C. Shift focus. Storylines and rumors underneath dueling experimental backgrounds. So on and such. Album release with front cover manufacturer. Controversy. UK only. Going into the whole, you know, third album now. First partially cut off of all made up child teenage friends. First partial cutoff of all made up childhood friends. So now he's like cutting off friends he fabricated. Begin television wrapped front show with maximum splash based on corporate concealment and focus group. I mean, really, there's so many fucking notes about this. All media saturation push with only overnight party theme. That's all he would ever talk about. Second wave of commissioned and reverse ghost writing. So here we go. Here's the first term of reverse ghost writing hits media. And what reverse ghost writing means, it's not a real term. He's kind of coining it himself. Is think about what a ghostwriter does. They write for someone else, right? But his whole thing is take exactly what ghostwriting is, you being somebody writing as and letting somebody else essentially say it's what they're writing, but essentially add another layer after that, or rather before all that, of you writing what that person writes and making it seem like they wrote it for you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's literally just ghostwriting plus a step in the prologue, if that makes any sense. That's the best way to describe it. Eggs goes, I wonder if his next album will be a totally different sound. Possibly. Like, that's what's the interesting thing is, like, this notebook is going to talk about things that haven't happened yet. You know, years that haven't happened and eras that haven't happened, as he describes them as eras. I want you to look at this and recognize, like, who knows if it follows suit to, you know, with this notebook, we can kind of, you know, that only reaffirms that this is written by him, you know, and I don't know. I really don't know. But let's continue. Chaos concert concept level 2. I don't necessarily know. Like, see, some of these things, like, you have to understand. He's done so many, like, summary, power on, full mode. He's done so many, like, different things throughout his career that it's really hard to, like, know what's what. You know, some things might not have ever been picked up by some people. You know, like, he's created dead ends. I mean, again, remember, he's created many different websites, you know, like with saying different things and such, kind of all alluding to essentially the same thing, but it's all about misdirection. Who knows how many things he's done that we haven't, like, picked up on, that have just been, you know, forgotten by, you know, by time. Because, again, this is going on since 1998, you know, if not earlier. So realistically, some things we might have missed. Okay. So this is where he starts talking about Japan, universal Japan, core themes of something happened, you know, where he only can do shit in Japan. Again, this is a little 2007, exactly when he came out with Close Calls with Brick Walls. You know what I mean? So that's all happening. Begin to wash over surface clarity. Oops. First hard stabs of internal themes are felt by audience on a subliminal plane. First wave of blatant contradictions or wrongness. Dig up and have planted Era A props uncovered. The Steve Mike team will find, which that's fucking crazy. Do more genre/media crossing, which he did do. You know, we got a groove is like a very like reggae weird kind of vibe. Pushing Drugs is very unlike him on Close Calls with Brick Walls. That whole album is very mixed genre kind of styled. So I mean, again, it's falling to a T with all this. Eggs goes, I wonder if he's really following the book or if this is a trick if this is to trick us. You nailed it, Eggs. I don't know. I mean, I know, and I don't expect anyone else to know, but I know that he released this himself. I know it. No one else has any vested interest in doing this. I know he did that. So therefore, what does that mean? Like, he also talks about contradicting himself. You know, lie to people, but then also tell them the truth. But contradict both of these things. You know, like, it's not just about lying. And that's what makes him such a fucking genius, is like, he intentionally obfuscates anything, you know, even when the truth fucking comes out and you're like, dude, this notebook looks exactly like the truth. Then he also writes in the notebook, plants a notebook and make a fake notebook and let everyone see it. And it's like, is he doing this intentionally? Is this fake? And then it's like, tell people the truth, but then also misdirect them, put in misdirection, you know, and you're like, so like, even when you do get the truth, you're like, you second guess it, you know what I mean? And that's what this book is like, I don't know. I don't know if he intentionally planted this as misdirection, or the other thing is like, the best misdirection is putting it out there, is saying, never tell anybody any of this, never tell anyone any of this, contradict all of this. You know, he writes constantly throughout this that we've seen so far. The best contradiction to contradict all of this is to tell everybody all of this. You know what I'm saying? And we know that he is obsessed with polar opposites and the dichotomy of the two, yet the similarity between the two. So therefore, it's like, this would make total sense with contradicting, never telling anyone any of this, right? I mean, the biggest way to contradict not telling anybody any of this is to tell literally the world. I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't think this rabbit hole would be so interesting. That's what I'm so glad you feel this way, because it's crazy, dude. I mean, it's fucking crazy. Like, this is why I'm so glad this came out, and I'm so thankful that this came out right after I did the first Snail School, because this, to me, made me feel different about Andrew WK. At first, I was like, oh, he's just a super big fucking troll, and he, like, has this whole troll campaign, and he, like, loves to fuck people. But then, knowing that, like, there's so much deepness to all of this, and so much mystery, and that there's almost an undiscoverable truth, there's no way to figure it out, you really kind of, like, think about it, and you go, when you see his face, you go, dude, this guy did all this. You know, and that's kind of what makes it creepy, is, like, this guy did all this shit, and there's no way that any truth can be found. You know? That's why, like, this is a perfect October fucking Snail School. It's like, it's so fucking creepy, and, like, you know, as Vash said it, like, deep state-y, and like, even if it's not deep state-y, you know, obviously that's not the real case. The deep state doesn't give a fuck about some rock star. But, like, the fact that he created his own deep state, it's nuts. Anyway, I'm gonna continue. Look older for first half of Era C, and look younger for second half. Increase desperate efforts to act like a real person. Scrambling and flustered efforts to hold together external themes. Remember how in the first Snail School I talked about him being awkward and fucking retarded and all that shit? That's this. He was intentionally being like, well, whatever. You know, when before he was like, what's up? I'm your friend Andrew WK. What's up? How's it going? And now it's like, oh, something's weird. Like, if you were to believe his bullshit, you'd be like, he's going through some shit. What the fuck's with him? You know what I mean? Like, so he's written that into his whole lore way ahead of time. Internal themes blatantly lash out, orchestrate smear attacks from both within and without, threats to expose true evil nature. He's really a bad guy plot first appears. And I love this thing at the top. Stop picking at your fingernails and cuts/eyes. And the cuts, I think, realistically play a part in, the cuts with the forehead thing. But as well, I also want to say that, where are we right now? We're at 619. I also want to say that I believe that the cuts that he's the eyes that he's talking about is something that he later on brings back. You know, you have like shots like this where like his eyes are all fucked up and stuff like that, and like this is going back now. This is part of one of the previous eras, based upon the dates given, like the years and such. So I mean that could be part of it. Does he talk? Eggs goes. Does he talk about motivation speaking stuff? Yes, he does. And he actually has like do more motivation speaking things in his this journal that we're about to read. Again, this journal came out in essentially in October. You know, like at the beginning of October. It's fucking currently right now. It's October 18th. So we are on the precipice of this. But his motivation is very they're all platitudes. I mean, they work. It's essentially like never give up in yourself, believe in yourself. If you believe all the crazy shit that you think, even if you have a weird fucking thought, follow it. And that's just like his music, where his music at the surface level is awesome and fun and cool. There's a deeper meaning to it, but at the same time, if you don't know the deeper meaning, it's still cool at the top. That's the same thing with his motivational speaking. If you don't realize that it's all bullshit, all of his motivational speaking has this deeper meaning to it, you'll still be able to get something out of his motivational speeches if you don't know the whole context of all this. Eggs goes, I have some genuine deep state conspiracies that probably are not to be true, but I still think about it. I mean, dude, I don't blame you, man. And you know what? Honestly, Eggs, I would hope that you seriously put that shit in the fucking Discord, the politics side. I would love to fucking hear about that, because at the end of the day, it's like we live in a world with Jeffrey Epstein, like, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I'm willing to hear anything. I'll tell you that right now. That to me was the turning point. I'll tell you right now. Before all that, I was a super skeptic, and then when all the Jeffrey Epstein shit came out, I was like, all right, fuck it. Give me what you got. You might be onto something. I don't know. Literally, there's no way I can know. All right. So sorry, I needed to pull this up. Okay, cool. You guys can see it. Cool. All right, here we go. So buy more candy bars for people, or fast food, juice. I don't know what that's retarded. Partial and horrifyingly awkward attempts to reconnect with childhood friends. Like, he's even doing it in his own personal life. He's trying to like get together with with people that we as the public would not even fucking know. You know what I'm saying? Like, and make horrifically awkward attempts. What the fuck? Horrifyingly, rather. All right. Semi-exposure of advanced planning. Buy lots of candy for people. Begin first explicit push of business problems fall out, which is the whole Steve Mike, thing of, oh, I had business partners and my lawyers are actually texting me at the very moment. I'm getting updates right now. So on and so forth. Begin public blackmail campaign, which is the Steve Mike thing. Zodiac killer letters. Backdate era B. The Zodiac killer letters, in my opinion, are the coded letters that he left on his Q&A boards on his own websites, where, as I said, he would do like, they weren't always this, but a lot of them were like, coded in a way that like A was shown, the letter A was shown as the number 1, B was shown as the letter 2, and he would write out words through this type of this coded pattern. So I that's what I believe that he's talking about when he talks about Zodiac killer letters. because it was coded in the same type of way. Lose weight for height of identity. Shatter 3 walls of multiples. Note, this will actually require 4 face. And change that from all earlier photos. Backdate facings from Era C and front date facings from, and that's whatever. Turning point night. There's so much. Some of this I don't even understand. The summary: self deconstruct starts mode. And so what we have here is, you know, the faces, the fakeness, you know. Being a fake person, I already showed you guys this. Thought we know Epstein had some deep inside shit though. Though we know Epstein has some deep inside shit. Write down too many typos. Oh, wait, write down. Look at me, I'm fucking retarded. Write damn too many typos. Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, at the end of the day, I'm willing to hear out anybody about any fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, and of course, you know, you're my boy. I would definitely want to hear what you think. Okay, so we're still talking about this. Darker internal themes begin to take shape in multiples, which again follows suit with the third release, Close Calls with Brick Walls. Unfolds 7 actions over 7 months idea, in theory, as stand-in for unreleased music. So that's the thing. He didn't come out with new music at this time. For between the second and third album, it was a very long time, especially in America, or in the States. So with that being said, is like he focused his energy on other things at that time, like this. You know, he it wasn't like he stopped doing anything. He was just creating the lore. He was more focused on the lore than the music. New companies. Here we go. New companies for record label problem. So you have like the Steve Mike music, whole backstory where, like I said, he changes the record name just to show some sort of kind of issues behind the scenes, especially, and have it so blatantly be Steve Mike music. I mean, realistically, that's really saying something. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if you were, let's play it out. If you were this guy Steve Mike, wouldn't you want to be like, just call it something else? I want credit, but don't fucking put my name on it. Everyone's gonna fucking hate me, and so on and so forth. Where were we? Take shape, general instability, and high-end activity. More fast food, which that's odd. New companies. I mean, it plays part with the music video that I showed before, where like there's literally a Burger King guy in the music video for "I Want to See You Go Wild." It's the king, if you will. New companies for record label problem, unconfirmed sightings on sidewalk, multiples and sub, choreo, mirror abuse, face tunneling, over smiling, watery eyes, etc. Huh. You don't say. Some mirror abuse that he was doing. Not that this really means much, but it falls suit with what he's talking about. And look at these fucking eyes, dude. They're all fucking watery and shit like that. All of them. All the fake Andrews have like these fucked up watery eyes. That one's fine. This guy's eyes are all fucked up and shit. Really ugly and shit. And then of course, look at if I wish I could zoom in further, but I promise you, these eyes are all watery and shit like that. Just like this. Again, we talked about the watery eyes, remember? Well, here we go. Look at his arm, dude. Look at screen left. Look at his bruised ass fucking arm. Like something's been going on. And again, below it, he writes, "Never stop partying!" Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Like, yeah, it's a juxtaposition between this guy's getting beaten to like, oh yeah, party, party, party. It's awesome. I mean, really, that's the whole idea in this right here. Let's see where we're at. Here we go. This is where we're at. Hold strong movement, endorse photos, substance abuse preparations, etc. New company for record label, mirror abuse, begin comprehensive pharmacological pre-schedule with company manager, more aggressive mental handling, deep end, hard edge protection on. In backstage and bathroom or on imaginary bathroom, etc. Tear, pull, open, vomit around all friends. Telephone yelling inside and outside, crying, fingering. finger and hair problems, wig extensions from head, redness, etc. We already looked at the redness of eyes. We can look at, is it his Instagram? I mean, really, it's case in point to this right here. You know, finger and hair, so on and so forth. All right. What is it? Tear / pull, open, vomit, all around friends, telephone yelling, finger and hair problems. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that. It could be just alluding to that. Eyes keep changing, swelling, tear ducts, infestation, pressed up, etc. Several instances of watching TV too far away. I don't know what that means. Like, some of these things, like, did he fucking really do this shit? Like, you know, whatever. Loose watch, wrist and arm changes. Basically, he's trying to show that he, like, lost weight. Mouth changes, tooth decay, coloring, incorrect clothes, locking doors, more cable TV. Blah, blah. Fake pretend lectures. I love that. Government work via dad. Now, that's an interesting thing. I didn't talk about this in the first stream. He was asked to speak at a U.S. embassy. He wasn't. That was quickly corrected. Some people took this and maybe Andrew WK pushed it as, oh, he's been pushed as the cultural ambassador for the United States. And that was an incorrect thing. This is a whole rumor that had happened that's actually wrong. All telephone stand-ins, all using voice control or actor / Steve Mike. So there's some people who are really like deep in this. In general, push acidic suffering on front and sides. Let me make sure the music's good still. And wow, it's crazy. We've been doing this forever. I'm doing the best, and also his whole thing is, I'm doing the best I've ever been. Hype. Manic attitude, back of curtain, missing luggage. I couldn't find anything about this. So missing luggage, suitcase full of supplements and blood vitamins. I tried to look around. I thought that would be kind of an obvious thing, but I couldn't find it. Children's television / more animal work. Crossing tones, flip-flops, crossing tone flips, etc. Well, let's see what I got. Well, if you've been following along, you'll know. Here's the cross eye, and there's Lil Bub, the cat that was the thing. There's his eyes, just the one eye doing it. Straight eye on the screen right, fucked up eye on the screen left. There's more animal work and such. And as anyone knows, Destroy Build Destroy, you know, was a thing. He also had another TV show too. I was thinking it was like Meet Me at the Wreck, I think it was called. When I did research for this, that was, I believe, what it was called. Let's see, where are we? All right. Okay, let's get back into this. We talked about that already. Fake pretend lectures, call in, blah, blah, we talked about that. Children's television, in cars, behind the scenes, business problem resolution, talk radio, general platitudes. That's all, nothing. Summary, possessed by emptiness mode. Okay. And then, if we look at when this was, we have this era being 2013 to 2017. Now, right? Destroy Build Destroy started in 2009, and it ran all the way until 2011. So, I mean, it's not an exact correct thing, but it is pretty close, you know, as far as, like, the time frame, you know what I mean? Like, you got to understand, this is like and if this is true, he scripted all of this like 20 years in the fucking future, or sorry, in the past, or at least 10 years at this point. So realistically, like, it might be slightly off by a year or so, but realistically, I think that this is pretty close. The other thing that I want you to recognize is the term Destroy Build Destroy. This, I really thought this was a throwaway term, but when we start getting into him talking about his albums and what they should mean, he uses the term like I said before, eradicate, create, eradicate. He used that specifically, so I don't know. Oh wait. Oh no, I was wrong. This is exactly correct. 2008, 2012. Yeah, I'm sorry. Because then we get into the era 2013 to 2017. Deeply saturated with significant amounts of people with people are really getting worried about you atmosphere. Self-shatter. Basically, so it's just completely like destroy yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like make it to where people are like really like, what's going on with you, dude? Are you all right? And then you also see right at the bottom over here, cosmic horror themes increase. Again, a lot like, your Lovecraft kind of ideas. One of the most famous cosmic horror writers of all time. Nearly all previous external themes should seem fleeting, hollow, see-through. So, partying's cool, partying's, and all that. Now it's like, I don't know, dude. Vanish, see-through eyes. Internal themes make constant low-level threats to dominate. Weight destabilized and rolling off body, dry skin redness, incorrect eyebrows, wrong arm movements, release era B, C, D trauma team. I love that. Weekly strong blood schedule. Like, what the fuck, dude? Summary, accelerated ascension mode. It's fucking, some of this is just really, really out there. And I mean, the levels of like work that he had done to the point where I'm not even confident that the public, not just the main public, but the people who give a shit about this and recognize what it is, even recognize all of this. I'm obsessed with this, and some of this shit I don't even understand. Like, you have to recognize too that on the sides of all this he has like how he's gonna do it live, photos and such. I mean, to be there every second of all these live performances, it's an impossible feat. Imagining liberation through total and complete self-brutalization and acceptance, complete emotional, personal, mental, social, and familiar, and musical failure, both implicit and pseudo. This is 2018 to 2022. So now we're getting into soon to be the future. But complete emotional, personal, mental, social, familial, and musical failure. Both implicit and pseudo. Well, in his last, I can only say in his last album, he did more speaking things. He did more like there was motivational tracks and shit like that. And I'm gonna get through this page and then before I show you some more. Total and sincere disappearance from all friends, in quotations, from era A through E, serving formal maintenance to extend family. Andrew, and then I love this. Warning, Andrew, this will be one of the most challenging and painful parts of the presentation from all the eras, and you must be fully prepared for the intensity involved with this. Sorry, I'm getting beer burps. And you must be prepared for the intensity involved with this particular ordeal. Main problems appear to have calmed down or entirely resolved. Again, so the Steve Mike shit and stuff like that. In false behind-the-scene leaks, many new layers of demonic destabilization and perpetuating and building. Business fights and lawsuits, even more computer problems, and a depersonalization, missingness, and promote delusional daydream ploy based off previous vomiting, similar explosion of multiples, time coils. So, Eggs goes, I really wonder if he didn't write this all really recently, like within the last year. You know what? I don't think all of it. I think that if that was to be true, parts of this would have been, I mean, again, you have to recognize too, like the difference in writing too. We went from script to now this writing. I think that that's a possibility. And I think that, you got to look at it and you go, well, it's most likely that he redacted some of this information after the fact before releasing this. So therefore, who's to have stopped him from writing some of this? I mean, he could have had blank pages, throughout. I don't know. I don't know. But I can tell you right now, it goes back to the whole idea of, like, even when you do get, like, that golden nugget of truth, you doubt it, which is exactly what he wants you to do. I mean, he's writing it in this. So it's hard to really say for sure. But I did want to say, where is it? What the fuck? Where was I going with this? I want you guys to read what Andrew WK said about signing a worldwide contract with Napalm Records. This is a metal record company he just signed to. This was... Let me see. I'll show you guys, and then I'll look it up with you. Sorry. This was put October 14th, 2020. It's the 18th right now. So, at the very least, this is very, very... I mean, we're talking, like... There's a reason... Like, October seems to be a big fucking, month for Andrew. Here we go. So, Napalm Records has announced the signing of hard rock artist Andrew WK to an exclusive worldwide recording contract. Andrew WK continues to work on a new album which is expected to arrive in 2021, which follows suit in the same era. Napalm Records comments, "We at Napalm Records are thrilled to propel Andrew WK to new heights, having been longtime fans of the work." This all doesn't matter. So anyway, but what does matter is this extra line that I fucking guarantee you Andrew demanded would be put in there. Christine Williams shared these words on behalf of the entire Andrew WK company. Remember Christine Williams, the webmaster? Everyone at Andrew WK, and oh, look at that. The Louise Harland Corporation is very pleased to have the opportunity to work with Napalm Records. We look forward to partying harder than ever before. What a fucking crazy thing to say. Dude, this came out 4 days ago from today. They're still doing it. Christine Williams, KW, Andrew WK, they're still doing it. The Louise Harland Corporation. Like, the shit he wrote about in like 2000. It's still going on. Dude, I mean, like, you gotta fucking give him credit, man. I mean, this is crazy how fucking deep it goes. It's crazy. So anyway, I wanted to show you that because I felt like that was pretty fucking insane how these random ass people are still involved. You know what I mean? These like, again, why would they say that? Why would, imagine writing this. Napalm Records comments, we at Napalm Records are thrilled, blah, blah, blah. Christine Williams shared these words on behalf of the entire NJWK company. Why? We're stoked. That's weird. You know what I'm saying? If somebody signs to something, their manager wouldn't be like, as the manager for Coheed and Cambria, we want to say they're stoked. We're all stoked. They'd be like, what? No, they'd want Coheed and Cambria, to be like, we're fucking all about this. Christine Williams, and not only that, she goes, everyone at Andrew WK and the Louise Harland Corporation. Again, why would you even add that? Why would you even add Louise Harland Corporation? At the very least, say like, well, maybe they would have Christine talk. Why would they add the, LHC? Let's keep going. Is Napalm Records a genuine label? Yes. Yes, they actually are. I know at this point, you got it right, Eggs. Question everything, because who the fuck knows? But yes, they actually are a legit website. Or not website, but legit record company. So, all right, let's keep on going. Many layers of demonic destabilization are self-perpetuating and building. Business fights and lawsuits, even more computer... Wait, you already read that? Okay. Body is left out, not unresolved. Deadless hollowness, pseudo return to form, fake out, gain more weight, dehydrate tissue, missing tattoos, come and go arms, band-aids, distorted superhero unraveling. Look younger. This is all that what we have to expect to see, which is fucking crazy. Additional leaking of long-term plot. Look at that right there. Additional leaking of long-term plot. In this fucking this journal, he talks about the long-term plot, the long-term storyline, the mega map, as he says. Partial false exposure of international, prefabricated fake hoax through early notes and plans. Oh, like I'm just reading to you guys right now. Deny all authentic props and planted artifacts. Deny leaks. Never look at notes or props. Too disturbing to see, etc. More is insisted but never existed. Deeper and more deliberate flipping of underlying themes. Previous television, context exposed, so on and so forth. Hear me out. Hear me out here. Right. Let's see. I should just check this real quick before continuing. Alright. Lines and producers. Pressure also poorly managed. Internal themes rapidly absorbing and displacing last remnants of surface convenient evolution, denial signs of development, this deconstruction of era D, nearly zero discussion / interview media, so basically he's going to be away from the limelight, deep pressure, ribcage breathing, which I always thought that was a cool line that he said. Deep pressure, ribcage breathing, and posture in photos and videos. So the whole kind of like that shit, so be ready to see that. Self-cannibalism angle, I have no idea how he's going to perpetuate that. Medicine-drenched, unopened doors, not a person, disassociation. Summary, nightmare mode. Again, some of this, I don't know necessarily how it's going to come up. Eggs goes, they were founded in 1992, becoming a semi-successful label just so 2 decades later they can sign Andrew WK to make it look like he's taking a new step in his career while letting him keep all his money and not let the secrets out. But seriously, I wonder how in on it Napalm Records is. Also, here I'm odds. No, but yeah, I agree. Like, how much do they know? Especially the fact that he's talked about it and he goes like, essentially what he's kind of alluding to from what we just read is that like this next album is gonna suck ass. It's gonna be just totally fucked, and he's also gonna do no interview press, so he's not gonna promote the album very well. It's essentially gonna be kind of like a 55 Cadillac, coming out. So like, do they know? Is he like, listen, the first album's gonna flop, but the fact that I'm on your label will garner enough attention for people to want to buy it. The second album will be really good. Who knows? I really don't know. Look at this shit, dude. Era G, 2023 to 2027. We are so far in the future. What the fuck, dude? Like, shit from... again, maybe he didn't plan it, but from the way that this writes, this shit was planned from 2000 up until, like, right now. Well, really, 1998, and all the way up until 2000, 2001. To create fucking so many years in the future. Peak intensity and officially pay off and maximalization period. Internal themes should have officially taken over by this point. So that's not going to be externalized. False memory atmosphere dominates. So basically he's going to completely disassociate from everything he previously said. In general, all previous eras appear like a misremembered dream. Could never have existed. Full slanted. Maintain image in all prior presentations. Branch off. Set up total depersonalization. Jesus. Plot for scam from from era AC. From era C. God. Entire reversal of exposure tied to false history blowback. Like, essentially, he's gonna completely disassociate from everything and go, that never happened. That's essentially really what's gonna happen. And then appear to reveal false explanations, open upsides, magic trick, but only as part of faked audience success stories. So essentially, he's gonna kind of let people in on a little bit of the magic. I guess increase restriction, decrease limitations, hallucination through line. I don't know what that means. Reclaim all themes and replant in newly manufactured context. Amplify core vision. Crazy. Summary: default uncanny mode. Eggs goes, yeah, he purposefully gonna make this album eat total shit. That's what I think too. It seems like, which is a bit disappointing, it seems like he expected Close Encounters with Brick Walls to do better than it did, though jumping from his notebook, so maybe he'll make it better. Yeah, I really do agree with you. I think that, I mean, when we start to, he'll talk about, I know what you mean, Eggs. When we start to, like, he'll break down all the albums, and he'll literally talk about it, and he says, 55 Cadillac is a piece of shit. Literally, it sucks. Everybody fucking hates it. You know, it should be only, like, people should not be sure if it's a good album or a bad album. You know what I mean? So, who knows at that point? Let me just check on one thing really quick. So, you know, with that being said, is like, he doesn't talk about anything like beyond what we've already seen as far as albums are concerned. So I think that, like, he's left a little bit of these ideas up to interpretation. But, you know, there's really no way to be absolutely sure. All right, let's continue then. All right, so here we go. Okay. And this is Euphoria, period, high point. This is 2028 to 2032. It fucking keeps going. Of all plans and long-term efforts, total synthesis of internal and external themes, which means there won't be any hidden meanings. It's all going to be on the surface. Partying and also the, you know, the idea of being controlled by a bunch of other people is going to come to the limelight. No longer possible to discern internal from external, complete integration of all literal and symbolic aesthetics. You know, the whole, everything. You know, the hidden cabal kind of shit and all that stuff. Like, so who knows? We're going to probably at this point see what the fuck Steve Mike ever was. You know, possibly it's most likely going to be Andrew's, you know, secondary, like his half of it himself. 3 to 4 era mixed facings and standings each week, rotating every other week, round robin, overlapping crossings. Reconnect with friends, off voice with telephone, false body, inner corner. It's crazy shit. Summary: dream come false is the summary of that. Do not work in phases. Never, I love all this. Never work in planned stages. No characters, no concepts. Only stick to the original step-by-step vision outline. Never, ever, ever, ever make it up as you go along. Follow your orders and do what you were told and what you promised to do when you signed. This is not up to you. Do what you must do, and then you will live. I mean, even though he writes it, it's like, is there a deep state? From me to myself. Don't set goals for industry achievements or professional recognition. Only focus on the core vision. You're not trying to make something cool or materially/sexually successful. You're working to realize a vision of pure imagination and sensation. You are making something which strives to be extremely inspiring, insanely interesting, and incredibly intense. The most meaningful kind of success will come from focusing on the following: making all aspects of your work as inspiring, blah, blah, blah. It will take 30 plus years for this vision to begin to manifest fully, and possibly even longer for it to be noticed/seen by the audience/public. In fact, it may never be comprehended, and if that occurs, it will be your fault and no one else's, at least. I think that this part that we're reading is backdated. I really do. I think that he recently just wrote this. I really, really, really do. Okay, here we go. X goes, this dude really makes it seem like he's going to release his magnum opus in 2028, or attempt to at least. I know, dude. And that's kind of what's amazing is, like, you know, the best way to get interest involved is to set a date. You know, it's almost like, you know, again, think about the Mayan calendar. You know, when 2012 was coming around, everyone was like, you know, 2011 was like, oh, next year. And then as 2012 came around, everyone's like, what the fuck, though? Imagine? Like, what? You know, and this is kind of what it is, where it's like 2028 and all this shit. And in the future, people, you know, anyone who follows this still is going to go, what are we going to see? You know, it's eventually going to go, 2028's coming up, you know, and then when it does come, it's going to go, what the fuck, dude? What am I going to be in for? Okay, and this is kind of crazy. Like, again, this is the shit I love, where he really, like, he wants all facets of his life to be recognized from jump. You know, he really lays it out for himself. But I really do believe, though, that what we're reading right now is backdated. Andrew, can you honestly tell yourself that you believe wholeheartedly in every challenging dimension of this work and the odyssey you are undertaking? Is this really a risk you're willing to take? Are you entirely certain about your decision to devote your entire life, your body, and your soul and mind, especially with the awareness of how difficult it will be? Is this particular path truly worth going down with the understanding that the likelihood of your plan working is so extraordinarily slim? Andrew, will you be able to tolerate being consistently misunderstood and accept that you and the particular themes of this vision are the primary cause of this misunderstanding, that the perverse and euphoric confusion at the heart of your vision will ultimately thwart your ability to realize it? You will be the truest embodiment of the vision's spirit in your own self-imposed inability to connect with other people. Do you see what you're getting yourself into here? This is nuts. I don't give a fuck. Like, when this was written, this is so deep because it breaks down everything we have read up until this point. The fact that he's literally saying, like, you recognize that by trying to be so shady, you recognize that people might not understand where the fuck you're coming from. You got to be okay with that. I love it. I love that, like, these are real shortcomings. Andrew, will you be able to withstand the envy of seeing your peers outdo you materially, culturally, and socially, and watch as they receive praise and rewards from those who will scoff at you and your efforts? Can you withstand all sorts of people thinking that you're stupid, that all your work is shallow, that your music is dumb, and that you're a bad person? Can you handle the attacks? Can you handle the indifference? Andrew, most importantly, remember that nothing you do will change what you are. You will still be on the outside looking in. You will still not have any real friends. You will still not be able to connect with other people. You will still be doing it wrong. Don't ever think your work on this vision is going to fix you or save your life. You will still be cut off, isolated, and alone. In fact, you may find yourself more alone than ever. Can you deal with that? Do you really have what it takes, Andrew? Look at this, dude. Look at how this is written. Look at that fucking I don't know. I mean, he did it right here for me. He did it right here. I don't know if this was for him or for me. I don't know. I think I just as it says, I don't know. I really don't know, because it's written so dramatically. Like, you know, how look at how bold it is. You know, it's underlined. It's fucking in marker when the rest is in like some ink pen. Ah, dude, fucking crazy, man. I'm telling you, reading this again, I'm still like, what the fuck? Don't be a fucking wimp. I mean, what the fuck? Let's see. All right, so here he keeps going with this. Andrew, timeline design, the time ideas, time travel, and history manipulation through pre-planned and carefully planned. Basically, he's kind of interweaving like the past with the present. You know, backdate things, future date things, deny everything, say it wasn't you. You know, here we go. Find a way to make time travel work through forced atmospheres. JF time and time again. Invasion of the Body Snatchers type of thing. That's literally what he says right here. Replace, and replace. Use time-bend approach to change past and fix the future. Construct a founding documents, notebooks, papers, false contracts. Plot out timeline to account for dark/lost years, evil origins, disappear in plain sight, legal problems, business battles, bankruptcy, adversaries, be the devil, and psychological research chemicals. Be sure to work in trapdoors, old photos, old releases. Again, we've already seen that. You know, about with My Destiny. Wrong writings, conflict of personality styles. Keep practicing your autographs. If anyone finds these notes, just say they're fake or a hoax, or someone is trying to pull, scam, trick can't remember, deny, never reveal, never let down. That's a song of his. It's a great one. Make it seem like I have no control over my life. Work. Like I'm being manipulated, just like the audience, just like I feel. God, some of the lines he writes are so fucking deep. Here we go. At a rate of one song a year, you can have your next full album out at 2032. Well, at least it'll come out. So here we go. Let's see. Do everything backwards. Reverse the traditional order of the entertainer origin. Deorganize notes for long-term plans and rewrite all original ideas in wrong and reverse jumbled order. Make it seem like I was born in 1979 or actually born in California. Make it seem like I was way younger when I was older and way older when I was actually way younger. Start high towards the top of the ladder and then fall/climb down to the low towards the bottom. And this is a really good point. If you listen to the first two albums, they're perfectly mixed. They sound awesome. They sound like really, really good mixing. If you listen to the third album and onward, it sounds like worse, especially the third album, Close Calls with Brick Walls. It sounds like the music quality has gotten shittier. You know, like it doesn't sound good. And that's kind of what he's talking about, where it's like start high and then just somehow just sink. Go back and plant more artifacts and other prefabricated, post-dated, and hidden pieces of evidence that point towards and away from underground credibility. Replace older and all untrue avant-garde and experimental associations with dad/the legal team and image consultant theory in order to reframe origin story as a cover-up for pay-to-play actor and auditions in initial mail fraud. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Really, it's like I said, it's fucking MGS5. It really is. All right, here we go. Have two contradictory events occurring at the same time. Two congruent themes overlapping and simultaneously, like a Venn diagram. Be in two places at once, mirrors, which goes back to the image that I showed originally. Make it seem like I tried to create the false impression of having come from the elite art world, art gallery scene, and high fashion world in New York City. False job resume, reverse pay to work setups after the fact. I mean, face crimes, it just goes, dude. Create a false he moved to New York City story to distract from first acting in Hollywood to Orlando talent scout. I don't know anything about him fucking being in Hollywood. Which he might have done in 1997, you know, with this modeling thing. And use it as a skeleton to hang the LHC covering, which is, you know, we talked about before, that's the Louise Harlan Corporation covering on regarding the exploratory video team who set up the first auditions. Eliminate entire California movie. Move with an overnight success. Jesus, dude. Use different face on each album cover, but do not use the same multiples as the TV talking head. So, I mean, so like, I can't be certain, but I will tell you that I don't believe that any of the albums are not Andrew. I think that's him adding false information to this whole narrative, or at least not following it. Suddenly and inexplicably disappear from friends and long-term blah-blah. Let's see if there's anything new to this, because it's just so much specific detail. Don't talk very much about personal struggles. Be prepared to occasionally contradict this based on Steve Mike's plan, etc. Pick periods of time to be missing in plain sight, more visible but harder to see. Obscure, alter, cover, or deface the Andrew WK face entirely or partially in promotional images, television, and art concepts. You know, wearing sunglasses, wearing hats, makeup, and such. More blood, slicer face, unface. Stage, reveal, encounter events at ordinary life locations, backstage with multiples. To basically, what he's saying is like have your doubles behind the stage, so you know people backstage of your shows, you know, can be like, I think there was like a couple Andrew WKs back there. It's fucking weird. Eggs goes, they all still have the same vocal sound. Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, listen to the Golden-Eyed Dog. It's the only song that I really think that is not him singing on it. Let's see. Oh my God, it's so much. Encourage carefully curated doubters who pay to say and help expose blatant hypocrisy. So this is the thing, is like, what I'm doing, if he doesn't get it organically, he's gonna pay for it in the future. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna pay for people to expose him. Like, which is kind of insane. And this is kind of like, after reading this, why I thought, like, am I being played? You know, like, you have to understand it from my point of view. When you get this, and it like explains so much, you know, everything, like, not everything, but there's so much that he says that actually is true, you know, that like you can actually like point to. Like, I've used, you know, previous media to showcase that, like, there are links to what is being said here. So that's why, like, at a certain point, you kind of gotta go, like, who is giving me this information? That's why, like, straight up, I asked everybody. I was like, where'd you get this? How'd you get this? What the fuck's going on? I can't even be that sure. You know what I'm saying? I really can't. You know, at the very least, I know that where my sources got it, I know that it's Andrew WK somewhere. I just don't know how, you know, it's this, like the game 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, where you can, like, take any single person and Kevin Bacon, and with 6 different people, you can eventually link it back to Kevin Bacon. I don't know how close Andrew WK is to me in putting shit into my brain. You know, like, am I being used? Am I being played? That's why, like, for a moment, I really was like this deep sense of, like, am I being played? Like, am I just being used as a tool to do this? I mean, he talks about paying people to do this. Like, this is something he wants to do. I don't know. So, I don't think it, after really, really contemplating it, I still would have done it anyway. You know, it wouldn't have changed anything. It would just made, you know, it would have been a sentence that I would have said to you guys. That's about it. I still would have fucking done this. So, you know, I'll tell you that right now. But, yeah, it's very, it was very fucking odd. Eggs goes, beer's more bread than water. That is true. It probably soaks up the water you drink, and you should piss less. You know what? It's got a good point. Eggs goes, you could be getting paid for this, is what it's saying. Yeah. We're going to pay people to do this. What? I've already done too much. Keep doing what you're doing, Vault. Okay. So, yeah, you're right. It's definitely pretty interesting. Now, anecdotally, I want to bring something up right here. Here it is. I heard he's a really nice guy. Well, I heard he's a total piece of shit. Don't forget, the letter that came with this notebook was, oh, he's a piece of shit. I fucking hate him. You know, he sucks ass. He's a piece of shit. I was mad at him for so many years. But you know what? I really kind of appreciate him, and I kind of respect what he's done. To a T, these 2 quotes right here embody that exact, that exact note. Now, I will say anecdotally, I have a friend who met Andrew WK. Actually, I have a friend who, through her, I have met and hung out with very, very, few times. With Amanda Lepre, who is the lesbian with the big old foofy Coheed Cambria hair, who is the guitarist currently for Andrew WK. She's one of them. She's super cool. I'll tell you that right now. But and this girl who I know, her name's Jonna. I'll just say that. This girl Jonna was like, oh, I met Andrew WK. I made some pins for him, and he was like super like shitty. Like, he was like, oh, okay, what? Yeah, great, thanks. But you know, and at the time I was like, I don't know. Like, I've seen videos, and he's like super nice person. Like, that juxtaposition right there. Like, she was like, nah. He was like just totally like blew us off. Like, he was like total like just a dickhead. That is exactly what he's trying to do. Like, to the point where I'm like, oh shit, was that part of this? You know, like, I've never met him, but I see in videos he's super nice and always there for people. Is this part of that whole lore? I don't know. Eggs goes, your friend is in on it. You have to eliminate her. Jonna, you're going down. So, that's the thing is, like, you know, I'm obsessed with this. You know, I said before, like, this thing, I don't expect people to understand this. This is why I'm trying to fucking do this, you know? This is why I'm trying to put this out here for everyone to fucking catch up. I'm sick in the head. You don't understand this. I know too much about this because I'm too crazy. Like, I don't know why the fuck I give a shit about this, but I do. And at the end of the day, for the 5 other people that do care about this, I'll put it somewhere. I mean, fuck it. It needs to get out there because I can't have it in this brain anymore. You don't understand. I'm so done with looking over this shit for the week. I need a fucking break from Andrew WK. So I've been looking forward to this day of making this video for fucking the whole week. Like, I've been spurging out the entire fucking week. I'm so thankful that we're getting through this. Anyway, let's keep on going. Delusions of grandeur, blah-blah. All the audience is your responsibility. Blah-blah. It's your responsibility to convey the entirety of this vision to other people, and do not resort to cop-outs or giveaways when it seems that traditional hard work isn't accomplishing anything. Be patient, Andrew. You're working on a vision for the vast expanse of eternal mind. All of your efforts and all of your restraint will be worth it. You will need every precious moment. People may never understand or like or even notice anything you do, Andrew. And I mean, again, think about this. You have to remember, you know, if you're new to Andrew WK, or if you're me and you remember being new, you didn't recognize this at first. You know, it kind of took a little bit. I'm sure for everybody, it was kind of like, yeah, you know, I thought it was whatever. And then I thought some things were a little weird, but I really didn't think about it until X happened. I mean, it's crazy. The expanse of this performance art is like I said, I want you to, I hope that you can learn from this and or take away from it that this guy is a fucking genius. You know, even if this is post-dated, you know, even if this was like, or backdated, at the end of the day, like the ideas at which he has, regardless of time, are amazing. It's a strong possibility that even if you complete all the tasks and physical work associated with this vision, that it will all amount to nothing, and not a single person besides you yourself will care or even be aware that it exists. Are you prepared to deal with the potential painful frustration, loneliness, and isolation you will experience during this quest? This is just what he's hoping people will say. You know, don't use curse words and then swear a whole bunch. Be a book. Be a movie that can't be filmed. Be a portrait that can't be painted. Be a book that can't be written. Be a problem that can't be solved. Make it all interesting. And here's the point. This is the best part of this. Make it all interesting. Make it intense. Then you have this line right here. Make it look like I make it up later? ? And I don't know, man, but when I read this, something about the fact that it's in the red ink that we've been associating with an editor, you know, the Steve Mike character and such. The fact that this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. The fact that this is literally him speaking to him. Something about this makes me really just like go like, did everything I read was just him talking to him in some elaborate way? You know what I mean? Like, this line, just the fact that it's in red ink, I know that sounds crazy, but the fact that I've associated, and hopefully you have, or whatever, if you have, associated with some other entity, the fact that it's written in red ink, I don't know, man, it really just makes you go like, what the fuck? How many deep layers are in this notebook in itself? Remember. Andrew, people will hear your music and say this sucks, and even if they connect with something else you do or something, some other aspect of your presentation, they'll still say, too bad his music sucks. Embrace this. It's a key dynamic in your larger efforts to maintain disarray, inconsistencies, plausible deniability, your ability to engage in deflection, flexibility, and overall unpredictability. Still, despite this, always seek to convert people into enjoyers of the music, and as always, seek to make your music the best it can be. Andrew, people will hate you, hate what you're doing, hate your music, and will think you're a bad person. You must learn to deal with this. And you have this like internal conflict down here between him and the writer, or some people. They will never like you. Yes, they won't. No. It's like it's chaos, even in the book. It's not direct. Now, this is something that I've always questioned. The first 2 albums have this deep, guttural barking voice. It's almost like if you took screaming, like, screamo, if you want to call it that, and you made it melodic. The first thing I think of about is Entombed. Entombed, Night of the Vampire, the cover that they did of Rocky Garrison. I'm gonna have to look it up. Rocky Erickson, I'm sorry. So, with that being said, is like, I was always like, why did he step away from that? I love those guttural, growly vocals that also are melodic. I really, really love them. And I always thought about it, and I do genuinely mean this. I was going to ask him, why did you step away from these vocal stylings? You know what I'm saying? Like, in his albums, he has not since gone back. And right here, it took until last week for that answer to be solved. Vocals/singing style. Early albums should be nice music, but mean vocals. Later albums, mean music, nice vocals. How the vocals start out super angry and harsh and gritty, almost unmelodic. Very shouted and caveman-like. Lots of chants and group vocals stacked on early releases, and then slide towards more alone-sounding voices. How the lead vocals grow gradually, more melodic and clearer and smoother. And cleaner as the albums continue. As the music grows darker and more minor key, have the vocals contrasted with nicer, cleaning sounding vocals. Hire different lead vocalists to sing on different albums. Make it sound like multiple different singers, just like the people on the album covers should look different. Talk to, I don't know who this person is, about how much it would cost to hire different lead vocals with confidentiality agreement. Call back, could work. The note is. I don't think he did this. Like I said, I think he might have done it for one song, The Golden Eyed Dog, but I don't think that's really what he did. Eggs goes, why would they be discussing notes in a journal together? It's kind of weird to begin with. Yeah, you're right. Like, why wouldn't it just be like an email back, like so on and so forth? Eggs goes, so it makes sense. It was never happening. That's the thing, man. I'm telling you, like, as you read more about this notebook, the notebook itself contradicts previous sections of the notebook. Like, it coincides exactly with the ideas that he's perpetuating. And it perpetuates with the idea of tell the truth, but also obfuscate the truth as well. Oh, Jesus. This is going to be so long. Use symbolic releases, dates, song lengths, album lengths, other lucky and unlucky numbers. I don't necessarily, I don't see, if you guys know, let me know in the comments below. I don't necessarily know any significant dates that he's used, or dates, or besides 2001: A Space Odyssey, or album lengths, and song lengths. But if you know them, let me know. So early years releases. The whole early years should be both pre-stage and post-stage. Should feel both orchestrated unbelievably, and like the entire history was both invented and tampered with after the fact. Establish suspicion that early music recordings and releases were false, planted, or never existed. And I love this note. Talk to legal team / image. Make fake cassettes and fabricated smokescreen bands and rumors and pretend anecdotes about high school bands, such and so on and so forth. Makes sure all of Steve, Mike, and actors have a basic scripted timeline and basic early history, talking points. Or just have them say they don't remember. Predate obscure vinyl and other releases from his past. Postdate genuine early album and other recordings to make it look like they were from at least 10 years into the future from date of actual discovery. Jesus, dude, it's so crazy. Use TV. It's crucial to get big on TV shows, late night shows, which he's been on. He's been on Conan and such. MTV, he had a show on MTV. MTV really pushed him. Cable news, he was on Fox News, Red Eye, local news, which he was on as well. Talk shows, kids shows, Destroy, Build, Destroy, and cartoons. Teen Hunger Force was one of them that he was literally placed in. See if they can buy his way on major TV appearances. Pay to play. Talk to Steve Mike about making it seem like his dad blackmailed people, because he's a lawyer, into putting it on TV. Make a game show that provides a massive psychic programming platform for his main themes. A mega ritual disguised as an innocent game show. Archetypes. Is that Destroy, Build, Destroy? Dude, I don't fucking know, man. I really don't know. Were there deep meanings to Destroy, Build, Destroy? it would make sense. The guy singing about something as simple as partying, you know, having a show that's simple about destroying shit, having deeper meanings in it. But he's not. He also is not the editor of these shows, so who knows? And he goes. He purposely makes it seem like we were supposed to see Steve Mike. Right, exactly. Like, what the fuck, dude? I don't know. Like, here we go. Did we read all this? Basically, just obfuscate everything. Fabricate the origin. Early years dimensions should clash and contradict strongly. Form record labels with Dad that can release first Andrew WK music and related false bands. It would be important to create at least a handful of other weird bands to be on the roster. Talk to Dad about hiring his students to form bands. Doesn't matter if they can play instruments well. Label name and roster band names can just be random object words, so on and so forth. So basically, he's talking about making other bands too. Other bands are part of the lore of Andrew WK. Crazy, dude. And here we go, the 9-album plan. We're gonna really go through, like, bust through this because some of this is impossible to understand. Use pseudo-symbolism and stereotypical, semi-obvious secret signs to hint at, but also obscure, actual deeper intended symbols. Use symbolism that's symbolic of someone using symbols as a smokescreen, easy distraction. You know, again, the all-seeing eye, the Illuminati kind of shit, the Freemasons kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the shit people already are looking for when they think about, like, you know, deeper symbols and, like, you know, and like the deep state kind of shit. Like, everyone's gonna be looking for you know, the all-seeing eye and such. Distraction. There's nothing here. Sleight of mind, like GR with opening AC's vault. And I think that what he's talking about here is he's talking about Al Capone's vault, and Geraldo Rivera. Is that? Am I right? Yeah. So GR, you know, opening CS's vault. If you look to this. The mystery of Al Capone's vault. Okay, here we go. Geraldo Rivera had been fired from ABC in 1985 after criticizing the network for canceling a report on an alleged that doesn't really matter. This actually is true. JF Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe were together. He then hosted a special, The Mystery of Al Capone's Vaults, which broadcasts live April 21st, 1986. The 2-hour special included commercials, was generally hyped as potentially revealing great riches or dead bodies on live television. This included the presence of a medical examiner should bodies be found, agents from the IRS to collect any of Al Capone's money that might be discovered. When the vault was finally opened, the only things found inside were dirt and several empty bottles, including one Rivera claimed was for moonshine bathtub gin. After several attempts to dig further into the vault, Geraldo admitted defeat and voiced his disappointment to the viewers, apologizing as he thanked the excavation team for their efforts. Although it gathered criticism and became infamous for its disappointing ending, the program was the most watched syndicated television special that year and was estimated So I think that's to a T exactly what he's talking about. In that line right there. Let's see. I told you, Napalm Records. Don't ask how, just trust. Right. So anyway, so as he said, there's nothing here. Sleight of mind, like Geraldo Rivera was with opening AC's vault. Symbolize, I have no idea what I'm doing. 9-album plan. Make all the albums in some way complement each other, but also contradict each other. Make each album eradicate the one before it, but also work with the wreckage of the one before it to build the next one. Use a back and forth form, eradicate, create, eradicate. Come on, dude. Destroy, build, destroy, eradicate, create, eradicate, etc. as an approach for the entire 9-album plan. Now, here's the thing. I think that he might have gone to Cartoon Network with the idea of destroy, build, destroy. But either way, eradicate, create, eradicate, whether predated or postdated, absolutely is talking about destroy, build, destroy. Don't release too many albums too quickly. Just release the first 2 back-to-back and then start to spread them out. Never clutter up my album catalog with tons and tons of releases. The first official full-length album should destroy everything I was doing in high school and all those stupid rules. So now we go into the plans. Again, now you're going to see eradicate, destroy, eradicate, so on and so forth. Or sorry, eradicate, create, so on and so forth. We Want Fun. We Want Fun was not the name of that album. That was a song that was put out around that time. We Want Fun is a great fucking song. I'll tell you that right now. It's one of my favorites. First official full-length album. Very, very intense and happy sounding. Straightforward, high energy, manic. Hard rock music should have slightly dark, secret, dark, lyrical undertones and very dark imagery and presentation. Again, so we showed the blood coming out of his mouth. We talked about, I Love New York City, about like we are a factory, we're a corporation. We cut high because we're cutting high anyway. We are your mother, father, we are your final friend. It never started and it won't end. All that lyrics, fucking crazy. You better get ready to die. Go against all weird music that old friends made and all high school rules and closed-minded pseudo-weirdos. Go against all stereotypical experimental art, music, traditions, and rigid dogma. Destroy all the discouragement and harsh interactions you experienced. Make the album an unofficial mission statement. Violently cheerful music. And he nailed it. A sonic manifesto to I don't know what the fuck. The entire life work plan. A short album that will last forever. Make it sound urgent. Spend a long time making an album that sounds instantaneous. Never ever abandon the main themes presented in the first album. All anthems. Party. Total party album. Party album. Try to time the releases of the first album in the general mainstream corporate to the LHC Foundation in some sort of personal crisis. Release the first album outside the country initially, and his first like, why? I don't want to inform my work, and I must inform it. It should, and it I don't know. It should be disinformation. Let's see. Gotta make sure this is still playing. Jesus, I can't believe we're still doing this stream. It's fucking it really is insane. All right. Album 2, Blow Your Bone, create. Let's see what Blow Your Bone means. Because he doesn't have a song named that. Blow Your Bone, Victory Strikes Again demo version. This is the first song off of The Wolf, which is his second album, which is the one that we're talking about right here. I'm going to let it play. All right. 7 hours of Engine WK. I know, dude, it's crazy. Use remaining songs. This is for the second album. From Stockpile, Treasure Chest. Make the album seem different, but in a slightly off-putting way. Should feel like something happened. Sort of make the wrong move after the first album. Even more blunt, straightforward. Too straightforward? More emotionally and interiority, but presented as an extroverted embrace to all those who answered the call, the party invitation of the first album. A team feeling sound. Grander, overblown production, more reverb. Basically, kind of do this thing that you did in the first album, but do it more. This is where SM, I don't know what the fuck that means, goes away. Cathedral to worship the sound of the musical hall of mirrors. Halls, not walls. Underswitch. Second actor for television, but not for videos. So, I mean, really, so much shit. Here we go. Here is album 3, Young Lord. Album 3 is called Close Calls with Brick Walls. It's a song off Close Calls with Brick Walls. There it is. I can't play it, but just so you know, it's very weird, but as you know, just so you know, it's so basically everything's following suit. Time for Overswitch. The sound of someone struggling with the handles and their self. The feeling of a meltdown. And that's exactly what this is. It sounds dark, it sounds creepy, it sounds weird, it sounds very avant-garde. It sounds really like what it's a total disconnect from what we're used to from Andrew WK. The feeling of a meltdown. The music should make the listener feel like they're having an amazing, intense, and euphoric collapse of consciousness. I'm telling you right now, the first song off of it, I Came For You, is like really fucking good sounding. And it's a whole medley of emotions. It's just like real like dark sound, but like this like beautiful sound. Like I Came For You is really beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, I would really encourage you to listen to it. But the rest of it, you know, Young Lord, and what other ones are really, really out there? Close Calls with Ball Harbor is a little weird too. You know, like it's real. There's the emotional spectrum on that one is fucking all over the place, and it really doesn't feel like one emotion. It feels just off. It's very crazy. Make it feel, look, sound more deliberately off. Holy shit. There you go. More dusted production and audio, slight different hairstyle, and other pointless changes, which is true. He did have that. No facial hair. The Wolf, he had facial hair. And what's it called? And he didn't have it on this one, so on and so forth. Album should be hard to get. Make it obscure both thematically and also physically. Only limited release. God damn. Asia only? I mean, that's what happened. We already read about that earlier in the stream. Return with 1 foot back underground. So basically kind of reverting back. Reverses negatives, unable to exist, forced to keep on working and going. The overt switch. Eggs goes, I really think he scrapped the doubles ideas. It only has 308 views. Did it not go live the same time as the album? That song, I don't know. I mean, this album really did not blow up. I mean, this is also his like Andrew WK. It's not his official page. It's like that like topic page. I don't know how else to describe it. Other than that, but yeah, it really like if you look at all these, I'll go back to it. They don't have many views. You know, the Party God has 846 views, 860 for I Will Find God. This Is My World has 1,700, but Jewel Street Man, great song, 654. Like, yeah, it's weird. This album really, like, you have to also remember, it didn't get. He was out of the limelight for a while. He released songs abroad, like the Gundam covers and some other tunes. And also this album first came out, you know, abroad. So with that being said, it's like people kind of forgot about him in a way, which that was part of his intent, you know? So moving forward. Album 4, Everwhite. Here we go. We are going to be talking about 55 Cadillac. That's what this is. I guess I should probably look up what the fuck Everwhite could even mean. It's a place in Ann Arbor. I'll tell you that. That's about it. That's all that I could really get, though. All right, anyway, back to this. A contractually obligated, wriggle-out loophole album of missing time and total pointlessness. Use it to build up phony credibility in music elitist circles. Remember, this is the improv piano only album. Circles. Should not be a good album, but maybe ends up that way. Should release on some sort of unexpected art record label, which is true. It did come out on some other label. Possibly a fully instrumental album. Make it look/sound like I made the album spontaneously. He literally says it's an improv piano album. Maybe some kind of solo album, solo piano. Hire a real piano player to record the music and make it appear that I don't really know how to play any instruments. Should be devastatingly different from all previous 3 rock albums. Make it very, very simple production, almost no production. Make it boring. Try to use this album as a false turning point. Should always be thought of as the odd album out. Should be unpleasantly contradictory and meandering. Music that just sounds like someone playing music for no reason. Side switch. If there are any television appearances for this album, it will hopefully align with the mid-length hair TV actor for the Era D and Era E multiples. So, what he's talking about here is, I could show it to you. talking about this type of a look.
Hi. We're gonna go on a shopping adventure today.
Yeah. Basically get a bunch of stuff without paying any of my own money. Here at Amoeba Records in Hollywood, California.
Anyway, that's basically that. It also sounds like he didn't quite get his desired impact from Close Calls of Brick Walls. I actually would agree with you. I think that he intended it to blow up later, but I just don't think that people gave a shit. Because you're right. It sounds like he like imagined that to be a bigger deal. Looked at that. Notes for the surrounding album 4. During the lost years, make other random, this is important, make other random disconnected one-off music releases, orchestrate desperate looking attempts to stay working, produce other musicians' album, become a record producer, but choose projects that people wouldn't expect or that appear to contradict the typical sound we work to establish in albums 1 through 3. As many one-off style moves as possible should ideally coincide with big in Japan, again, you know, the whole Japanese releases. Big in Japan plot and associated business problems. Make some of this, all of this, come off as possibly very low quality, low production values under the underground. Keep the feeling obscure and slipshod. Super sellout moves and such. I can show you basically what this is talking about right here. This is exactly it. And I try to see this for yourself. I'll tell you at the end of this, you know, little clip that we're about to watch. But try to notice something weird about this. Ready? All right, let's try this.
Party music, but his latest project is something a little different.
I'm producing the new album by Lee Scratch Perry, who's arguably the pioneer of reggae and dub music. I'm very honored to be in a position to be in the same room with him, let alone to make music with him. Throw in some. I met Lee in Austin, Texas. I was working for DirecTV, filming interviews. He was one of the artists that was scheduled to be interviewed. I was very excited and looking forward to it for many weeks. When we actually did the interview, I was very moved by his thoughts and his looking forward to it for many weeks.
Do you see it? You see it in this picture right here? He's got a haircut, right? Okay, fine. He has a short haircut, you know? What the fuck is going on? This is Andrew WK, but also the long-haired one that we see doing the interviews is him too. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is clearly a short haircut, right? How is this him, but I honestly, I don't even know this to this day. How is this him, but also he's got long hair doing the you know, narration to this video? Eggs goes, nah, that's what I said in the chat before, that I've actually seen a lot of bonus tracks from artists exclusively in Japan. I've never got what the advantage of it was either. Yeah, I don't even understand it. But as I said, look at this, dude. It's him, but also like, so this is him with his long hair.
I was working for DirecTV, filming interviews. He
like,
was one
did
of the
he
artists that was
get his haircut directly after this? Like, hey, come in and talk and tell us what's going on, and then, you know, one of the days you're recording, we'll come in and work with you guys. Did he get a haircut like then?
Be interviewed. I was very excited and looking forward to it for many weeks. When we actually did the interview, I was very moved by his thoughts and his comments and his kindness.
This plays to the idea of the multiples idea, you know, where that's Andrew, but also, and he's dressed totally different, but then also you have Andrew, you know, dressed in his classic, you know, white and such like that. Oh, he's got Santa Claus there too, which, you know, plays a part. It's actually the Santos Party House, but it's also got Santa Claus on it, which plays a part in the whole, you know, thing that we looked at before. Be like Santa Claus, be superhuman.
By his thoughts and his comments and his kindness, and I said, I'll do anything to make music with Lee. And not long after, I was asked to produce the album.
The record, titled Repentance, is scheduled for release in August, but Andrew says the finished product isn't what's important.
It's being in each other's presence that is the reason.
All right, shut the fuck up. So that's that. Let me see something really quick. Eggs goes, so he did get a double? I don't think so. Eggs goes also, it would be insane that they're so good that they can appear in the same video. I don't think so. I really think that, as I said, like, you know, this was like a 2-day or 3-day thing where he's like, I'm going to have my long hair, you know, the first day when we do the narration, and then the next day when you guys just get B-roll footage of us in studio, you know, I'll have my hair cut. That the long hair looks wrong. It doesn't look like his hair usually does, in my opinion. But I also think it's odd that he would be the one to cut his hair, do the voiceover. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I agree with you. It does look a little off, but like I said, I to this day I don't know. I really don't. It's very fucking bizarre. This interview specifically, which coincides with the whole, you know, work with other people. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you can. You know, blah blah blah. Reference business. Back and forth business switches, use several multiples for various different looks. Don't rush this. All of this should be accomplished over 6 or 7 years. 2 albums. I don't know. Alright. I'm 5. The devil's on your side. Once again, no album is called The Devil's on Your Side. Look at that. It's a fucking song off of his album. The album that we're talking about right here. Eliminate all messed up person presentation styles. Collapse and resolve poor production recording style, which is true. This album actually did have a really good quality to it. Major and minor key melodies and chord changes, but still skewing towards major. Longer songs and try to have the most orchestrated arrangements possible, which is also true. These are crazy. You know, they're very like elaborate and nuts. Or orchestral is the best way to describe it. Themes should outwardly point to a pseudo return to form sort of feeling, but lyrics and elements of the visuals presentations should be very ambiguous. Use more of a superhero image, which, if you remember from the Ever Again, which I keep showing. So, you got it right here. You got the all-seeing eye, but then also, like I said, you got this like Thundercats shit going on right here. Thunder. So, you know, definitely goes with the superhero, you know, motif, if you will, you know, some sort of power and such. A stronger look older, more like album 2, and which is exactly true. If you really look at this album, he does look a lot like the Wolf. Themes should combine all 3 of the first albums. That is true. He talks about a lot of partying and such, and there are some darker tones, you know, Devil's on Your Side and such. Should appear very positive, but reveal a lot of negative elements. That is true. One of them is like the Devil's on Your Side. Like he's a cheerleader to your life. You know, he really is pushing for you and to go down a certain direction. You know, like he's really there for you. He wants to see you succeed in something, and it's like, no, he doesn't. He wants to see me fucking fail. What are you talking about? So, you know, exactly what he's talking about. Every song, melody, lyrics should have blatantly opposing but valid interpretations. Andrew, most people are mad at you, and most people think what you're doing is bad and stupid. Let's go to 6. The Party Gods. This, now we're getting into some stuff that we don't yet know about. Dawn of a new day feeling, total personal bankruptcy and the total business crisis, the feeling of upheaval and euphoric fear, total move away from everyone and everything except partying. Break up songs, break down songs, move the internal tones outward to a bigger part of the external. The construction of a new or / old sound. Finally go all minor, remnants of major still here and there. Use the minor key melodies and chord changes saved from 1997 recording ideas. That means that we're going to get an album in 2021 that still has things that we haven't heard recorded from 1997, or at least ideas from way back then. Darker Than Dark, Pseudo Departure. So maybe My Destiny will be on there too. Who knows? You know, that's another thing too is, you know, there was a Party All Goddamn Night, which had songs that off the You're Not Alone album that, you know, and songs that didn't even come out on that. Like I Sold My Soul, Ever Again did come out on that that EP. So he is. It's not uncommon for him to take songs that have already been out there, but just not officially released. You know, Maximum Filth and Sweeps tie into Era F. Make sure good on promise to handlers team. Stop fighting and go to bed, which is ironic because he has a song off his third album. I'm not going to bed. Or sorry, yeah. What is it? Not going to bed. Sound of the highest and loudest quality. Original creative direction and old transgressive spirit to violently contradict previous things. This album will be especially difficult as the ramifications from the darker elements of the long-term plan begin to create the dissonance you claim you've always wanted. This is a great way. Listen, at the end of the day, he couldn't pick a better time to, put this out because it's making you interested in this new album. Do you know what I'm saying? This is going to be one of the hardest things you've ever done. This is going to be some crazy shit. Eggs goes, I feel like he's expected to be a little more relevant at this point than he is. I would absolutely agree. The way that he's making the sound, it sounds like people are really going to give a shit. But don't forget, he also recognized some people might not even know what you're doing and might not ever see it. So, I can't be sure one way or the other. Album 7. Temptation to Exist. Decimate all positive persons. So this means that the album after the album that's about to come out in 2021 will be like dark Andrew. He's not nice in any way. He's a total piece of shit. Use the rest of the most intense and dark minor key songs from the 97 recordings. In like 2023 or 2024, we're still going to be hearing shit from 97. It's crazy. Also investigate unused ideas left over from 2004 and 2007 studio producer team sessions. So this is why I think that this might have been written, after the fact. You know what I'm saying? The fact that how in 2001 or 2000 would he have known about these recordings? More blatant, but maybe he's like, well, I imagine I'm going to, throw out some songs, and that album I plan to be a dark one, so who knows? More blatant and direct sonic drive and pounding. More coming. The feeling of the music coming at you, but almost from within you. Increased disassociative feelings and lyrics and themes. Complete personal disintegration and total destabilization. Songs are highly impersonal and rigid, almost completely cold, but also very, very intimate. Mending of all existing previous fractures with adversaries in a way that leads to deeper splitting and more complete prolapse. Should sound and feel like the music is lashing out in a very loving way. I think we're going to see a lot of Steve Mike in this album because, as he said, fractures with adversaries and such. Remember to integrate the 1993 event. Remember to separate the 1939 event. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about with that. I really don't. We're almost done. We are fucking almost done. Eggs goes, but he could still come back with an actual quality album next year. That's true. I know, but I think he had an image of being a mainstream rock star that everyone was confused by. Definitely. But he just has small indie fan base, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. He's like big on like My Little Pony shit and like nerd like culture and stuff like that now. Like, people still like him. It's just a different type of people. Criminal Passion. Phoenix rising from the ashes type of feeling. Deep reconnect. So on and so forth. To maintain the darkest development from album 7 and 6. It should feel like a total and wide-reaching synthesis of all the fun and dark stuff. So basically, eventually we're going to see, after album 6 being album 7 being the darkest of dark and being a total dickhead, we're going to see him kind of reemerge with fun, but also not forgetting what came just before. Total personal and spiritual amnesia, lobotomized sense of self, murdered thoughts, horrors of consciousness, etc. Less straight, more bending down and zigzagged, crystal clear and very cutting sonics, delivery very, very dry and hard contrast, unbuilding, hidden room feeling, orgasmic. I don't know what the fuck any of this means. Choose my spiritual battles wisely and only battle the most worthy opponents and only on the most elevated and ethereal planes. And album 9. If you don't yet know. This is where it really gets expedited. Never ever make concept albums. Fair point. My mirrors. Never reflect, never look. Okay, so on and so forth. It's just a bunch of things to not stop doing. Okay, so here we go. Remember how I was talking about Andy Warhol and Andy Kaufman? Andy Warhol, multiples, repeats, overlaps, the kind of partying, mass-produced ads. So he's basically taking from Andy Warhol from that. And as you see up here, more intense than Andy Warhol, more physical, more serious, disturbing than Andy Kaufman. So Andy Warhol, multiples, blah, blah, so on and so forth, but make it real. So yeah, this is exactly it. Mass-produced, add variations, distortions, but make it real. An actual person broken into multiples, repeating out of the galleries and museums and seen. Open place, factory, or some sort. HH to CI, I don't know what that means. False documents, notebooks, artifacts, hoax. MJ, the king of infamy, dedication, and going beyond frightening. I think that's Michael Jackson, the king of infamy. You know what I mean? Dedication and going beyond frightening. You know what I mean? So, ADC, I don't know what that is. Stay away from funny scenes. CS, same person looking different. These are people I just don't know who he's talking about. No formal fine art, photography, play some shows in art galleries and music. Stay away from power players. Don't get too close to people with too much money. Make money, don't focus on money. This is fun. Kind of just tells himself what's going on. It's not a fucking game. Alright, SF is uncanny. I wish I could tell you about what these names are. I just don't know who these people are. I'm sorry. GC to F/P euphoric unity. Bend and mold them in accordance with his vision. Make yourself into your own homunculus. We've seen that before. Become the puppet master of the person they believe is controlling him. We saw that with the I Want to See You Go Wild album. The MDs, criminal minds, crime, imagination, complex, passion, taboo, basically everything that's fucked up. Forbidden, G.G. Allen, he's talking about right here. And I know that because, one, it says GGA, the other thing is Jesus. G.G. Allen was originally named Jesus. Kevin Michael G.G. Allen, born Jesus Christ Allen. So, that's basically it. And such. Blah, blah. He was a songwriter who performed and recorded with many groups in his career. Allen was best known for his controversial live performances, which often featured transgressive acts, including self-mutilation and assaulting audience members, for which he was arrested and imprisoned on multiple occasions. So, that's why I really think that he's talking directly about G.G. Allen here. I was wondering why he seems so much like two dude. Yeah, like the dude. He was inspired by him. Oh, without a doubt. He was also, we're going to see SK, which is Stanley Kubrick, you know, The Shining, 2001 A Space Odyssey, so on and so forth. TP feeling but real, not trapped in a novel. I don't know who that is. The author more interesting than the writer. The idea of the author is more compelling than what he wrote. SK is right here. Stanley Kubrick feeling but real. Not trapped in cinema or story movies. Do what Stanley Kubrick did for movies, but do it for rock music. But then take it beyond the form, out of the confines of the medium. Destroy it and free it. Obliterate and liberate. Lolita movie poster for first album cover, but make symmetrical like a mugshot. Which, again, if you remember that album, it does look a lot like a mugshot. Put the hearts on a Band-Aid on one side of the face instead of the sunglasses. No lollipop, too obvious. This is the movie poster that he's talking about in specific. So, you know, it's similar. It's different, which is basically, that's the best type of inspiration, is taking something and kind of changing it. But that's basically what he was talking about. I think a lot of what he really took from it, though, was the black and white with the red, so on and so forth. So anyway, so we're going to continue. No lollipop, too obvious. For spiritual pride, enlightenment contests, another way to the HGA, a higher way to initiate people without them realizing, or at least in a different context, is the evil, involve the spirit, so on and so forth. K, but the ritual explodes out of the movie is omnipresent, long form. I think that Aleister Crowley, he's also heavily inspired by like these ritual ideas. That's just my own belief. LW, of that which one cannot speak, one must remain silent. Metaphysics in all other areas. JD, deconstruct yourself in a secret, private, and construct yourself in public. Basically, you know, when you're in front of other people, be this character. When you're away, you know, relax. Anyway, so here's some other people that I don't yet know who they're referencing, especially this Eris. I love that it says just save for later. In general, do not discuss any of the above. The total life statement is the work and surrounding the work. This is the four faces that he was talking about previously. It's the work, meaning the music, and it's also the making of the music. So it's, you know, behind the scenes, and then it's also the behind the scenes. So making of the person, making the work, you know? And then the fourth one is just like fucking crazy. Making of the life of the person. So this is finally the real Andrew, is step 4. Is the real person creating this person, is creating the puppet master, creating the person who makes the work. It's fucking crazy, dude. Remain aware that attempting to undertake the above is the highest form of vanity. Pitfalls, and then you see some stuff that was, you know, removed, and such. He also, he's kind of giving himself a warning. Exude oppressively upbeat motivational positivity, like a bunch of these people, I don't know who they are, but with often shallow and empty delivery, lots of hollow platitudes and naive and unrealistic perspectives, ultimately in pointing to a more dark and menacing core theme tone. Use positivity as a cloak for a very sinister yet stimulating ambiguity. Ambiguity is the most interesting tone for my work, especially when the ambiguity is extremely subtle. Let's keep going with this. Backwards self-help, upside down guru, old age, new age. Again, I don't know who HPB is. Positive self-help motivational speaker. Do this as part of a Lost Years move, which he did. He did do in the era D&E, business problems. So he actually did go on speaking tours and such, and just gave really vapid platitudes. For context, so he did a speech right here, 2011. He did one over here in 2009. These are, again, the lost years, if you will, you know, after 2007 and such. So, anyway, going back to it. So, might be difficult. Hire someone else to write the speeches for Andrew. Do Positivity Guru as a part of the stage, which we've seen that before. Professional and personal crisis idea, reverse ghostwriting. So here's the thing as well. We've seen this before. Reverse ghostwriting, dictation, automatic. So this term I've never seen anywhere else except from him.
About the Party Bible, which is a book that you're under contract, you're on the hook for. When are we going to see that?
I have been writing this book in earnest for about the last year, and I'm now in the crunch time. Like, this is the home stretch, so I have to get it done in the next few weeks. It's the first book I've ever written. It's not an autobiography in any stretch. I'm actually trying to eliminate anecdotal sort of content and really make it talking about life through the lens of partying. Right. And doing my advice column is giving me a lot of, great feedback, but certainly just practice writing about things that I hadn't even thought of that much.
And also being, you know...
And I almost feel like I am channeling, like it feels like it's a reverse ghostwriting process. I feel like someone else is thought of that much. And I almost feel like I am channeling, like it feels like it's a reverse ghostwriting process. I feel like someone else is telling me what to write versus me telling them. So... It's been a mind-altering.
I think I've seen this movie. It's called The Shining. It doesn't end that well.
Yeah, it's not that frightening, and it's not that sinister.
Is there? Can you?
Stanley Kubrick. I love that he like added that in there, because this guy doesn't fucking know anything about what's going on with Andrew WK, and here this guy accidentally adds, oh yeah, it's like The Shining. You know, love it. So, I mean, again, the idea of reverse ghostwriting. Don't forget, the person that you're seeing in these interviews is the puppet being puppeteered by Andrew. Does that make sense? So therefore, the ghostwriting is being ghostwritten by him. It's just crazy. It's fucking crazy. Again, you know, you got to look at the The best way to describe it is through this book with the skeleton Andrew puppeteering Andrew. Or I Want to See You Go Wild, Andrew puppeteering Andrew. Pay someone to make it... here we go, I love this. Pay someone to make it look like I paid someone off to cover up, to pay to play a scheme. Make sure that it's mostly lies about the true Andrew WK concept. Dress up like Andrew WK and impersonate yourself. We've seen that before with I'm a Vagabond. Mimic the people who bullied me in high school and elementary school. Mirror them and trick them, and then once he has them, take them somewhere else and do things to their souls. That's another one of those hilarious lines. Take them somewhere. I'm gonna take you somewhere and I'm gonna do something that's gonna be horrible. It's just so like nonsense. I love it. Positive revenge. Become what you aren't. Be him until he's you. And always was. That line at the very end reminds me a lot of, again, Metal Gear Solid 5, Venom Snake and Big Boss. You know, Venom Snake and Naked Snake, where they both are Big Boss. You know, because essentially, like, the Venom Snake becomes, he impersonates Naked Snake because Naked Snake wants to get the fuck out of there, and Venom Snake eventually impersonates him, but by just being him isn't enough. He eventually does different things, you know what I'm saying? So the things that he did are the things that Big Boss has to take credit for, and Naked Snake, who's also Big Boss, you know, is also doing shit as well. So realistically, it's just two, if you really think about it as one person doing it, it's just two different things that Big Boss has done. So therefore, you know, Venom Snake is Big Boss until he eventually, like, he impersonates Big Boss until he eventually is Big Boss. Does that make sense? Like, he impersonates him, his history, but the actions that he does forward are what Big Boss does in the public's eye. So therefore, he is Big Boss too. They both are. They're just halves of Big Boss. So that's kind of what I really use to interpret this. Be him until he's you, and always was. Hey, this dude is still genuinely crazy. I love it. It's like, fuck it, he's nuts. Yeah. Okay. So he's asking himself some questions. Can you claim that everything is blatant? He's just he's really questioning himself and such. I love this. He even has ideas of what he wants the fonts to be. Times New Roman, Trajan, Futura, you know, all caps for all titles. Franklin type fonts for fine print. Like, don't use this, don't use that. It's crazy, dude. You know? Again, backgrounds. Dark blue or backgrounds. We've seen that before. Neon green, Mountain Dew, Wizard of Oz. Where have we seen that before? Oh yeah, the background for Close Calls with Brick Walls. Ultraviolet, black, light purple. Where do we see that? If you look at my previous video of the Snail School, you're going to see the Magician, where he uses a purple, super, like, ultraviolet look to that. What else? Blood red, life force, centered, justified, which is basically just right in the middle, and symmetrical. Unsettling, visuals, juxtaposition. Avoid unnecessary skews, full color, no faux damage graphics, no homemade aesthetic. High cinema style. Interview, press, and media. Do as many interviews as possible, especially in the launch. Talk to anyone and everyone in the first 20 years too accessible. Devalue the worth and exclusivity of my appearance. Oversaturate. I mean, it's true. He was in Hot Pepper Gaming. He did fucking interviews with little kids and such. Try to be very belligerent and crass. In the very first appearances, try to be very belligerent and crass, over the top. Then at some point, flip the entire tone by be subtly eloquent and refined. That is true. If you watch some of his interviews, he's very, very smart. Unpredictability, which is the real him, like is the question. The true personality, super inconsistent, juxtaposition. I don't want to go be articulate. Do as much media press as possible in eras A and B, and even more diverse media in era C. Maximum loudness. Then go for maximum contrast as part of deeper disappearance, and do almost no press at all for eras D, E, and F. Well, we're getting into it, boys. So, get ready to see it. Be Totally Stupid, which is actually a great song of his. Sometimes make it sound like you're trying way too hard to appear smart. Be sincere. He talks about lots and lots of lying. I love that. Maintain total obliterating privacy and secrecy about inner workings at all times, at all costs. So he kind of talks about just being a creep, being, not saying, use all interviews as opportunities to push main external themes, push the surface layer loudly, make repetitive and monotonous and hypnotic. Say the words over and over and over again without saying much at all, which is true. I mean, we've looked at it in previous Q&As where, even in the Santos Party House Q&A where it's like, are you the same Andrew WK that we've heard sing on the first 3 albums? And he's like, I am the same Andrew WK that you've seen at shows, that you've grown to love, that you know. And it's like, it was just a yes or no. Appear to show up everywhere he doesn't belong. Come but always go, never stay, always leave, always go away. Which I always thought is interesting because that, you made appearances, but you haven't stayed long enough for anyone to really know who you are. Cut off everyone. Be like anyone. Be like everyone. And I love this imagery. The triborg, if you will, of Andrews. I'm partying. I love it. Really, really do. Remember, Andrew, tear up the old contract from 1997. This must appear to have all happened before claims we made the new Steve Mike relationship look official. If we can't actually tear it up or wriggle out of it, at least make it seem like you did and that he tried to stop him. At worst, they can just tear it up in theory. Tell people working on what he wants them to do and tell them some of this I don't really even understand what he's saying. Listen to what we have to say and say what we say. You should say, I think he's speaking as a secondary individual. Do what we tell you to do. Don't do what other people do or want. It's very, very odd. Again, some more. Stop talking to people. Stop talking to yourself. Only talk to us and you're alone. You have no friends. No one understands you and no one ever will. I mean, Jesus, man. People have always thought you're stupid and dumb. They'll still think this and always will. And they're right. This is all true. The vision is coming true. It already has. I love that. Don't rush the process. Be patient. With power, restraint, discipline, remember the long-range plans. Be deliberate, Andrew. Be strong. Don't explain meanings. Don't prove explanations. Only provide sensations. You don't really know what you're doing. He does. I think now this is the Andrew, the puppet master Andrew, speaking to the puppet Andrew. Sensations for the audience. And these are some ideas. I'm not going to really get too far into it. This is kind of where we're kind of done here. But I want to show it in case God forbid anything happens. So, an ultimately liberating experience of true psychological horror, is realizing when you don't know anything. I want Andrew WK to feel like the best bad trip someone ever could have had, among other feelings. The best bad trip you'll ever have. Let the naysayers naysay. Why would I work so hard to intentionally undermine my own credibility? And I love that. Ways to look different while still looking the same. Change without really changing. Use multiples. Look younger. Weight gain, so on and so forth. Live band ideas. And this is interesting because this actually did happen. Hire a frontman. That did not happen. We can have someone else play the keyboard, which is true, or run show from backstage or the mixing board. Ask Dream Team and the Luis Hardinson Corporation to be in charge of all auditions for frontman and band. Get multiple frontmen. Should look similar in the face. Use different actors for album covers and all photo shoots. I'm sorry. Maybe no. I lied. This did not happen. Lip sync everything for all live shows and certain interviews. Entire band should be pre-recorded. At least 3 guitar. This is where it's true. At least 3 guitar players. This is true. Plus bass, drum, maybe keyboard, etc. Use basic-looking keyboard on very simple stand, almost flimsy. That is true. He has used really crappy pianos in like throughout the years. The pianos have gotten cheaper. He at one point had a guy for on SNL play. It's a really good performance. Play with Party Hard, really nice full real piano. Use full guitar and bass stacks. Looks sharp and seemingly symmetrical. Utilitarian. All very functional and conventional. If they can't find band members, just have hired frontmen play solo shows. He did find band members. Each band member should have their own look, and that is very true too. Should be very should be able to be drawn timeless but unique. Maintain band members' looks, high energy, consistency. Make sure very first full band concerts are sold out. Hire as many audience members as necessary. Pipe in crowd sounds and ambient energy. Use smoke and mirrors for all the atmosphere elements, including audience plants and venues. Enches, blah blah. I love that. I love the idea that there's a possibility that he intentionally packed the audience, so right off the bat he was seen as a big deal. Subtle variations in clothing and t-shirts and such. Baseball caps, sunglasses, which we see a lot of throughout the years. Cut hair very short apparently, and wear nice clothes, which we've seen in some of the examples. This is just him writing party a bunch of times. These are words that the outside theme should be, like the explicit themes, partying and hero and music and powerful and cool and all-knowing and all this shit. And this is just a bunch of words that we're going to cut through. Explicit themes, and then trust, being cool, like very simple. Then the implicit themes, questioning yourself, being a magician, feminine, shadow, a death, bad guy, severe spiritual strain, psychological sadism, overlapping, lone wolf, nightmares, illusion, controversy, so on and so forth. So a lot of just kind of basically opposites, as we have learned with him. And that is hovering between, and it's just, these are again more opposites, existing and non-existing, so on and so forth. These are kind of through what's important and what's not, in order of what's important and what's not. So that's not that important. I love this. Realistic, unrealistic. Realistic, unrealistic. Pay people to be my friends. Pay people to not be my friends. Pay me to not be my friend. A keep away fee. I love that shit. DL, thinking about NGK should feel like watching MD. Again, I don't know what some of this means. But there's that. Wish I had more for you. I love this. Zodiac Killer, ciphers, taunting hostiles, threatening letters. And we've seen it with his responses in code. That's that. And now comes the part where this is why I think that the letter that came with this was written by Andrew WK. Do you think he has paid for members? And if so, would he let his moment fade? I think that he's paid people, but I don't think that even the people that he's worked with know the full scope of this. Here is Jimmy Coop of having worked with Andrew WK. I'll show you what Jimmy Coop looks like. He's a super rad dude. He's fucking awesome. I fucking love him. He was Andrew WK's guitarist for a very, very long time. He's talking about how people thought that the I Get Wet album, the blood was because of it was him using Andrew WK using cocaine, but really it was like all about him being thrashed real hard. And that's what it
was like, oh my gosh, I think it's gonna work. So, can you imagine putting pig's blood in your mouth?
He did use pig's blood. Andrew WK used pig's blood to do that.
Bringing it back through your nose. That's what he did. That's how you get the shit coming out of your mouth and out of your mouth.
Well, now I know the answer to that question.
It was coagulating.
Yeah, exactly.
It was coagulating. I love him. He's such a cool dude. Anyway, so here is a line from Jimmy Coop about, now there's a whole, Eggs goes, and if so, why would he let his moment fade? That's a good question. Do you think he's paid for members? And if so, I don't know. I really don't know. That's a good question. There was a book done about Andrew WK. So here is a line from Jimmy Coop. And I really think that this best describes it. Jimmy Coop, the former guitarist of Andrew WK. This was from some guy Crandall. I forget his first name, like Patrick or Philip Crandall. He did he had a whole book on Andrew WK's I Get Wet album. And when he talked to Jimmy Coop about Andrew, this is what the guy we just saw, Jimmy, was talking about. Andrew's capable of so much crazy stuff that I honestly don't know for a fact if Andrew didn't hire you himself to create this book and get all this information out of people, just to find out what people are saying or thinking. I'm not paranoid, but I know the extent and the bizarre lengths Andrew's gone. Just think about that. Someone who's worked with him for many, many years, he was his guitarist for such a long time, thinking, honestly, it's equally as likely that you were hired by him. Exil's, yeah, I read that. But, so anyway, so let's go back into this. So, that's why I believe that Andrew might have written all this, like, shit, like, you know, oh, fuck Andrew WK. Like, he's already done it. He's been writing it right here, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's preparing this shit. Then you have, again, I don't necessarily know what this means, but I'll show it for you know, context. Andrew WK is a fucking asshole. That, again, he writes more about it. I hope Andrew WK fucking burns in hell. That total piece of shit. I hate him and his music sucks. Have you ever heard of Andrew WK? Fuck that guy. So, and then here is the redacted photo that I was talking about earlier. It's him on a couch, and it looks like in two separate instances it's been redacted. You can see it's in blue Sharpie and then also in pen. To from something, I can't even make it out. So realistically, it looks like this has gone back at two separate instances to be removed. So there's that. Some ideas. I don't know if he has ever used these. Here's some ideas for white letters, maybe with slight gray fade at the bottom. I believe this is the same stuff that was used for the Party Hard music video, and I'll show you what I mean by that. I really believe that this idea was used right here in these Party Hard kind of stuff, like, you know, shots right here. I really think that that's what is being talked about. So anyway, let's get back to this, or at least being shown. He's literally an insane dude. Yeah, dude, he really is. I mean, he's playing so much. White letters, maybe with slight gray fade at the bottom, font, and such. Same as front, back. We've seen that going back and forth. Party Hard, white trim, all white disc. He's thinking about his album design, what he wants. 4 different photos, Andrew times 4, so on and so forth. This is the inside of his album. Andrew WK. I love it. 8 Andrews. If you look at this, at the very least, it coincides with this idea over here, the multiple Andrews. You know, you literally have, what's about 7 or 6. So, you know, it's a close idea, but it's a similar kind of idea as to what he had way back then. Anyway, and then you have this. I don't know what this is. Make it look like I went and planned all of this. No something. I can't really decipher that. And that is the end of the book. Guys, that's been a crazy one, huh? That is the breaking news. We literally did it. We went through all this entire book that took me like 3 weeks. That's a lie. Sorry, it took me like 3 days rather to go through and get some, you know, context clues and pull pieces of media. All right. Thank you so much for sticking around, and big shout outs to Eggs right off the bat. This has been definitely one of the most interesting Snail schools for me, being that I am a part of it in a sort of way. This is all breaking news. This, you know, I looked around for people talking about this as well. I couldn't really find anything. So I wanted to be the first to break it down and also break it or not break it down, but we'll break it down, but also use other information that we've had over the years to do this. I'm fucking obsessed with the idea of Andrew WK. I recognize that this is something that I know way too much about, and I needed to get it out there. I don't know why. I don't fucking know why. But this, I'll tell you right now, you would think that there'd be over the years, over time, it kind of sucks. The whole lore kind of sucks. No, because now we're fucking behind the lore, you know what I'm saying? And it's even more fucking interesting. It's even more crazy. So with that being said, fuck it. I'm all in, man. I'm even deeper in it than I was before. So I'll tell you right now, it's only going to get better throughout the years. You could put, I've had the same notebook pattern. Nice. Only 8 hours of it. Do you have a link to the whole thing you could put in the Discord? Yes, I will put. It's gonna be 2 parts. If you made it this far into this lecture and haven't seen the first Snail School, I'd highly encourage that. But yeah, of course, I'm gonna put the links to this whole notebook in our Discord. Which, if you are not part of it, look in the description below. Sorry, my brain's all fucked. It's 3:30 a.m. Look in the description below and on YouTube, and you'll get a link to the Discord. But if you're on Twitch, join our Discord over here, where a bunch of us are all hanging out. We have a good time. We fuck around. We talk about the fucks coming up next. Oh, thank you so much there, XD Killer. Kill. Hey, how's it going, buddy? I'm sorry you came in at the worst fucking time where I'm just about to end it. But anyway, guys, thank you so much. This has really been crazy, and as it unfurls, hopefully we can kind of catch up back on this. It might be lighter Snail Schools in the future about Andrew WK, but be sure to join the Discord, where you're going to find out when we go live and all that other cool stuff. And check out the playlist on YouTube about all of the previous Snail Schools, about Alan's tutorial, the Velvet Snail School, Big O and the 2008 financial crisis, the previous Andrew WK Snail School, and this one.